him with a big round of applause. Yeah, Ms. Palak. Yes. So before officially starting the event, may I request everyone to kindly rise up for the national anthem, please.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
May I request the Honorable Minister and other dignitaries to kindly join us for lighting of the lamp. Thank you, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, our startup founders and co-founders, what we see that there's an essential and intangible something in startups as energy and as a soul. Company founders sense its presence, so do the early employees and customers. It inspires people to contribute their talent, money, and enthusiasm and fosters a sense of deep connection and mutual purpose. As long as this spirit persists, engagement is high and startup remain agile and innovative, spurring growth. But when it vanishes, venture can falter and everyone perceives the loss, something special is gone. So in order to sustain this energy and live in this spirit, PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry has curated Bharat Startup Summit, where we are striving to ignite the energy of our entrepreneurs who are ready with their skills and capabilities and energy to be unlocked, unleashed, expressed, liberated, and released. So Bharat Startup Summit is especially crafted for the youth of Agra, Amritsar, Asansol, Bareilly, Bhavnagar, Cuttack, Dehradun, Dhanbad, Gorakhpur, Hamirpur, Indore, Jammu, Karnal, Kochi, and hundreds of our tier 2 and tier 3 city youths who are striving to in fact ignite their entrepreneurial energy. And as we know that success for a startup is not investment or technology, it is the sustained energy and positive spirit that what we are trying to bring in this Bharat Startup Summit. So without any further ado, I'll request Mr. Prashant Piti, Chair of Startup Committee, PhD Chamber, to kindly give the theme address for 2 to 3 minutes.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and Ashwini sir over here, it gives me an immense pleasure to welcome you all to the Bharat Startup Summit 2023 organized by PhD Chambers of Commerce and Industries with the agenda theme of Innovate, accelerate, and grow. As we know, startups have emerged as a key driver of Indian economy and job creation in recent times. It's not only solving our day-to-day problems, but also adding life to our work and culture. Startup growth has a direct correlation with Indian economy. The booming startup segment has achieved spectacular growth in a short span of time. The number of startups from 471 in 2016 rose to 72,993 by 2022 and creating jobs for 7 lakh people in the meanwhile. However, there is still so much of untapped potential out there by rural and tier 2 and tier 3 cities as an essence to the Atmanirbhar Bharat. For example, according to a Harvard study, 83% graduates from India are aspiring to be the next entrepreneur, while the worldwide average is 42%. That makes us very innate entrepreneurial in nature. And for this reason, I'm glad that PhD Chambers of Commerce has taken an initiative to organize Bharat Startup Summit with the objective of bringing entrepreneurs, investors, policymakers, and other stakeholders together. The summit has main 2 sessions, one on the startup policies and its direct benefits, and the other of supercharging startups with science and technology and R&D. We also have panel discussion on Industry Startup Connect, which will explore how startups can collaborate with established industries and leverage their expertise to grow beyond. Overall, Bharat Startup Summit promises to be an exciting, informative event. And I would like to thank you all and our esteemed guest to make this initiative a success. Thank you once again, and I look forward for the future deliberations which we have today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. In fact, before we officially invite the minister, as Honorable Minister has to leave for the Parliament, I request Mr. Saket Dalmia, President, PhD Chamber, to kindly give the presidential address.
Thank you, Jitendra ji. A very good morning to everybody. Dear Ashwini Vaishnav ji, Union Minister for Electronics and Information Technology, Railways and Communications, members on the dais, RSG, young members and business startups. Thank you everybody for being here today. I know it's a bit early in the morning, so everybody is trying to wake up. I would like to just mention that, we are today at the PhD Chamber of Commerce, an 118-year-old chamber or 118-year young chamber. And what we are asking ourselves today, going forward, is that how do we remain young? How do we remain relevant for us, for our industry members? And what can we do at this inflection point where everybody is looking towards India and we can unlock immense opportunities for our members and beyond? Being in 20 states, 4 union territories, being given by G20 to run Startup 20 for India, we have learned a lot that there are many new ways of doing what we are trying to achieve. And this is one initiative where we have requested our Honorable Minister to give us a helping hand. And that is that we would like to make our chamber and its members adapt to the new ways of doing things, which we are quoting today to be startups. I think all our traditional businesses at one point were startups or new businesses, which today we are coining as new startups or tech-driven businesses. This is the first initiative to make ourselves relevant in this changing world. And hopefully by the end of this year, we'll have a mega event, which will culminate into thousands of conventional businesses and new businesses coming together and trying to benefit from each other. The conventional businesses with their domain expertise and their mentoring capabilities, and the new startups of offering new ways of doing our conventional businesses. So I think we have our Honorable Minister, whom I had the privilege of first interacting one-on-one at the World Economic Forum. And I learned a lot with a short interaction that he's very, very futuristic in his way of thinking. Then I saw him at the Bill Gates event, and I realized that we need him. He is the critical element without whom we are not going to be able to achieve this gigantic task. So, sir, without further ado, we would like to know your thoughts as to how India is changing and how we as a chamber can contribute to this journey. Thank you, sir.
थैंक यू मिस्टर डालमिया। हिंदी में बात करें या इंग्लिश में? हिंदी ठीक है? सब समझते हैं यहाँ पे? कितने लोग समझते हैं या कितने लोग नहीं समझते? वाह, एक भी नहीं है जो नहीं समझता। चलो गुड। साथियों, अभी पार्लियामेंट का सेशन चल रहा है, 11 बजे से पार्लियामेंट चालू होता है, इसलिए थोड़ा सा अपने को जल्दी फिनिश करना पड़ेगा सेशन। We'll try to wrap it up by 10:35 or so that I can reach the parliament in time. मैं आपसे 3 बातें शेयर करना चाहता था। पहली बात, relevant to PhD चेंबर ऑफ कॉमर्स, पंजाब हरियाणा दिल्ली से कन्वर्ट होके नेशनल लेवल पे हुआ, और बेसिकली इसमें कन्वेंशनल बिजनेसेस, ट्रेडिशनल बिजनेसेस, ऐसे बिजनेस हाउसेस जो 3-3, 4-4 जनरेशन से बिजनेस में है, वैसे बिजनेस हाउसेस जनरली कनेक्टेड है पीएचडी चेंबर ऑफ कॉमर्स से। तो मुझे इसलिए यहाँ पे आने में प्रसन्नता है कि जो 1.5 लाख मेंबर्स हैं पीएचडी चेंबर ऑफ कॉमर्स के, दे आर द बैकबोन ऑफ आवर इकोनॉमी। पीएचडी चेंबर ऑफ कॉमर्स के कन्वेंशनल विजडम के साथ जुड़े हुए जितने ट्रेडिशनल बिजनेस हाउसेज हैं, आपने देश की अर्थव्यवस्था में बहुत बड़ा कंट्रीब्यूशन किया है और कंटिन्यूसली इनोवेट किया है, कंटिन्यूसली अपने आप को अडॉप्ट किया है। 117 साल की ये जर्नी है इस चेंबर ऑफ कॉमर्स की। आपने आज़ादी का स्ट्रगल देखा, आज़ादी देखी, आज़ादी के बाद में किस तरह से इकोनॉमिक गुलामी लेके आई कांग्रेस पार्टी, वो देखा आपने। किस तरह से एकदम सबको लाइसेंस परमिट राज में स्ट्रैंगल कर दिया गया, फिनिश कर दिया गया, वो देखा आपने। फिर रिफॉर्म्स वाला पीरियड देखा, और आज आप देख रहे हो स्टार्टअप्स का नया एक युग। बहुत बड़ी जर्नी है। इस जर्नी में जो सक्सेसफुल हो जाए इतनी लंबी जर्नी में, उसको दुनिया में कोई ताकत नहीं रोक सकती, उसको दुनिया की कोई ताकत पीछे नहीं छोड़ सकती। वो ताकत इतनी बड़ी ताकत है, इतना लंबा सर्वाइवल अपने आप में इतनी बड़ी ताकत है, जो कि अपने आप में एक इनहेरेंट स्ट्रेंथ है। तो मेरा रिक्वेस्ट है आपसे, जितने भी जुड़े हुए हमारे साथी हैं, ये समय है जब आप अपने आप को ट्रांसफॉर्म करें। आप देखोगे एक छोटा सा, मैं आपको एक एग्जांपल देना चाहूँ जो उसको मैं पर्सनली जानता हूँ। जापान में एक विसल मेकर, विसल सीटी बनाने वाला, 38-40 लोग उसके फैक्ट्री में काम करते हैं। सारी दुनिया की, न्यूयॉर्क पुलिस से लेके, लंदन पुलिस से लेके, बर्लिन पुलिस से लेके, दुनिया की जितनी बड़ी पुलिस ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं, वो सब वहीं की सिटी यूज करते हैं, वहीं की विसल यूज करते हैं। कैसे? एक थॉट प्रोसेस में जो डिफरेंस आता है, वो हम सबको समझने की जरूरत है। थॉट प्रोसेस में वो डिफरेंस कैसे आता है? हमारी कन्वेंशनल बिजनेस है, मान लीजिए, एक ले लीजिए कोई एग्जांपल के लिए, हल्दीराम ले लीजिए। बहुत अच्छी फ्रेंचाइजी है, बहुत अच्छी बिजनेस है। आपका मेंबर है हल्दीराम, राइट? फूड कमेटी के चेयर है। कैसे अपनी पैकेजिंग को चेंज करें, कैसे प्रोडक्ट की क्वालिटी में इंप्रूवमेंट लाए, कैसे कंसिस्टेंसी लाए, कैसे दुनिया भर में एक ट्रस्ट डेवलप हो उस पर्टिकुलर ब्रांड से, कैसे जो लॉजिस्टिक्स की चेन है, उस लॉजिस्टिक्स की चेन को अच्छा करें। ये सब चीजें अगर हम अपने बिजनेस में सोचेंगे, कैसे हम हमारे अकाउंटिंग स्टैंडर्ड्स को इतना ट्रांसपेरेंट करें, इतना इंप्रूव करें कि कोई भी इन्वेस्टर, कोई भी बैंकर आपकी बैलेंस शीट को बिना देखे ट्रस्ट करे। ये चीजें अगर हम सोचेंगे, हम नेक्स्ट जनरेशन को कैसे प्रोफेशनल ट्रेनिंग देके लेके आए। मुझे वॉटन में पढ़ने का सौभाग्य मिला, एमबीए वहां से किया। एक बड़ा सा आगे लिखा हुआ था, बिजनेस इज टू इम्पॉर्टेंट एन एक्टिविटी, business is too important an activity to be left in the hands of untrained hands. So that's why training is important. I was very surprised. ये Mr. JP Wharton, जिन्होंने Wharton School के जो फाउंडर थे, उनका ये स्टेटमेंट था कि जरूरत है ट्रेनिंग की। ठीक है, सक्सेसफुल इंसान हो सकता है एक लेवल तक, एक लेवल के बाद में अगर आगे बढ़ना है तो एक मेथोडिकल, एक प्रॉपर प्रोसेस ड्रिवन, एक थॉटफुल अप्रोच की जरूरत होती है। तो वैसा मेरा रिक्वेस्ट रहेगा कि पीएचडी चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स अपने मेंबर्स में इस तरह का एक डिस्कशन करें। आज मोदी जी ने बहुत सारे सेक्टर्स में ट्रांसपेरेंसी लेके आए हैं, प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी। आज जीएसटी के कारण एक सिग्निफिकेंट ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन आया बिजनेसेस में। लोग इनवॉइसेस देने लगे हैं, लोग प्रॉपर अकाउंटिंग रखने लगे हैं, जहां तक संभव हो। ई वे बिल, आप लोगों में से कितने लोगों ने ई वे बिल बनाने का पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस है? कितना सेकंड लगता है? ना 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 ना, मैंने सेकंड पूछा था। मैंने सोचा पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस है तो जानकारी होगी। फ्यू सेकंड्स, मोस्टली 2-3 सेकंड्स। किसी को पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस है इसका? आप एंटर बटन है, एंटर बटन दबाओ, आ जाता है, राइट? इट्स वेरी इजी, करेक्ट। ट्रांसपेरेंसी लेके आए, तो इसका मतलब बहुत लोग ई वे बिल नहीं बनाते हैं, बताना पड़ेगा फाइनेंस मिनिस्ट्री में। ना मजाक कर रहा हूँ, लेकिन बहुत ट्रांसपेरेंसी आई है। ई इनवॉइस कितने लोगों ने बनाया, राइट? कितना इजी है, बहुत ही आसान है। एक बार अगर सेट पड़ जाए सिस्टम में तो उसके बाद में थिंग्स बिकम वेरी इजी। इससे ट्रस्ट डेवलप होता है। जब तक हम $1 ट्रिलियन, $1.5 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी थे, तब तक बहुत बातें अलग थी। अब हम 3.5 ट्रिलियन डॉलर की इकोनॉमी है, बहुत जल्दी 5 ट्रिलियन होंगे, बहुत जल्दी 10 ट्रिलियन होंगे। इस लेवल पे जब जाना होता है किसी देश को, किसी इकोनॉमी को, तो सारे सिस्टम्स बदलने की जरूरत होती है। गवर्नेंस के सिस्टम्स, लॉजिस्टिक्स के सिस्टम्स, बैंकिंग सिस्टम्स, और अपने खुद के बिजनेस करने के तरीके में बदलाव लाना पड़ता है। तो ये वक्त है जब हमें सबको ये ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन वाली जर्नी करनी चाहिए। मुझे विश्वास है अगर हम इस तरह का ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन कर लें, जो मैंने आपको एक एग्जांपल दिया, मेरे पास ऐसे कई एग्जांपल्स हैं जिनसे मैं पर्सनली वाकिफ हूं। ये ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन अगर हमने कर लिया तो कोई ताकत नहीं है जो हिंदुस्तान को $30 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी बनने से रोक सके। क्योंकि जो एनर्जी हमारे एंटरप्रेन्योर्स में है, वो एनर्जी और कहीं पे देखने को नहीं मिलती है। जो उत्साह, जो फायर, पेट में आग जो हमारे देश में है, वो और कहीं रेयरली कहीं देखने को मिलेगी। अगर उसके साथ सिस्टम जुड़ जाए, सिस्टमेटिक काम करने का तरीका जुड़ जाए, ब्रांडिंग, पैकेजिंग, सप्लाई चेन, इनवॉइसिंग, बैलेंस शीट प्रॉपर मेंटेन करना, कोई ताकत नहीं है जो आप सबको रोक सके दुनिया में सबसे बड़ी इकोनॉमी बनने से, एक नंबर देश बनने से। कोई ताकत नहीं है। जुट जाना चाहिए। यंगस्टर्स क्या बोलते हैं? जुटना है। 2047 में कितने लोग ऐसे हॉल में जो कि 40 से 50 साल के आसपास होंगे? सिग्निफिकेंट नंबर है इस हॉल में, राइट? आप कैसा देश देखना चाहोगे तब? बताओ, एक दो। हाँ, बहन आपके पास कैसा देश देखना चाहोगे? डेवलप्ड, मजबूत, ताकतवर, इनोवेटिव, फॉरवर्ड लुकिंग, प्राइड, और थिंक इन इंडिया, फ्यूचरिस्टिक, इंडिपेंडेंट, एम्पावर्ड, एडवांस टेक्नोलॉजीज, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग बेस। सारी दुनिया इंडिया को वीजा फ्री बना दे। इंडिया का पासपोर्ट देखते ही लोग सैल्यूट मारे, राइट? हम सबको ही बनाना पड़ेगा वो, कोई बाहर से आके नहीं बनाएगा, हम ही सबको बनाना पड़ेगा। और हम बना सकते हैं, कोई रोक नहीं सकता। एक टाइम था जीडीपी भारत की दुनिया की जीडीपी का 15 या 16% थी। कितनी? 25% थी। 25% थी दुनिया की जीडीपी का हिस्सा, एक चौथाई हिस्सा भारत का था। वो समय आ सकता है और हम ही लाएंगे ये समय। आज जो फाउंडेशन प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ले कर रहे हैं, जो फाउंडेशन ले कर रहे हैं आज, वो फाउंडेशन आप सबने जिन्होंने हाथ उठाए थे, जो 2047 में 40 से 50 साल की उम्र के बीच में होंगे, आप सबके लिए ये फाउंडेशन हर सेक्टर में। मैं आपको कई एग्जांपल से देखता हूँ। रेलवे में वंदे भारत कितने लोगों ने वीडियो देखा? वीडियो कितने लोगों ने देखा? ट्रैवल कितने लोगों ने किया? राइट हैंड दिखाओ। ट्रैवल कितने लोगों ने किया? नहीं किया जिन लोगों ने, वो करो यार, एक बार ट्रैवल पक्का करो। एक अलग ही एक्सपीरियंस है। ये आप लोगों की जनरेशन के लिए फाउंडेशन है। जो यंगस्टर्स मेरे सामने आप बैठे हो, आपकी जनरेशन के लिए ये फाउंडेशन है। नए स्टेशन के डिजाइन कितने लोगों ने देखे? देखे वीडियो पे? नहीं देखे तो देखो, सर्च करके देखो। एक अलग नजारा दिखेगा आपको, एक अलग माइंड में किस तरह से पीएम साहब आपका जो फाउंडेशन है किस तरह से वो मजबूत कर रहे हैं, आपका भविष्य को किस तरह से बिल्ड कर रहे हैं। देखो, वाकई देखो, आप भी देखो और अपने साथ कम से कम 25-30 लोगों को बोलो कि देखे। शेयर भी करो, वीडियो निकाल निकाल के शेयर करो, क्योंकि ये एक अलग ही सोच है जो 75 साल की हमारा जो अंग्रेजों की गुलामी के बाद में वाली जर्नी है। देश तो 5000 साल पुराना देश है, लेकिन जो अंग्रेजों के गुलामी के बाद वाली जो जर्नी है, उस जर्नी में ये पीरियड एक यूनिक पीरियड है। ऐसा पीरियड कभी नहीं आया, कभी किसी ने सोचा भी नहीं। इतना बड़ा किसी ने कभी नहीं सोचा था। आज हिंदुस्तान को विकसित देश बनाने का, दुनिया में एक नंबर देश बनाने का, दुनिया में एक रिच, प्रॉस्परस, पावरफुल, रिस्पेक्टेड, इंसाइटफुल थिंकिंग, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग बेस बनाने का किसी ने सोचा नहीं था। 10 साल पहले आप में से कितने लोग मोबाइल फोन यूज करते थे? आज से 10 साल पहले करीब करीब सभी यूज करते थे। 10 years बैक मोबाइल फोन तो सभी यूज करते ही करते थे। अब मुझे बताओ, अंदाजा लगाओ, तब कितने मोबाइल फोन हम इंपोर्ट करते थे? 99% इंपोर्ट करते थे। आज कितने लोग मोबाइल फोन यूज करते हो? सभी। आज कितने आप मेड इन इंडिया है? 99% मेड इन इंडिया है। 99% मेड इन इंडिया। तो ये फर्क है। मुझे याद है 10 साल पहले कभी किसी डिस्कशन में बैठते थे, कहते ठीक है मोबाइल फोन का पेनिट्रेशन अच्छा है, लोग यूज कर रहे हैं, लेकिन बन नहीं सकता। कांग्रेस की सोच ऐसी थी। हिंदुस्तान ठीक है, वहां से लाएंगे, यहां से लाएंगे, वहां से लाएंगे। थॉट प्रोसेस ऐसा था। ये चेंज आया है, ये बड़ा चेंज आया कि हम बना सकते हैं। कितने लोग गेस करो, कितनी कंपनीज है दुनिया में जो टेलीकॉम टेक्नोलॉजी एंड टू एंड, कंप्लीट कोर नेटवर्क, रेडियो नेटवर्क, सब कुछ दुनिया में कितनी कंपनीज है जो बनाती है? राइट, 5 मैं गिन सकता हूं एक ही हाथ की उंगलियों पे। आज हिंदुस्तान उस कैटेगरी में ऐड हुआ है। 6th कंपनी हिंदुस्तान की बनी है जिसके पास एंड टू एंड मोबाइल टेक्नोलॉजी है। कितनी ताकतें थी जो रोक रही थी, कितनी ताकतें थी जो रोक रही थी, नहीं बन सकता, बनाने नहीं देंगे, ये प्रॉब्लम है, वो प्रॉब्लम है, ये वो 1000। प्राइम मिनिस्टर साहब का विजन एकदम क्लियर था। लेजर देखी आपने? यहां से फेंको 50 किलोमीटर दूर तक भी एकदम फोकस्ड। पीएम साहब का फोकस एकदम क्लियर था, बनाना है, कोई भी डिफिकल्टी आए बनाना है। आज अपना भारत में बना हुआ 4G 5G टेक्नोलॉजी स्टैक, पहले 1 मिलियन साइमल्टेनियस कॉल के लिए टेस्ट हुआ, फिर 5 मिलियन साइमल्टेनियस कॉल के लिए टेस्ट हुआ, और अभी दिसंबर में जो टेस्टिंग हुई उसकी कितने मिलियन साइमल्टेनियस कॉल के लिए हुआ, सोचो 10 मिलियन साइमल्टेनियस कॉल्स के लिए उसकी टेस्टिंग हुई। 1 करोड़ साइमल्टेनियस कॉल्स। दुनिया के देश आश्चर्यचकित है, अरे भाई हमारे यहाँ तो 1 करोड़ की पॉपुलेशन ही नहीं है, आपने सिर्फ टेस्टिंग में इतना एफर्ट डाला, क्यों इतना एफर्ट डाला? हमने कहा हम एक नया प्रोडक्ट लेके आए, बेटर प्रोडक्ट लेके आए, दुनिया उसको एक्सेप्ट करेगी, लेकिन एक्सेप्ट तभी करेगी जब प्राइस में कम हो और क्वालिटी में बेटर हो, तभी जाके दुनिया एक्सेप्ट करेगी। कॉस्ट में कम होना चाहिए और क्वालिटी में बेटर होना चाहिए। तो हमारे पास लेगेसी तो था नहीं, लकी थे हम। लेगेसी हमारी क्या थी? 2G और 3G की लेगेसी थी, और 2G की लेगेसी तो याद ही हमको कैसी थी, राइट? वो अलग ही लेगेसी थी, उस लेगेसी को भूल जाओ। अब लेगेसी है टेक्नोलॉजी में, टेलीकॉम टेक्नोलॉजी में पावर बन के निकलने का दुनिया में। टेक्नोलॉजी, टेलीकॉम टेक्नोलॉजी में एक्सपोर्टर बन के निकलने का है। कितने लोग जानते हैं कि इंडिया ने रिसेंट पीरियड में टेलीकॉम इक्विपमेंट एक्सपोर्ट करना चालू हुआ है? कितने लोग जानते हैं? जानते हैं आप? कौन से प्रोडक्ट जाने लगे? राइट। और रेडियो नेटवर्क समझते हो? रेडियो समझते हो? रेडियो। ये मान लो ये टावर, ये टेलीफोन का टावर, इसके ऊपर एक लंबा सा लगा रहता है, देखा आपने? टेलीकॉम के टावर के ऊपर एक लंबा सा इक्विपमेंट लगा रहता है इस तरह का, उसको कहते हैं रेडियो इक्विपमेंट। वो आपका जो ये मोबाइल फोन है, वैसे ये मेक इन इंडिया, ये मेड इन इंडिया है, iPhone 14, राइट? ये जो मोबाइल फोन होता है, मोबाइल फोन कंटिन्यूअसली टावर के साथ बात करता है। हेलो, टावर कहता है हाय, ये कहता है वापस हेलो, टावर कहता है हाय। कंटिन्यूअसली बात करते हैं, कंटिन्यूअसली कम्युनिकेशन, कुछ भेजे नहीं भेजे, लेकिन इन दोनों का आपस में कंटिन्यूअसली एवरी आई थिंक फ्यू मिली सेकेंड्स आपस में हेलो हाय करते हैं, जैसे अच्छे फ्रेंड्स करने चाहिए। तो इसके ऊपर जो इक्विपमेंट लगा होता है ना टावर के ऊपर, वो इक्विपमेंट है रेडियो इक्विपमेंट। सबसे कॉम्प्लेक्स होता है, 2 चीजें सबसे कॉम्प्लेक्स होती है, एक तो रेडियो इक्विपमेंट और दूसरा कोर इक्विपमेंट, कोर नेटवर्क। रेडियो इक्विपमेंट हिंदुस्तान से पिछले 8 महीनों में, 7 महीनों में एक्सपोर्ट होने लगा है, वो भी किसको? अमेरिका को। ये होती है ताकत, ये होता है जज्बा, ये होता है लेजर शार्प फोकस। ये हिंदुस्तान बना रहे पीएम साहब आप सबके लिए। साथी, जो मेरे नौजवान साथी यहाँ पे, आप सबके लिए ऐसा हिंदुस्तान बन रहा है जो कि टेक्नोलॉजी में ताकत की तरह उभरे, थॉट लीडरशिप में आए। अच्छा बताओ, 6G के कितने पैटेंट्स हिंदुस्तान में बन गए होंगे? 6G, 5G अभी चल रहा है। 5G में तो वी आर दी फास्टेस्ट रोल आउट हो रहा है हमारा दुनिया में। आपको पता है? ये कितने लोगों को पता है? वॉल स्ट्रीट जर्नल के 4 कॉलम का न्यूज छपा कि इंडिया में जो 5G का रोल आउट हो रहा है वर्ल्ड में फास्टेस्ट है। पता है आप सबको? वर्ल्ड में फास्टेस्ट है। 1 अक्टूबर को पीएम साहब ने लॉन्च किया था। हम लोगों ने टारगेट लिया था बाय 31 मार्च 200 शहर कवर करने। गेस करो अभी तक कितने हो गए? 31 मार्च अभी दूर है। 397। 397। इतना रैपिड रोल आउट किसी ने दुनिया में देखा नहीं। जहां हम बता रहे थे ना, डेवोस में टेलीकॉम के बड़े बड़े जायंट्स मिले, सब कह रहे थे अरे ये क्या हो क्या रहा है आपके इंडिया? क्या 5G मने इट्स मूविंग एट द स्पीड ऑफ 5G। बिल्कुल, रोल आउट इज हैपनिंग इन दैट स्पीड। लेकिन फाउंडेशन क्या है भविष्य के लिए? 6G 29-30 तक आएगा 6G। 2029-30 के आसपास लोग एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं, तब तक इसका एक वर्जन निकलेगा 6G का। अभी से पीएम साहब ने क्लियर टारगेट दिया है कि 6G में लीड लेनी है हिंदुस्तान को। 6G में हिंदुस्तान को लीड लेनी है। छोटा टारगेट नहीं है। कितने लोग कोई टेलीकॉम या इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स इंडस्ट्री से जुड़े हुए यहाँ पे? एक आप, एक दो, दो ही, तीन, चार। डिफिकल्ट है ये बात। बजाओ भाई ताली आपके लिए। मजा आ गया, मजा आ गया, आपकी बात सुन के मजा आ गया। जो फोटोलिथोग्राफी की बड़ी मशीनें होती है कॉम्प्लेक्स, उसका बिल ऑफ मटेरियल इंडिया से कितना जाता है? करीब करीब 35% उसका इक्विपमेंट इंडिया में बनता है ऑलरेडी। तो टाइम आएगा जल्दी जिसमें इंडिया में पूरी लिथोग्राफी भी इंडिया से बनेगी। वेरी गुड। इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स बहुत ही कॉम्प्लेक्स है, लेकिन ऐसी कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी के बावजूद 6G में हमारे इंजीनियर्स ने, साइंटिस्ट ने, एकेडमिशियंस ने मिलके अब तक 100 पैटेंट्स ले चुके हैं। ये रेस है, इस रेस में इसकी ज्यादा जरूरत है, और फोकस की, लेजर शार्प फोकस। तो ये है आप सबका फाउंडेशन, ये आप सबका फ्यूचर, और ऐसा फ्यूचर प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी देश के लिए बना रहे हैं। आप सबको इस यात्रा में जुड़ने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू वेरी मच सर। इनफैक्ट आपने जो यहाँ सपना दिखाया, आई एम श्योर बहुत सारे लोग उसको देख पाएंगे और उसका रियलाइजेशन बहुत ही एक तेजी से हो रहा है। थैंक यू वेरी मच। हमें मालूम है कि सर आपको अभी निकलना है बिकॉज पार्लियामेंट सेशन इज ऑन। सो बिफोर यू लीव आई रिक्वेस्ट आवर प्रेसिडेंट टू काइंडली फेलिसिटेट अवर ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर विद अ शॉल एंड अ मोमेंटो प्लीज।
थैंक यू।
We'll just take a 2-3 minutes break and then we'll start the session.
वो नहीं आ रही?
सुरेंद्र को बोलो। May I request Ms. Palakwar Bhatia, AVP Invest India, to kindly share her thoughts with the august audience, please.
Thank you, sir. Respected dignitaries, all of you in the audience. Hi, I am Palak. I am a part of the Startup India team under DPIIT Government of India. I'll not take a lot of time, but let me start with a story. I will also go with the English bit because sir ke baad it's a tough act to follow. About 10 years ago, जब मैं college से निकल रही थी, I'm from IIT Delhi. One of my batchmates had come to me and said कि you know मैं एक tech product बना रहा हूँ and I know you've been placed in a big company. Would you like to come join our team to build this tech product? ठीक है. अब 10 साल पहले startup was not even defined as something formal. I went home and I asked my brother, I was like, what is this startup and entrepreneurship that he's talking about? And should I be part of this? And that was when I discovered how big of a deal entrepreneurship was across the world and how India was trying to be part of that story. I, of course, ended up joining that startup. And to this day, I think that we were building a very visionary product. एक simple example, हम क्या कर रहे थे उस वक्त कि आज आप अभी PhD चेम्बर में बैठे हैं, ठीक है, आपने मान लीजिए जाना है सिलीगुड़ी, ठीक है, इन्वेस्ट बंगाल, ठीक है, you'll have to take a cab from here to the airport, you'll take a flight to Bagdogra. Bagdogra, say you may have to take a train or you may have to take a car, etc. And if you as an individual want to find out कि ये कैसे करना है, आपको काफी सारी Google searches करनी पड़ेंगी, देखनी पड़ेंगी कहाँ से कहाँ लो, इसका क्या प्राइस है, इसको कहाँ से बुक करना है, सेकंड चीज कहाँ से बुक करनी है. And we wanted to build a product that could do all of this together and let you book it also all together. ठीक है. You may have seen a lot of travel operators beginning to do this now, but this example is purely meant to tell you कि ये 10 साल पहले भी हो रहा था. ठीक है, ये 10 साल पहले this was a vision of a bunch of us kids who were studying at IIT and we wanted to build this and we've come a very long way today. ठीक है, उस वक्त there was no definition, there was no policies, and today we are looking at 30 plus states. आप ओमकार राय जी से भी सुनेंगे about Odisha. There are 30 plus states in the country that have a dedicated startup policy. If there are any entrepreneurs in this audience, I would definitely say कि find out more about this. Take advantage of all of the resources that are present in the ecosystem. Startup India ने ही एक tech portal बनाया हुआ है जिसमें there's a whole load of information and resources that is absolutely free of cost. Absolutely free of cost. You get recognition, you get a lot of opportunities such as कि the biggest things include एक हमारे national startup awards होते हैं. ठीक है, there are things like I, for example, run a Startup India seed fund, which is providing early stage companies को funds to start up. And how many of you would have savings up to 15-20 lakh to build up a tech product? It's very hard for us to have those kind of savings कि हम अपने पैसे लगा के कुछ risk लेके एकदम से business कर पाएं. Traditional businesses have had those opportunities to get loans, for example. ठीक है, but for a startup this is not asset heavy. एक app बनाने के लिए loan नहीं मिलता. ठीक है, so it was appreciated by the government that we need to provide all of you this opportunity with small ticket funds that would enable all of you to build your own products. These are very good opportunities that are available for all of you, and you should definitely find out more. There are 700 plus incubators across the country. Incubators are purely entities that handhold any company that wants to start up. From as simple as company incorporate कैसे करते हैं, मुझे भी नहीं आता था. ठीक है, we had to go to an incubator and learn. ठीक है, they provide a lot of guidance, a lot of resources to you, and they are now spread across the country. पहले तो 10-12 गिने चुने peppered across the country. Now we have in almost every city that is becoming an entrepreneurship hub, and state governments are also focusing on lot on building these. ठीक है, ये resources है. There is a mark platform that is providing mentorship to any startup that is looking for it. ठीक है, one of the biggest reasons of failure of business is कि पता नहीं है business करना कैसा है. And from my own example, when we were building this tech product, it took us the longest time to understand कि B2B करना है या B2C करना है. So such a simple question, right? कि एक tech product बना रहे हैं, ये समझ क्यों नहीं आ रहा कि B2B बनाना है या B2C बनाना है? But these are very strategic things that you understand from somebody who's done business before, who is an expert in the area, who understands the sector well. So it is important for you to get in touch with these individuals. कैसे करोगे? Do you know somebody who would be such an expert? But these are resources that are now available. You go to this platform, you're able to find so many experts related to what kind of sector you're looking for, what kind of function you're looking for, what kind of stage you're looking for. So do check out all of these resources. For any incubators or accelerators in the house, there is a great incubator capacity development program that we have open. Seed Fund is also operating via incubators, so do apply if you can. If there are any corporates, any traditional businesses here, any investors, any person who wants to invest in a startup and you don't know what it is, I would strongly urge you find out how. I am willing to give you all of that knowledge if you need it. But it is so important for all of you to become part of this beautiful revolution that is happening across the country. 10 years ago, अगर कहीं पे पेमेंट करनी है तो कैश कैरी करना पड़ता था. ठीक है, if you wanted food delivered at your house, it was dependent on the generosity of a restaurant and the fact that you have to order very frequently from there. ठीक है, आप घर से बाहर निकलते थे, कैब नहीं खड़ी होती थी. These are very tangible things that you can notice in your life now. The changes that technology, that innovation have been able to bring into your life. So you all actually have the capability of building any such thing. Do you see a problem in front of you ki I am encountering delays in entering this line, I am going to the railway station, I don't like this? You all have the potential to build up any product or service that actually caters to that problem today. The government is willing to buy it, corporates are willing to buy it, individual customers like us are willing to buy it, because our mindset has become that open. We have seen these things change our lives. So I would strongly urge that if you see anything around you that is troubling you, that is inconveniencing you, you have the potential to solve it. You have the potential of building something that will change that story altogether. So be on the lookout for these problems. If you're remotely interested in pursuing entrepreneurship, there's a whole bunch of resources available with the government. There are funds, even an idea bank. अगर नहीं पता लग रहा किस idea पे काम करना है, we have idea banks, by the way, created by our team that you can access. There is a learning and development program that allows you to understand business start कैसे करते हैं अगर incubator के पास access नहीं कर पा रहे. There's so many resources. Go to Startup India website. That is the holy grail of anything you want to find out about the ecosystem. But use these resources, do something, do a startup of your own. It's actually changing our country. I will stop here. I am available here to answer any questions. My coordinates are also available here. Happy to see interest from all of you in attending this, because I'm assuming you want to find out more about entrepreneurship and startups. But I look forward to all of you. And I actually don't like that I'm the only female on this table. I don't like it. I do not like it. All of the females in the crowd, I would really, really like it if you become a part of this ecosystem in some way. You could be an investor, you could be a startup, you could work with the government, anything at all. But I would really like it if this had at least half of the representation from my gender. I would really, really like it. So special shout out to all of the ladies sitting in the audience. I would really like it if you could do something.
Thank you, Ms. Parul, for your very, very motivating address. Thank you very much. Now I'd like to invite Mr. Vaibhav Saxena, co-founder Ipsitar Analytics Private Limited, for his address.
हेलो, हिंदी में बात करते हैं। भारत की बात हो रही है और अभी एमआर सर ने, पलक ने बताया आपको कि इंडिया जीडीपी कैसे बढ़ेगा, कैसे ट्रिलियंस ऑफ इकोनॉमी हम पहुंचेंगे, $30 ट्रिलियन। पलक ने बताया कि स्टार्टअप इंडिया प्लेटफॉर्म कैसे हेल्प कर रहा है। अब मैं आपको बताता हूं हम क्या कर रहे हैं और वो आप लोगों को कैसे इंस्पायर कर सकता है प्रॉब्लम्स ढूंढने के लिए। जोमेटो, स्विगी तो सबने यूज किया होगा, राइट? खाना घर पे आ जाता है, इंटरनेट वाईफाई चल रहा होता है, राइट? ट्रेन में सबने ट्रैवल किया है, ट्रेन में खाना बेकार मिलता है ना? तो इस गवर्नमेंट ने एक इनिशिएटिव लॉन्च किया था जिसको बोलते हैं IRCTC ई केटरिंग। ऑर्डर किया किसी ने? तो उसकी गालियां खाना मेरी टीम की जिम्मेदारी है। वी आर द टेक्निकल स्टार्टअप दैट इज बिल्ड द सिस्टम फ्रॉम स्क्रैच। अब मैंने ये पॉइंट क्यों रेज किया कि जब यंग जनता निकलती है तो उसको प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट्स चाहिए, राइट? वो कहाँ पता चलेंगे? वो पता चलेंगे जो भी गवर्नमेंट डिपार्टमेंट्स हैं, मिनिस्ट्रीज हैं, PSUs हैं, उनकी रिपोर्ट्स में अच्छा इस इनिशिएटिव पे काम हो रहा है। एंड एक बहुत सिंपल सी चीज जो मैंने सीखी है ना, इंडिया जो है मिक्स्ड इकोनॉमी है। इसका मतलब ये हुआ बहुत सारे इनिशिएटिव्स गवर्नमेंट रन होते हैं लेकिन प्राइवेट इकोसिस्टम एग्जिस्ट करता है, राइट? और स्टार्टअप जो होती है ऐसे समझ लो कि वो 10,000 RPM पे घूमने वाला एक फ्लाई व्हील है और जो लार्ज ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं वो 100 RPM पे घूम रहे हैं। तो स्टार्टअप इंडिया जो इनिशिएटिव है ये उस में गियर का काम करता है। तो मैं अपने एग्जांपल से बता रहा हूँ, अगर स्टार्टअप इंडिया नहीं होता, उसमें टर्नओवर और एक्सपीरियंस का एग्जम्पशन नहीं होता, तो मैं ये खड़ा हुआ होके यहाँ पे बात नहीं कर रहा होता। सो टेक द एडवांटेज ऑफ स्टार्टअप इंडिया, आई एम रियली सीरियस। दूसरी चीज मैं ये बोलूंगा, जब हम लोग IIT से निकलते हैं ना तो सबसे पहले 3 ऑप्शन खुलते हैं, या तो सिविल्स दे लो, MS PhD करके बाहर चले जाओ, या कैट दे दो। मेरे प्रोफेसर ने कहा था कि कंप्यूटर साइंस पढ़ने के बाद ये सारा इजी काम है, इंडिया में रह के यहाँ की प्रॉब्लम्स जो पलक भी बोल रही थी उनको ऑब्जर्व करो, उनके अराउंड एक्सपीरियंस करो, और तुम्हारे पास लगभग 2-3 साल होंगे। 2-3 साल क्यों? क्योंकि हमारी सोसाइटी में उसके बाद शादी, बेटा सेटल हुआ, बेटी सेटल हुई, राइट? और तुम्हारे जो बैचमेट्स होंगे ना, वो मोस्ट लाइकली जॉब ले होंगे, तो उनके पास इनफ फंड्स होंगे तुम्हें लोन देने के लिए. So this is what I would suggest, that you hack up if you want to do a startup. And yes, भारत की प्रॉब्लम्स अगर समझनी है तो वो, आई एम वेरी सॉरी टू से, मेट्रोज में नहीं दिखती हैं. थोड़ा सा दूर जाओ, 100 किलोमीटर जाओ, जेवर है ग्रेटर नोएडा के आगे, वहाँ के लोग को ऑब्जर्व करो. और मैं तुम्हें एक एग्जांपल देता हूँ. जोमेटो स्विगी में क्या होता है ना कि सारे ऑर्डर्स मेट्रो में जनरेट होते हैं और मेट्रो में फुलफिल हो जाते हैं, तो इकोनॉमी लोकल बूस्ट पा रही है. और जो डिलीवरी बॉय है वो शायद टियर 3 शहर से आ रहा होगा और यहाँ पे रह रहा होगा. हमारी ट्रेन जब दिल्ली से चलती है, लेट्स से वो चेन्नई जा रही है, तो एनी आइडिया मैक्सिमम ऑर्डर कहाँ जनरेट होते होंगे? नहीं पता होगा किसी को? इटारसी, ग्वालियर, सतना. वहां पे रेस्टोरेंट्स हैं जो 5-5 लाख रुपए महीने का बिजनेस करते हैं, एंड दे आर वेरी सेल्फ सस्टेन्ड. दे आर लाइक द पीसीओ मॉडल ऑफ 80s एंड 90s, कि एक बंदे ने पीसीओ खोल लिया, अब उसके पास 5-6 एम्प्लॉयज हो गए और अच्छा बिजनेस कर रहा है, वो उसने फोटोस्टैट मशीन भी लगा ली है. सो दैट काइंड ऑफ एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप कैन बी परफोलेटेड अक्रॉस इंडिया थ्रू गवर्नमेंट इनिशिएटिव्स. एंड हम लोग ना डर जाते हैं जब कॉलेज में होते हैं कि गवर्नमेंट के साथ काम करना बड़ा मुश्किल होगा, और ये बात सही भी है. सो आई कम फ्रॉम अ फैमिली ऑफ पब्लिक सर्वेंट्स. जब मैंने बोला था कि हम आईआरसीटीसी के साथ बात करें, तो मेरे पेरेंट्स तो घबरा गए थे, ये क्या कर रहे हैं, कोई नहीं पूछने वाला. हाँ, बट यू विल नॉट बिलीव इट, because of the current government there was so much openness कि अच्छा स्टार्टअप है, आईआईटी के पढ़े हुए हैं, कॉलेज इज जस्ट अ फिल्टर. ऐसा नहीं है कि अगर कॉलेज इज जस्ट अ फिल्टर. सो यूज दिस अपॉर्चुनिटी. एंड हाँ, ट्रेन में जा रहे हो तो खाना जरूर ऑर्डर करना. दैट्स ऑल. और भी प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं, वो मैं आगे बताऊंगा. ठीक है, थैंक्स.
Thank you very much. And indeed, I think IRCTC के जो catering service है, it has grown by leaps and bounds. खाना really में अभी tasty और delicious होता है. वैभव जी, thank you very much. With this, now I would like to invite Dr. Omkar Rai, Executive Chairman, Startup Odisha, for his address.
Thank you very much. I must, first of all, dignitaries on the dais, the startups, the industry leaders, participants from the startup ecosystem. First of all, I must congratulate PhD Chamber of Commerce for organizing Bharat the Startup Summit. And I'm very grateful that PhD Chamber of Commerce offered Startup Odisha to be part of its 2 days event. This is an opportunity for Startup Odisha to showcase, to deliver, and to share the kind of work that we are doing there. I must say that Honorable Union Minister spoke about how the startup ecosystem is going, how the technology landscape in this country is growing at very faster pace. I must say that the startup ecosystem that has risen to 90,000 startup by now has converted about 107 unicorns by now. This entire valuation of the startup ecosystem in this nation has risen somewhere between $350 to $400 billion, and expected to grow to 100,000 startup by 2025, with the 1 trillion valuation that is being projected by the experts. We are the world's 3rd largest unicorn or startup ecosystem, and that is something that we have to cherish, we have to be very happy about, we have to be very proud about. We must we must look at the kind of phenomena, the kind of driving factor that are driving this fast growth of a startup ecosystem in this nation. If we carefully look at, we find that we have a very strong IT services, IT software industry in this nation. It started few decades before. It has now converted into $180 billion exporting industry, with 5.1 billion engineers working at all across value chain. And they are the people actually who started right from coding services, maintenance services. Now the India is R&D hub. We are doing R&D as a service. We have moved up the value chain, and we have become a body of knowledge. Basically, the experts that are working in the Indian IT industry are the people who are actually creating product, architecting solutions. right from ideation to product creation, is happening on the soil of India. And India has become home to most of the technology multinationals R&D home. This IT services industry's prowess has actually powered the emergence of India Stack. We know that this Aadhaar, creation of Aadhaar or UPI payment, and such other GST, and this came up at a very different pace with very limited cost and effort because of the IT industry that we had. And another thing that this IT services industry has propelled is the fast growth of the technology startup ecosystem in this country. We know that the doing startup in this nation is absolutely cheaper than other nations of this world, because the cost arbitrage, we continue to leverage from the cost arbitrage that IT industry has to offer. We know that from the data that has been published, we can see a significant pattern that is emerging out of the data. 48% of the total unicorns, total startups in this nation are coming from tier 2 and tier 3 cities. It is an absolutely clear-cut, significant pattern that is coming out and says that India is becoming participatory. Young boys and girls of smaller towns are actually undertaking the journey of a startup. If you look at the number of unicorns, about 24 unicorns have been added last year. And the data says that only 9 out of 24 are coming from metro cities. The rest are coming from other towns. And that is a significant actually pattern emerging, that the other towns, smaller towns, tier 2 and tier 3 cities are also participating in the startup journey. There comes the hope. Startup Odisha, look at the kind of work that Startup Odisha is doing. It is actually can be seen from the fact that we, at point of time when Startup India was coming up, 2016, exactly at that point of time, Startup Odisha came with Odisha Startup Policy 2016. We revised our policy in the midway in 2018, and we are most progressive, a very aggressive startup policy in the entire country, which is validated from the fact that time and again we are being recognized as top performer by DPIIT Government of India. Palak Bhatia is a witness to it, she knows it. We are actually, we are presently revising our policy to make it most aggressive, most aspiring and ambitious policy in this country. You might have heard about Odisha, it's emerging from less famous or less branded state. And now we are actually being noticed all across the country. We held Make in Odisha 2022. We received huge response. Similarly, in all sectors of economy or activities, sphere of activities that Odisha has, we are seeking excellence. And therefore, Startup Odisha also seeks excellence. We are capitalizing on the entire educational ecosystem that we have in the state. We have 20 R&D institutions. We are using that in our startup ecosystem. We have, even if we have Odisha Startup Growth Fund, which is close to 1,000 crore fund operated through 7 selected AIF operators, we are presently creating a Odisha Venture Capital Fund. We are sensitizing all across the state and converting and networking the HNIs into angel network. We want to make sure that there should be no dearth of investment and funding for our startups. We are the best in class in terms of incentives and grants. We give a monthly allowance grant for a year to the founders. We give product development and market access grant to our startups. We also give need-based assistance, unlimited assistance to the deep tech startups. We also connect them with the government preferential procurement policy. We are very careful about, Palak was saying about women empowerment. We have 43% of the startups which are women-led in our state. This is the kind of dream and vision of the Honorable Chief Minister of Odisha. And therefore, we are very carefully crafted policies. We are shifting from default growth to architected growth, engineered growth. And therefore, where we are sector agnostic in terms of promoting the startup ecosystem, we are keeping an eye on the agri sector, food and beverages. We are also trying to leverage from the fact that we are the largest producer of the metals and minerals in this country. We have largest producer of aluminum alloy, aluminum, steel and steel. We have all big multinational and national giant manufacturer in our state. And therefore, we are very carefully creating our new policy to leverage and to ensure the downstreaming from the entire heavy industry and benefit our ecosystem. We want to focus through our architected policies so that we can augment the livelihood of those startups who are working in non-technology domains like agri domain, food and processing, chemical fertilizer. We have India's best startup in field of metallurgy, Innocude. And therefore, what I am trying to say that we are not going by default. We are policy-driven state. We are taking measures. We are taking initiative. We are creating an ecosystem carefully drafted, and we are doing all the initiative. We are taking all the initiative, doing everything possible to fast track the growth of startup ecosystem in our state. I must, at this point of time, I must say that the ecosystem players from all across the country are welcome in our state. They can come, leverage from our policy, help us to grow and prosper and create a win-win situation for us. We must say that we are most conducive state, policy-driven state, technology-led governance, and therefore anything and everything that is required to fast track the growth in any sector of economy, any sphere of activity is done instantly. This is the kind of governance we have, with the kind of leadership we have. I must invite you all to try your hand, try your ideas in our state. We will welcome you and support you with the kind of support you require. Again, I would extend my gratitude towards PhD Chamber of Commerce for affording an opportunity to start up Odisha. To showcase, we have brought our chosen startup who are demonstrating their product and services here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Omkar Rai, for your address. And in fact, Startup Odisha's policies, I think I have read many of the state policies. That is also, one of the best among many other states. Thank you very much. And before I request our Secretary General for vote of thanks, I'll request our Chair and SG to kindly felicitate our guests with a memento, please. Prashant ji. Thank you, Ji. Now I'll request Colonel Saurabh Sanyal, CEO and Secretary General, PhD Chamber, to kindly propose vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Jatinder. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I wish to thank Sri Ashwini Vaishnav ji, the Honorable Union Minister for Electronics, Information Technology, Railways and Communications, who just delivered an excellent talk, and he gave a lot of information to all our young startups and all the members who are sitting here. Dr. Omkar Rai, Executive Chairman, Startup Odisha, thank you so much, sir, for giving such a wonderful talk and telling us about these startup initiatives which the government of Odisha is taking, and especially for the women entrepreneurs. Ms. Palak Kumar Kaur Bhatia, AVP Invest India, thank you so much for your deliberations. You were really gave a very, very motivational and inspirational talk to all the women entrepreneurs who are sitting here, or the forward-looking women who will become entrepreneurs. Our President, Mr. Saket Dalmia, PhD CCI, who set the tone and tenor for the conference, and he was quite, he has been the curator for startups in our chamber. Earlier, we started though as a startup. Our first startup committee was started in 2015 with Dr. Jatinder taking the lead. And today we have come over almost 7 years now, 8 years. But the actual fillip has been given now with the startup S20 initiative, which has been given to us by the Honorable Sherpa of G20, Shri Amitabh Kanji, and who's also promoting PhD Chamber as a startup center of excellence in the chamber. Mr. Prashant Pitti, our chair of the startup committee, PhD CCI, co-founder, easemytrip.com, and also a topper from IIT Madras. We share the same alumni, and I'm so grateful that he's here today. I joined the armed forces, and he is now, you can see what he is. And he set an example over others to emulate, because IIT Madras especially has got a wonderful startup ecosystem, and there are large number of all the directors of supporting it. Every IITian across the world from IIT Madras are supporting it. I am myself supporting it. We are all funding that ecosystem, and it's great to see young budding engineers coming out and starting their own setups and outfits. Senior officers from the central, state government, startup founders, co-founders, academic fraternity, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and on my own, I present, and it is indeed a pleasure to propose a hearty vote of thanks to each one of you who was here. We expected almost 30 plus participants today, because we had the confirmation, but unfortunately, I don't know, because of the traffic outside Delhi, and especially that NH8 or NH48 getting choked up. I think many of the startups, the hub center of startup is Gurgaon, and from there, many of the people could not come. So, but certainly they will be reaching us and joining us shortly in the next sessions. The expert viewpoints of the Honorable Minister were really fascinating. He gave a clear-cut vision of the country as the Honorable PM, the Prime Minister of India, has thought of. We are very surprised to hear that now the future thinking in India has also progressed. It has become progressive. We are thinking of 6G now, whereas 5G is yet to be implemented. So that's a beautiful thought and a beautiful channeling of our mindsets, which the Honorable Minister put us across. And he also said that we are into exports, into the radio systems, which was, I did not know it. I have seen the radio communication towers coming up in Bhutan, in our country, in all the forward areas, in the strategic locations. We have been using SATCOMs for communication across the borders. But we are manufacturers of such kind of equipment was news to me. We are also grateful to Dr. Omkar Rai, Executive Chairman, Startup Odisha, for graciously accepting our invitation and sharing his valuable insights in development of the startup ecosystem in Odisha state. Innovation and startups friendly ecosystem will play a very vital role in the economic growth and social development of India. What does a startup need? It needs funds, it needs the correct regulations, and it needs hand-holding from the bigger experienced people. Now, if I would recommend to the government, and we all would be sending a white paper to the government, that if all the startups, not for 5 years, at least for 7 years, if they are treated as startups and they are given a free run without any income tax, if they are plowing back all the funds inside, except for their marginal expenses, which they of course have to survive. If this kind of a system is encouraged, then I think the startup ecosystem will have the Cloud9 is the limit. There is no other limit. So this is what India needs, and this is what are the businesses, the future businesses need. And we would pray and humbly to the government of India as the state governments to look into this very, very seriously. We at the PhD Chamber, we can assure you that our commitment towards the same will be absolutely infinite, and we will work very closely with the governments, institutions, and other organizations for making startup ecosystem a super system in our country. We are thankful to our partners, Vedya Partner Advisors, IPSETA, Startup Odisha, Resurgent India, UP Angel Network, and the exhibitors for supporting the summit. Without their active support, it was not possible to hold this. With these words, I once again thank all of you and all the participants who have come here early in the morning. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. In fact, your vote of thanks also, it was a type of keynote address in which you rejuvenated the entire ambience and ecosystem of this auditorium. Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have the fireside chat session now, and this chat will be led by Mr. Prashant Pitti, our co-chair for Startup Committee. We have Mr. Karan Pandit, Mr. Ashish Kumar, and Mr. Apur Chumaria, who will be the distinguished panelists sharing in this fireside chat. My request is speakers to kindly come on the dais and.
मैं थोड़ा कोशिश करती हूँ. My lead is on leave. I need to go attend her meeting this end. So I will try.
May I request everyone to kindly settle down, please. We are starting this session. It's a very, very important session. Mr. Prashant Pitti, if you can kindly come on the dais. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So welcome to this fireside chat. And as the name suggests, I'm sure that Mr. Pitti will use his own energy because I have been following him in this unicorn decoded programs on FM. And I have seen that how he uses his skills as a fireside chat and is able to actually unleash the entire energy and the thought process of these unicorns that normally, which is very, very difficult thing otherwise. So we have the opportunity and privilege to have Mr. Karan Pandit, who is the founding partner of Vidya Partners and Advisors. We have Mr. Ashish Kumar, co-founder and general partner, Fundamentum. And we have Mr. Apoor Chamaria, head of partnership solutions, startups, and VC Google India. So very, very power-packed session. So a huge round of applause for all these distinguished panelists. And without any further ado, I'll request Mr. Prashant Pitti, the moderator of
Mic
this
testing.
session, to kindly start the session, please.
Thank you, Jitendra. Good morning, all. I think we had a great session with, our honorable state minister, Ashwini, sharing his views. And I truly loved his session and his words. It was very, very inspiring even for me. So let's start this fireside session. Of course, you guys know them. I'll just begin with some questions, and then probably instead of pinpointing whom should answer, maybe you just can take who would want to answer that question, and then we'll move to the next one. Okay, so given the current recent phenomena with the SVB Bank, how many of you are aware of what's happening at SVB Bank? Okay, quite a few. Great. And we heard that there is some respite which has happened, but then there is another storm which is brewing right now, which is the Credit Suisse, as we know. Now, in such black swan events, how does a VC ecosystem help the founders who are basically grappling through this situation, which just happens? It's almost catastrophic, right? For a founder, ki bhaiya fund jitna paisa pada hua bank mein wo sara lock up ho gaya hai. And now they are like almost helpless related to the salaries which they have to pay and the other expenses they have to incur. Any one of you would like to just answer? How does a VC ecosystem, not one company, but as an ecosystem, would like to, share some views on that?
Yeah, so all difficult questions have to be answered, right? See, I think in general, anytime a black swan event, and depending on who is in the right position to be able to help, what I have seen is that the entire ecosystem comes together, right? So if you talk specifically about Silicon Valley as an example, the bank case, right? So what had happened was there was a question whether the money will be available or not. And effectively the VC ecosystem, which is the equity players, the venture debt players, they all actually pulled together. All of us actually dialed into our portfolio companies and effectively asked them that a short-term loan arrangement, short-term capital arrangement was really not a question. The question was that money truly lost, or was that money not just available for a 30-day, 60-day, time period? So I don't think the question, all companies would have been okay from a short-term perspective. From a longer-term perspective, I don't think honestly anybody had an answer. And the reason it is a black swan event because nobody has an answer to that question.
Right. Makes sense. The idea was to basically let people know that, once you basically have raised some external funding, then there are other set of people as well who are there to stand shoulder to shoulder with you in such catastrophic events as well. Now, maybe I'll start questioning with you on this. How do you evaluate a founder or leadership for its capabilities when you're thinking about investing in any one of them?
So to put it lightly, I would say the attitude. First of all, the founder has to be confident of what they're up to. They have to be at it. They have to know what they're doing. They have to understand the market, the customer, their outreach, all of that. If they themselves are not confident or aware of what they're up to, then it's a no-go.
Anything else? Anything, Apoor, you may want to add on to this?
On the SVB, right?
No, on the basically, what are the capabilities you're looking at the founder and the team when you're considering investing in them?
So I think what we look for in a founder depends on what is the stage. If you're very, very early stage, we pretty much look at founder product market fit. So why are you as a founder the most suitable to solve for that problem? And it could be founder or founders. We personally I prefer multi-founder companies rather than a single founder with complementary skills. The second thing we look at is how good are you at building out a team. It's very hard to build a very large company if you are not a talent magnet and you can't attract people around you. And that same power law applies when you raise funding, when you build out a team. So are you a good storyteller? Can you get people to believe in you? That's the other skill we look at.
No, very relevant. My next question would be that what are the trends and predictions which you are seeing for founders which are over here to listen, to understand the things which they should be working on for 2023? What are the things which you think are going to be a breakout for this particular year? Ashish, maybe you can start.
Yeah, I can take this. So maybe just extending the points on the last question that you asked, Prashant, right? So I think, I would say founder market fit is the most important criteria that one should look at. And I will maybe extend that conversation, that point to also answer the next question that you asked. That, see, India, we are in a place where there are multiple opportunities in multiple sectors. So I don't think we should look at, or any founder should look at a particular industry and think that, hey, this is where money is, this is what we should be creating. People should think that what is the right problem that I should be solving? What is the problem that I'm able to connect to better, right? And try to solve for it. So now if you look at, let's say, the trends in this year, what we have done in the last maybe 3, 4, 5 years, digitization and internet economy has been the biggest trend, which is where the large value have been created. Will we continue to see the similar kind of value being created in the next 5 years? The answer is probably maybe. The answer may not be clearly, a very resounding yes in all the industries, because many of the companies have actually been created. But what one should look at is the other areas where Indian GDP is going to grow. So if you look at, what the government is actually focusing on is whether there's a space program, whether there's a defense program, whether it is agriculture, right? A lot of these areas is where India will do much, much better than what we have done in the past, right? And whenever you think about creating a particular organization or a startup or a company, one should look at that, not that which is a large market already, which is a market which may be smaller to medium, but expanding very, very fast. And when you look at a lot of these areas, not only people are saying that, you should create companies and serve the local economy, but you will also serve the global economies. So export, so defense being exported, certain satellites being exported, and so on and so forth. So I will probably say that just look around, look at newer areas, and that is how you should be focusing on.
Okay, great. Now, for the founders sitting over here, or the budding founders sitting over here, can any one of you probably just elaborate the entire process of fundraising? Maybe starting from they formed a company and afterwards they have approached you, let's say, to raise a seed round, which is the beginning round. How does this process evolve into finally getting money into the bank? Any one of you?
I would suggest that rather than going to every VC, every investor on the planet and throwing your pitch deck at them, focus on the right VC, the right fit, because it is just not money. Money always comes with conditions, but money can also come with help, mentoring, right? So go to the right set of people to get the right amount of money. And most importantly, don't take more than what you need. Thoda paisa, thoda magic, bada paisa, bada magic. That is the funda that you should follow in the beginning. And take it slow. It's not ki you send your pitch deck and money will come instantly. It's a long process, can take minimum 6 months, I guess, can take up to 2 years. So be patient with it. It will come and you just have to be at it.
Anything you would like to add to this, Apoorv?
I would also say I largely personally do early stage. In early stage, what is very important is to get a warm introduction rather than just cold called into a VC or an investor. So, and the best warm introduction is reach out to a founder where the investor is already invested in. So if any of my portfolio founders tell me that, hey, why don't you speak to this founder? We are very bullish on it. It automatically becomes a high priority item for me, which I'll respond within the next 8 to 12 hours. Founder recommendation is gold. Other investor recommendation is also very valuable. So we always get leads from Sequoia, Axel, say that, hey, why don't you speak to this founder? Because they want, operators to get on the cap table to help the founder. So that's also magical. I would not say cold reach out doesn't work, but the probability is very low. Some large VCs, early stage VCs like Bloom would see 6 to 8,000 pitches in a year across their team. So it's very hard, and they would end up selecting 35, 40 companies to back. Even the West VCs will end up missing out some great pitches. So it's very important to reach out to and even in that team, reach out to, so somebody would be focusing on SaaS. Most VCs will tell you we are a horizontal VC. I think that's an overstatement. You can't be horizontal. There are too many sectors, and every individual in a firm can't know enough about everything to take a qualified call. So GPs, VPs, principals in a VC firm will gravitate towards one or two sectors where they will think more about it. They would have done some investments. There would be internal alignment. And you can find that out by following them on Twitter, seeing their LinkedIn posts. What's the kind of content they're engaging on? What are the kind of deals they are doing? Also avoid VCs who have already invested in a related competitor. They might join the call to learn more about what you're building, but it's highly unlikely that 90% VCs would not back 2 or 3 companies in the same sector, building exactly the same thing. So I would say that's a watch out.
Very, very valuable. I'll actually add a little bit to that, since I have also had some experience around it of not being able to raise. And so that people know that there's nothing to be disheartened about. At Ease My Trip in year 2008, when I moved back from US to India, the first thing I did was actually go to Bangalore. Most of the VCs were based over there. And I spent almost about 4 or 5 days interacting with them, telling them what Ease My Trip is aspiring to become. I got a straight up no from everyone, because everybody, as Apurva has rightly said, that everybody had taken a backing of somebody, of our competitor. Make My Trip, Clear Trip, Yatra, Exigo, IBBO, they all pre-existed Ease My Trip. So we got a clear no from everybody. And then I just went about doing my regular work of meeting travel agents. At Ease My Trip, the first version of Ease My Trip was basically selling to a travel agent, a sort of a SaaS business. So spent almost about 2 or 3 days, didn't find any value out of it. So I went about extending my trip to find some value, since I traveled to Bangalore. So met travel agents in that area and just continue to focus on the business. So there is no right or wrong answer. If you are able to raise as an entrepreneur, as an operator, you would know the niche of what you're building more than anybody else. There are very subtle differences which can make big outcome differences, right? And those subtleties only you would know. And hence, if you are not able to find a person who's convinced enough on your thought process, it doesn't mean the end of the road. And in fact, it could even mean a beautiful journey afterwards. That's my take on it.
Yeah, I'll maybe add to what Prashant is saying, right? So, the joke in the VC community, particularly at an early stage, is that, when you ask for money, you get advice, and when you ask for advice, you get money, right? So the idea is that the fundraise journey starts not when you are ready. The fundraise journey starts when you're thinking about your ideas, right? So typically, all the VCs, right, at least I will say majority of the VCs are now all in the social media. They are all kind of talking about what they like, what they don't like, so on and so forth, because that's also a way for them to kind of get the right audience, right? So my recommendation will be get into, relations with maybe 4, 5, 6 of them. figure out and start the process 6 months prior and genuinely ask for recommendation ideas, right? You will very high chance that you will get money. At least you will know a lot more things not to do.
Absolutely. Okay, the next question. What are the regulatory challenges which you think startups of India are facing right now? And, since there are some policymakers out over here, which could basically help the startups grow better in India? Any regulatory aspects which you think, if not for worse, but if something can be done to help startups from the government's perspective, any thoughts on that, maybe?
Yeah, so I think my personal background was that I came back to India. I was used to work in the US around 14, 15 years back. And then I started my first company before I became a VC, right? And I can tell you that the entire regulatory system in India is much better than what it was probably 8, 10, 12 years back, right? So there has been a significant change. I think one area that where we have to do better is to be make things a little more predictable, right? A lot of times there have been regulatory changes that happens which have been tough on in general businesses, right? And if we can manage that, that will be very helpful. I'll give you an example, right? I was actually, since Prashant is from the travel industry, I was actually speaking to somebody in the travel industry, and they run a business where they service Indian customers going out, right, for overseas vacation and so on and so forth. Now there is a regulatory change where we have said that there is every time you send money out, there is a particular TDS that gets levied, right, which is around 20% or so. So effectively, if you look at bulk of India, right, the overseas vacation is maybe a lakh rupee or 2 lakh rupee kind of package, right? And for them, it looks to them that it is a 20% extra money from a cash flow perspective that they have to pay. It almost can kill that industry, for a long period of time, right? So those are the changes that I think as a country we have to be slightly better at. I'm not saying that we don't have to do that, but we have to actually plan these out better. But otherwise, I think we are in a much better position than where we traditionally have been.
Great. Anything maybe you would like to add, Karan?
I'd say, first of all, regulations are not going to go away. That regulatory aspect in India is always going to be there. It might heighten, it might reduce over a period of time. Recently, as Ashish was saying, even for EVs, the cell registration and certification policy has just been introduced. So right now, there's a shortage of cells in India. There are very few people manufacturing because most of it came from China. First, they have to be accredited by NABL, then ARAI. So we've got to live with it. Try not to be frustrated with this. It's better for all peers, founders, startup groups to get into an advocacy group and go to the policymakers and, fight it out with reason. That's better than just being frustrated. It's going to be there. It's not going to go away.
Basically create bodies around what you're doing and then lobby with the government to figure out what could be the right solution for it. Makes sense.
And lobby with sense. You just can't go to the government and say, "Ye hata do." That's not going to happen.
Great. Apurv, you have anything to add to that? Or
I would say, 3,000 companies, between 2,500 to 3,000 companies raise institutional capital every year in India. And another 1,500 to 2,000 raid some kind of funding, friends and family, angel networks. So if 5,000 companies can do it with current regulations, I think all the early stage founders can
live with that too.
Your early stage, don't worry a lot about regulation. You're going to find your way. That's your mojo as a founder. So regulations and all are most important when you are late stage, you're a market leader or a market challenger, or if you're a market creator, the market doesn't exist. Like if you're doing something in space tech and you don't have access to route to market. But 99% of you early stage, I would say, don't be worried. There are 5,000 companies, new companies succeeding every year. So can you.
That totally makes sense. You just can't blame somebody else for what you're not doing. And in the beginning, if you become too big, then the regulation also comes around you.
Actually, it's a great sign of success. If you're getting regulated, that means you're becoming successful.
Great. So currently the talk of the town in the startup world is basically managing the growth and profitability in these days, right? Now, any advice which you share with your portfolio companies, you all have great portfolio companies you work with. Any advice, any particular word which is going around within the portfolio companies, and how should a founder even look at it? So let's say somebody has raised $5 million round, and that company is currently burning money, but are there any framework which you have shared with the existing portfolios on how to go about it? What should they manage? How much burn should they manage? What is the growth which usually is expected? Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, so this is, I have been now seeing the startup ecosystem last 17, 18 years. And I can tell you that every 7, 8 years, there is this conversation that happens. Any high liquidity environment, people chase growth. Any low liquidity environment, people chase profitability. So honestly, not very surprising from that perspective. See,
when was this last? The thing which is going on right now. When was the last you expected?
2008, 9, 2001. So 2001 is when I did my engineering, Prashant, and I remember, and of course, tab tak to samajh mein bhi nahi aata tha, right? So, but that was the time there was a crash, and then people thought that all of these businesses, only keeps on growing, don't create profitability, so on and so forth. Similar thing happened 2008 time frame. There's a time around 2014, 15 as well. There's a little bit of conversation, but I don't think it was very steep. Not that steep, but yeah.
Please continue.
Yeah. So my point is that if you think about venture model, right? Venture model is all about creating a differentiated company. And differentiation is usually in terms of the market share, right? Ultimately, because that's the tangible impact and tangible effect, how that companies will look like. Now, there are business models where you don't have to necessarily compromise either and can still have a high market share, right? But examples being, let's say, Facebook or a Google's, the technologies were so unique that it was possible to kind of achieve both of that together. But when you look at, let's say, commerce, right? And in India, last 8 to 10 years, we have seen more commerce companies. It was effectively a transaction that was already happening offline. It was moving online. So and people had to figure out what is a differentiation, and so on and so forth. And people started to chase, growth and probably took their eyes off profitability, right? Good or bad, I think the writing is on the wall there, right? But my point is that when you're creating a venture funded company, you have to first optimize for differentiation, higher market share. That if that comes, and if you think that becoming profitable sooner is going to be a question and it will not let you do that, even if you're profitable, trust me, you will not get money if that is what your goal is, right? So you will still, irrespective of all this conversation, I think it's a misnomer when you think that if your company is profitable today, they will get money. No, they will not get money. You will have to, number one, continue to grow. That is a secular trend. Profitability will happen in, transition, different time. People will have focus more and focus less on that, but great companies will continue to grow.
Makes sense. Basically, anything else, Apu or Karan, you'd like to add to this? But otherwise,
see, I always tell my portfolio companies that plan like there is tomorrow and execute like there is no tomorrow. So you can't just think that it's a tough environment. Last year was tough. This year is tough, and maybe next year will also be tough. I don't want to crystal gaze there. And if your runway is only 3 months and you're burning very high, that's not very sensible. So look at everything which is avoidable right now. Anything which you can cut cost on, remote working, offices, get cloud credit from companies like Google. Sorry,
good
that's
pitch.
the only Google pitch. Get help on advertising, but cut costs so that you extend the runway. And I think anybody who thinks in today's environment that they can build a very high burn model, you really need to have a founding team which is ridiculously good at fundraising. Like if you're building a gaming company and you're not good at fundraising today, I would be concerned. Like one of the founders has to be a crazy fundraising machine. like come with a VC background, come with an investment banking background, or be a second time, third time founder. That's a skill you need to have. You can't be absolutely naive and today building consumer internet in this environment. And of course, having, like Ashish said, a differentiated model, a differentiated business proposition allows you to grow faster, but just dumping cash to get market share in this environment is tough. That story typically is hard to fly. Yeah.
Karan?
I think so. I have a friend who's in the alcobev industry, and I was helping him out, and I just said, Captain Spock said, "Live long and prosper." This is what we need to follow right now. Just till the time this COVID hangover doesn't die, right? As soon as it's over, we'll be, picking up pace. But till then, just live long, prosper. Don't lose your sight of the long-term goal.
Makes sense. Also, there are some, since, we are at PhD chambers and there are people over here who are running various corporate bodies. What are your thoughts on corporate VC capital? Corporate arm, forming their own capital and basically rolling out in their own industries. How important could that be for a portfolio companies of yours?
I think in a country like India, where, irrespective of the amount of money that has come into the country startup ecosystem, I think we're still a capital starved economy, right? From a private funding environment. So any money is good, right? So number one, that's the point. From a corporate VC, I think the corporate actually comes up with very interesting operating capabilities, right? So I think what needs to happen is that they need to be very clear that are they creating and funding businesses which will be complementary to what their main businesses, or is that a pure financial investment? I think in general, I've seen there's a little bit of struggle there, right? And most very few exceptions, or most corporate venture capital companies are the ones who can add value because of their operating muscle as well. So I would probably, if I were to choose one today, I would say that maybe invest in areas where you could your corporate can also be help out the startups in certain areas of the expertise, certain functional expertise, industry expertise, and then go deep into that, right? Even larger checks. Don't think about creating a few $1 million. Take larger bet over a period of time.
Okay, I've been told that I have to keep time in check. So one last question from my side, and then I'll leave it for the audience if they want to ask a question. So a lot of first-time founders or budding entrepreneurs, they're actually very confused on how do VC make money, and how do VC make money? They invest the money. How do they make money? Now, what are the exit opportunities which a VC looks after in a startup is something which I think will enlighten them. I've heard this question from many first-time entrepreneurs कि भाई हम तो पैसे लेके खुश हैं, VCs कैसे पैसे बनाते हैं? So any one of you probably can answer that. That'd be great.
Yeah, VCs are truly glorified money managers, right? So what we do is that every time we deploy money, we take a portion of that capital, right? So that's to kind of manage that money. But truly speaking, what VC chase is an exit opportunity which will be at a multiple of what the total investment has happened, and there is a particular profit sharing that the VCs will do, right? So the good VCs are very exit focused as well. But at the same time, you have to understand that in India, we have enough opportunities and friction to be generating, to be creating businesses. So it is not that when you are investing, you're thinking about an exit in 4, 5, 6 years. It takes long, and it is very important to be to think long term, because that is when the multi-baggers come, right? That is when the operating leverage kicks in. That is when the compounding comes into play, and so on and so forth, right? And at the same time, with every few years, there will be somebody like Prashant who will come in who did not raise capital, could not raise capital, or a combination of that, and yet actually create very large outcome. And then we as VCs would think, hey, what did we do wrong to miss it, right? And we go back and study and learn, right? And hopefully not miss it the next time. But the truth is that you have to look for opportunities. You have to look for opportunities, founders like Prashant, who can create those opportunities for everyone. And every time there is an exit, new money comes into the ecosystem, right? So it's good for the ecosystem.
Thank you. Now, before we run into questions, one question from my side. which I think many people will resonate. Like you guys invest crazy amount of capital all throughout the year. आप लोग Shark Tank पे क्यों नहीं हो?
रियल लाइफ में शार्क टैंक कर रहे होते हैं, राइट?
There should be some camera around you all the time, and they'll go as a footage in Shark Tank. Anyone, any question? Please, sir.
My name is Som Dua. I'm sharing my experience as a mentor for the youngsters. One important thing which I am mentioning here is that while you watch the growth or profitability or other areas, my experience says that unless you manage PKOC, that is productivity, quality, and cost, you will not be able to ensure the sustainability of your business. So generally, we as a mentor, I as a mentor do insist that PKOC management is very important for the entrepreneur to have sustainability in the business.
Thank you.
Your call.
Thank you, sir. Please.
So what are the first three things you look at the pitch? Anybody comes to you. So any startup or maybe early stage or maybe in some later stage it comes. So what are the first three things you look at?
Founder, uniqueness in the model, and the growth rate of the market.
Anyone else? Any other question maybe? All right, please. Let's make that as the last question.
Good afternoon, panel. I'm Dr. Upasna. I'm from the academia, from Rukmani Devi Institute. We have a young batch of students who've come to listen to you. My question to the panel is that we have been hearing a lot about social entrepreneurship, and when you invest in an entrepreneur who has a social cause to go away with it, what do you look exactly for? And because our students are in that mode of social entrepreneurship, so what exactly do you think should be the lead for a student to catch and pitch in? So what are those points?
Actually, I'll extend that question.
Yeah.
Is there any arm of a VC which actually puts money in social entrepreneurship, or does it go as it has to be for profit organization?
Yeah, I think a company can both be social and for profit, right? So the VC as a VCs, we will always look for a for-profit organization, because when we are raising capital from our investors, that's the promise that we have made to them, right? Now, I will actually argue that all money invested by VCs are truly for a good social cause, right? Primarily because we are saying that all of these businesses should be created, large businesses should be created and hopefully exist in the country for next 30, 40, 50, 60 years. At least personally, we have a strong bias for companies which will continue to stay around, right? Somebody like EaseMyTrip or somebody like MakeMyTrip and so on and so forth, right? And if that happens, it creates employment, it creates entrepreneurship opportunities. I have been looking at, so I came back to India around 2004, after working for a few years in the US. And then I came back, and I can tell you that in the next real entrepreneurship started to happen in India after 2010-11 timeframe, because that was the time when MakeMyTrip went public. That was the time when people thought that, hey, we as technologists can also create on enterprises, right? So actually, I think in general, the venture creation is very social, right? So, and you have to think about what is the fabric of the society at this point of time, and can I basically aid in that? So as an example, employment is always a big social cause, right? And that is one, but there could be other events at different point of time. So you should always be conscious about that. And truly speaking, I've looked at entrepreneurs as they actually keep building their businesses. They also undergo a significant change in their own personality over a period of time. And while money is important, useful, and a good parameter, but most people actually want to be able to service the society. That is where the social angle comes into play.
Very, very well put.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for listening to us. Thank you for your time. Thank you for the panelists to be over here.
very, very motivating session and also making us understand like what's there in the VC's mind. I'll request our chair, Mr. Bashan, to kindly felicitate our guests with a memento. I also request if our Secretary General can sir join us. So we break for tea for 15 minutes. So kindly join us back in the auditorium exactly after 15 minutes. By 12, I think 5, we should be here in the auditorium. Thank you very much.
Intertwined with an eternal philosophy of affinity and prosperity, India is now one of the fastest growing big economies. It is a perfect melting pot of aim and ambition from where a future is rising to inspire the whole world. Propelled by the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister of India, standing in its 75th year of independence, India is poised to resurge its era of growth, greatness, and preeminence.
आज जब हम अमृत काल में प्रवेश कर रहे हैं, अगले 25 वर्ष हमारे देश के लिए अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण।
A true forerunner of Indian aspirations since 1905, PhD CCI has been a proud partner of nation's growth journey so far. PhD CCI has been taking persistent steps in congruence of Atmanirbhar Bharat mantra and endeavoring unceasingly to augment partnership and investment.
As India marches ahead from a developing economy to a developed one, proactive and inclusive governance coupled with resilient entrepreneurship will be the key drivers of making India the most preferred destination for business. Collaboration, cooperation, and holistic participation amongst the government, industry, and its people are the cornerstones to enable India in this journey. PhD CCI, ideally positioned as the apex middle market chamber, representative of 70% MSME entities as members, spreading over 150,000 companies across 16 states and 4 union territories, is well poised to be one of the key growth enablers in the country's accelerated economic development initiative.
Our commitment is part of our legacy, keenly directing the interests of business and merchandise community of India, while working in tandem with the government and policymakers. Our legacy has been a continued chronicle of meaningful contribution towards taking the nation on the path of prosperity. PhD CCI, acting as the voice of industry and trade, reaching out to more than 150,000 large, medium, and small industries, and is one of the premier chambers in India to have been accredited with Diamond Grade by NABIT QCI, playing its role of a policy advocator and extending best support to the industry stakeholders.
PhD Chamber opines that the allocation of 100 trillion for Gati Shakti for building a foundation for integrated infrastructure growth will surely speed up economic recovery. This increased spending on infrastructure will have a multiplier effect to rejuvenate the aggregate demand in the economy, particularly for sectors such as cement, metal, power, and more importantly, also generate jobs. The Gati Shakti master plan is expected to boost infrastructure by integrating key modes of transportation, railways, highways, inland waterways, and airports, thereby reducing logistic costs.
PhD CCI regularly interacts with the decision makers from central and state governments on all issues having bearing on industry, trade, and commerce, and offers an opportunity to its members to be a part of the delegation for such interactions.
और क्योंकि मैं यहाँ देश के नामचीन संस्था जो लाखों उद्योगों, ट्रेड एंड इंडस्ट्रीज के साथ के प्रतिनिधि संस्था के रूप में देश में काम करती है, उनसे बात कर रहा हूँ, तो मैं ये कहने में बिल्कुल भी अतिशयोक्ति नहीं होगी कि ग्रोथ का इंजन जो है वो इकोनॉमी के साथ में बढ़ता है.
In addition to our headquarters in Delhi and 25 regional offices in India, PhD CCI at the global level, the Chamber has been working with the embassies and high commissions in India and overseas to bring in the international best practices and business opportunities. With the in-house expertise, PhD CCI offers advisory services to Indian industries on most aspects of their business and have separate MSME cell, an IPR facilitation center in Delhi and regional offices providing services to MSMEs and other members. PhD CCI offers state-of-the-art conferencing facilities like auditoriums, conference rooms, boardrooms, and meeting rooms in its own offices located in Delhi, Chandigarh, Lucknow, and Jaipur.
As PG Chambers works at a grassroots level and the states are its major strength, PG Chamber would work on percolation of dynamic reforms undertaken by the center at the grassroots level so that the reforms are visible and fruitful for trade, industry, and people. PG Chamber will continue to address factory level issues through various representations to the various departments of the Government of India and state governments.
PhD CCI provides opportunities to be a part of expert committees, task forces, wherein views of the Chamber are formulated on topical issues through deliberations in these committees or task forces and shared with the government for favorable consideration. PhD Chamber provides excellent networking opportunities with government officials, diplomats, leading names from all spheres of life, including business peers. PhD CCI has a bouquet of services to energize the industry and boost business growth. Some of them are certification services, energy audit services, Center for International Arbitration and Mediation, PCIAM, and Water Audit Center. We have been contributing in 8 thrust areas, that is, industrial development, education and skill development, infrastructure development, green energy, agribusiness and food processing, indigenization in defense manufacturing, Ayush and health and digital India.
PhD CCI envisages New India, Dream India. The next 25 years of Amrit Kal would provide great opportunities to build a new India. The economy will attain its potential growth rate of double digits, becoming the third largest economy in world ecosystem. The manufacturing sector will be globally competitive and the manufacturing exports will shift from USD billions to USD trillions every year. The agriculture sector will be sufficient not only to serve the domestic population, but also will be significantly visible in the global agri and food exports. We envisage a new India where millions of jobs are created for the growing young population and socio-economic development of the nation, which is moving to a developed economy.
PhD CCI continuously contributes towards structural improvements in export and logistics infrastructure, supply chain management, and value chains of MSMEs and startups, and simplification of various export incentive schemes, with the aim to push the growth trajectory of exports to the next level. Enhancing India's export competitiveness along with catalyzing diversification of export markets have been priorities for us during the ongoing Amrit Mahotsav.
I would like to compliment PhD Chamber that they are organizing this program so that there is greater awareness. And if I can leave a little task that do seek opinion of people so that if we want to inject something better into the system, which we can.
The Chamber has been a thought leader, and more than 40% of the representations sent by the Chamber have been accepted by the government. The PhD CCI has organized more than 600 national and international events and conferences in virtual, physical, as well as hybrid modes. Some of the flagship events organized by PhD Chambers includes post-budget interactive session on implications of Union Budget 2022-23.
India shall be the fastest growing economy among the large economies. I'm sure it'll also be because you have come forward.
Second International Conference on Defense and Security in association with the Ministry of MSME Government of India. Standalone session on geopolitical spillovers and Indian economy with Dr. M.D. Patra, Deputy Governor, Reserve Bank of India.
It would be remiss of me to go further without mentioning that I have actually been in touch with the PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry for almost 20 years. A figure in our survey of professional forecasters, the RBI conducts a survey of everyone who forecasts, and their work figures very prominently. Actually, they figure in what we call the fan chart. We have a fan chart around a projection which describes the balance of risks.
37th edition of Ambassadors Meet 2022 with the theme Fostering International Economic Cooperation. International Climate Summit 2022, an initiative of the Indo-Norwegian Partnership, was organized by the PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry and Greenstat AS in Bergen, Norway, in partnership with Invest India. The India-centric summit focused especially on exploring opportunities for green hydrogen in India. The event received extensive coverage from media houses in India and Norway. PhD CCI organized Education Summit 2022 at PhD House, New Delhi. Chief guest, Dr. Jitendra Singh, Honorable Minister of State, Independent Charge, Science and Technology and Earth Sciences, Government of India. An interactive session with members of Parliament on ease of doing business in India. States Policy Conclave 2021 on the macroeconomic resilience of the states in the pandemic times, and release of PhD CCI report on the role of states in making Atmanirbhar Bharat.
I once again congratulate PhD Chambers of Commerce for selecting this very appropriate theme for discussion today, and also thankful to them for inviting me here.
And I must acknowledge without hesitation that PhD Chamber has been always playing a leading role in the trade, development and growth journey of India, and always ready to promptly take up the new trends that emerge, which is also evident from the fact that we are today under one roof here to discuss the subject of startups.
Webinar on the stories of unsung women heroes, featuring inspiring journey of women entrepreneurs. PhD CCI organized the Transgender Leadership Conclave, a first of its kind conclave done by any Chamber of Commerce, which emphasizes on the need of diversity inclusion in the society. PhD CCI organized the first lecture of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose Memorial Lecture Series. The chief guest was Sri G. Kishan Reddy, Honorable Union Minister of Tourism, Culture and DONER, Government of India, towards exchanging insights and deliberate on the growth of key sectors of the country. PhD CCI delegates have several call-on meetings, including Honorable Vice President of India, Sri Jagdeep Dhankar, and meetings with Honorable Raksha Mantri, Sri Rajnath Singh, Honorable Commerce and Industry Minister, Sri Piyush Goyal, and other Union Cabinet Ministers, Ministers of States, Chief Ministers, and other prominent dignitaries. PhD CCI is appreciated by everyone for their commendable endeavor in policy advocacy, upliftment of Indian industry, contribution to expansion of bilateral trade and social work. This year also presented occasions to welcome some of the prominent personalities from different fields, and PhD CCI has leveraged these occasions for widening the horizon of knowledge. PhD CCI has signed numerous MOUs with the aim to establish and develop effective links between the business communities to promote mutual trade and investment, and also facilitate interaction between the members to improve cooperation to achieve an inclusive growth for the nation. We have also been simultaneously enriching the lives of millions of fellow citizens through our CSR IMR platform. The two foundations, namely FWF and RDF, represent our deep dedication through their interventions for environment protection and well-being of marginalized population.
The double shock of COVID-19 crisis and Russia-Ukraine war has led to rising risks to global economy. However, Indian economy is projected to grow at the fastest rate as compared to the other leading economies in the world. PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry has undertaken slew of initiatives to rejuvenate economy and businesses from the daunting impact of pandemic and recent geopolitical distress between Russia and Ukraine. The PhD Chamber represented more than 300 micro and macro level of issues of trade and industry to the various departments of Government of India and state governments, of which more than 200 have been very kindly accepted by the dignitaries.
Make in India brings infinite opportunities for Indian manufacturers to fulfill the domestic demand and meet international quality standards of the products. At this historical juncture of India's emergence, which are being celebrated as Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, the PhD Chamber stands like a pillar of strength for the industry and in solidarity with the government to make in India for the world. We would like to thank our annual sponsors, patron and star members for their continued support in taking the vision of PhD CCI to newer heights. Intertwined with an eternal philosophy of affinity and prosperity, India is now one of the fastest growing big economies. It is a perfect melting pot of aim and ambition from where a future is rising to inspire the whole world. Propelled by the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister of India, standing in its 75th year of independence, India is poised to resurge its era of growth, greatness, and preeminence.
आज जब हम अमृत काल में प्रवेश कर रहे हैं, अगले 25 वर्ष हमारे देश के लिए अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण है.
A true forerunner of Indian aspirations since 1905, PhD CCI has been a proud partner of nation's growth journey so far. PhD CCI has been taking persistent steps in congruence of Atmanirbhar Bharat mantra and endeavoring unceasingly to augment partnership and investment.
As India marches ahead from a developing economy to a developed one, proactive and inclusive governance coupled with resilient entrepreneurship will be the key drivers of making India the most preferred destination for business. Collaboration, cooperation, and holistic participation amongst the government, industry, and its people are the cornerstones to enable India in this journey. PhD CCI, ideally positioned as the apex middle market chamber, representative of 70% MSME entities as members, spreading over 150,000 companies across 16 states and 4 union territories, is well poised to be one of the key growth enablers in the country's accelerated economic development initiative.
Our commitment is part of our legacy, keenly directing the interests of business and merchandise community of India. While working in tandem with the government and policymakers, our legacy has been a continued chronicle of meaningful contribution towards taking the nation on the path of prosperity. PhD CCI, acting as the voice of industry and trade, reaching out to more than 150,000 large, medium, and small industries, and is one of the premier chambers in India to have been accredited with diamond grade by NABIT QCI, playing its role of a policy advocate and extending best support to the industry stakeholders.
PhD Chamber opines that the allocation of 100 trillion for Gati Shakti for building a foundation for integrated infrastructure growth will surely speed up economic recovery. This increased spending on infrastructure will have a multiply effect to rejuvenate the aggregate demand in the economy, particularly for sectors such as cement, metal, power, and more importantly, also generate jobs. The Gati Shakti master plan is expected to boost infrastructure by integrating key modes of transportation, railways, highways, inland waterways, and airports, thereby reducing logistic costs.
PhD CCI regularly interacts with the decision makers from central and state governments on all issues having bearing on industry, trade, and commerce, and offers an opportunity to its members to be a part of the delegation for such interactions.
और क्योंकि मैं यहाँ देश के नामचीन संस्था जो लाखों उद्योगों ट्रेड एंड इंडस्ट्रीज के प्रतिनिधि संस्था के रूप में देश में काम करती है उनसे बात कर रहा हूं, तो मैं ये कहने में बिल्कुल भी अतिशयोक्ति नहीं होगी कि ग्रोथ का इंजन जो है वो इकोनॉमी के साथ में बढ़ता है.
In addition to our headquarters in Delhi and 25 regional offices in India, PHDCCI at the global level, the Chamber has been working with the embassies and high commissions in India and overseas to bring in the international best practices and business opportunities. With the in-house expertise, PHDCCI offers advisory services to Indian industries on most aspects of their business and have separate MSME cell, an IPR facilitation center in Delhi and regional offices providing services to MSMEs and other members. PHDCCI offers state-of-the-art conferencing facilities like auditoriums, conference rooms, boardrooms, and meeting rooms in its own offices located in Delhi, Chandigarh, Lucknow, and Jaipur.
As PG Chambers works at a grassroots level and the state are its major strength, PG Chamber would work on percolation of dynamic reforms undertaken by the center at the grassroots level so that the reforms are visible and fruitful for trade, industry, and people. PG Chamber will continue to address factory level issues through various representations to the various departments of the Government of India and state governments.
PHDCCI provides opportunities to be a part of expert committees, task forces, wherein views of the Chamber are formulated on topical issues through deliberations in these committees or task forces and shared with the government for favorable consideration. PhD Chamber provides excellent networking opportunities with government officials, diplomats, leading names from all spheres of life, including business peers.
The country's startup ecosystem has witnessed exponential growth in recent years, with more than 100 unicorns valued at over $340 billion. Indian startups have enabled young minds solve unique problems by creating customized solutions. Aware of the paradigm shift in the country's startup scenario, Government of Odisha established Startup Odisha in 2016 under the MSME department for building the startup and innovation ecosystem in the state. Over the years, Startup Odisha has firmly established itself as one of the premier startup hubs in the country by leveraging the state's strengths in human capital and ICT services, thereby transitioning Odisha's economy to a digital and knowledge-based one. Extensive usage of ICT, innovation and research, backed by presence of top-tier institutes in higher education and specialized skills, has enabled Startup Odisha position itself as a breeding ground for innovation and startups. 1,500 plus startups recognized and counting, 25 incubators, 15 nodal agencies, 75 plus entrepreneurship cells, 500 plus ecosystem events conducted, fostered 590 plus women-led startups across the state. Startup Odisha is proactive in reaching out to young minds across the state, thereby promoting ideas and innovations right from the grassroots.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. So very important session, in fact, for all early stage startups. What is the important requirement? That is incubation support. And in this session, we'll be in fact discussing the startup policies and its direct benefits, wherein the focus is on incubation support as well as the accelerator ecosystem. We have very important domain experts who are actually incubating many startups. And in fact, they are the doyen in terms of creating an enabling ecosystem for providing like co-working space, providing the technology, providing all wherewithal in order to make the startup scale up and actually, come to a position wherein they become profitable. So we have the opportunity to have our domain experts. We have Mr. Vinayak Nath, the co-chair of Startup Committee, PhD CCI, and co-founder and director of India Assist Insights Private Limited, who will be moderating this session. Then we have Mr. Anand Madia, OSD to Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Dr. Ashutosh Pester, Head Incubation Foundation for Innovation and Technology Transfer, IIT Delhi, Dr. Manish Diwan, Head Strategic Partnership and Entrepreneurship Development, BIRAC. We have Mr. Eric Azule, founder and president, Alliance for Commercialization and Innovation Research. We have Mr. Bajpai, Chief Operating Officer, Enterprise Incubation Center, IIM Lucknow. So I'll request all the domain experts and speakers to kindly come on the dais, please. Yeah, Mr. Vinayak. Yeah, please. I'll also request Dr. Omkar Rai from Odisha startup, and as we know in the morning, we heard from him. Now we'll in fact try to explore like what are the advantages or opportunities for startups in Odisha.
A very good afternoon to everyone, and special thanks to everybody on the stage, especially people coming all over from the country, talking about things which all of us want to listen to. और जैसे आज दिन का सुबह का शुरुआत माननीय मंत्री जी ने किया था कि हिंदी बोलें कि अंग्रेजी बोलें, तो मेरे ख्याल से इंग्लिश सबने पसंद किया था, तो आज का tone of the day has been turned to more of English and with the use of Hindi words in. At Eric, if at any point of time that you feel so that it's Hindi not working out, do let us know. So to start with, I would like to first call on Anandji to just briefly tell us, maybe another 2-3 minutes, 5 minutes, about how you as a state in Maharashtra are trying to build into not just the ecosystem of startups, but also build the state in a way of a startup. That what we see, and we very excited that what Eknath Shinde ji is actually doing hasn't been done yet in the country, running the entire state as a startup ecosystem, as a government becoming a startup itself. So that's an amazing journey. Could you just show some light? Anandji is the OSD to the Honorable Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Eknath Shinde ji. Please, sir, all yours.
Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me. Talking about Maharashtra, talking about the Honorable Chief Minister, Mr. Eknath Shinde. Mr. Shinde is a man of people. He's from the ground. So I have no intention of making a political speech up, or, but since you've referred to him, he wants to ensure that the state functions in a manner that everyone is benefited. Today, the need of setting up startups, with taking this as an example, is that a startup is there to create an ecosystem where more people are employed, where self generation of employment happens, where wealth is created. That is the same mission that Mr. Shinde runs today, that the government has to run in a manner which is very fluid, So today in a startup, there are very few people, or there is one person who is empowered to take the critical decision. In the similar manner, in this government which Mr. Shinde and Honorable Sir Mr. Fadnavis run, they have given such liberties to the officers, to the government, that the flow of the governance happens quickly. In the last 8 months that this government has come, they have taken more than 1,000 decisions. More than 1,000 decisions. And one of the important decisions which will be announced shortly is creating an ecosystem where startups benefit the most, where the entrepreneurs benefit the most, and startups across the board. It is not only limited to Mumbai, it is not limited to MMR region, but today, you know, if somebody has a dream, a vision in Aurangabad, somebody has a dream, a vision in, Sangli, Satara, wherever, the opportunity or equal opportunity will be given to them. So we are creating an ecosystem where you will have data centers, you will have, places of accommodation, you will have places of co-working at different locations in the state, which will then empower these entrepreneurs. And I would not say young entrepreneurs at any age or time who want to set up a startup.
That's an amazing thought. Coming to that thought of things, Ashutosh, I would like to ask you something. And just to give an introduction to Ashutosh ji is the head of incubation at IIT Delhi. Could you just tell us that, as what Anandji just said, that there is a thought process of putting in the incubators in place and co-working spaces in place and getting an ecosystem, becoming a platform provider so that a good startup can come and then grow from there on. And as he very rightly said, that everybody has to become a participative state growth engine. It cannot be individual or in silos, or only one sector can work or one department can work. Everybody is working in junction to one focus vision. And as the Minister said, the laser focus vision of the Honorable Prime Minister. How is IIT Delhi helping in that purpose?
Thanks, Vinayak. Good afternoon, everybody. I represent FITT, as Vinayak already told you. We've been running a startup incubator for the last 22 years now. And a lot has happened. I mean, our team has seen a lot, primarily in terms of how Anandji started. I mean, the ecosystem needs to obviously work together. There are a lot of stakeholders. Now, with the policies that are coming in, I think things are confluencing and coming to a place. Right from the beginning, I think the kind of education policies that we have now, be it the NISP or the education policy or the state startup policies that are coming in, I think at a very early stage, even at a school stage or at a college stage, a lot of things are happening that are actually trying to put this thought in mind of students that, okay, this is an opportunity where if you are capable of solving a problem for the society, there's a lot of support that is available to you. So with a similar thought, actually, we started our incubation journey in the year 1999 to 2000, and have been supporting technology-led startups right from the beginning. And the incubator is actually open for everybody. So while it's settled in a university or an institutional ecosystem, but anybody having a startup can come and take advantage of the ecosystem. So it's primarily an open ecosystem that way. And we work closely with all the other government players. I mean, Dr. Devan is here. Bharat has been a great supporter. We are doing multiple initiatives with them. Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Department of Science and Technology, and with various other corporates also. So I mean, these days corporates are also coming in and supporting ecosystem at large. I mean, a couple of examples I can cite here. With Samsung, for example, we are doing Solve for Tomorrow, which target students as early as their age of 16, when they are in the final couple of years in the school, and moving on to entire undergrad, so up to the age of 22. So there we are like kind of trying to put this thought to their mind if they want to come up with a challenge and want to solve it. We also provide them a couple of months of training and help them like how this thought could be progressed further, how you can progress and do a startup in case you want to, how the product can be developed. Similarly, there are multiple other initiatives that are working. But again, I mean, sowing that seed at a very early stage is really helpful. And with all the policies coming in, and also in terms of, I think the procurement policies have also gone in really well now. We have specific considerations for startups there. So all states are also doing their bit. And I think Startup India is also doing a very good job there of collating all this. So We are primarily a tech incubator where we try and help early stage technology-led companies, which are also maybe having a new intellectual property. And we nurture them right from the beginning at the stage of the product development and to a stage where they're into go-to-market and maybe even a scale-up stage. So now we have started a startup incubation engine that's primarily an accelerator version of our incubation, where we are trying to help companies that have already validated the products to scale up in the market. So right from the spectrum of an early stage student, where they just were identifying a problem, to the stage where they're actually scaling up to the market. So all that is happening and all the stakeholders are playing a key role in that. We're also trying to expand to the, hinterlands now. We have one incubator in Sonipat with the Atal Innovation Mission, the AIC, in our extension campus. And that's also trying to reach out to regions in Haryana and Punjab, maybe tier 2, tier 3 regions. We did a summit last year there with 750 plus participation. So a lot of interest is coming in there, but then there are certain set of challenges also in smaller towns and the way students and parents think there. So all that needs to change. And I think with the initiatives that are coming in, I think that will surely change soon. So yeah, with that, I think.
Well, that's an amazing thought to include the tier 2 and the tier 3 towns of the country, because I personally believe that an opportunity is not where the towns are big. It is opportunity is big, the town becomes big. It should be the other way around, how the ecosystem should work. And to say so, the right person that I have on stage, Dr. Manish Diwan, could you help understand how BIRAC as an organization has been helping not just the startup ecosystem as individual ecosystem, but also evolving the scientist community in becoming a better entrepreneur, because it's a misnomer in the system that a good scientist cannot be a good businessman. There are so many good stories that we have at BIRAC, which are doing amazing well. Could you just throw the light on what BIRAC does? How are you finding these amazing gems, and what is that theory that changes a scientist's thought process into becoming an amazing entrepreneurial success?
Am I audible now? Okay. So to help innovations which are, or knowledge generation which has happened in academic research institutions, scientists, scholars, to translate into a tangible product, a tangible technology which can be deployed in the market. Somebody can make payment to utilize that product. I think this entire translation and knowledge conversion into tangible products and technologies, that is what is required for startup innovation ecosystem, the knowledge to actual usage and commercialization. So BIRAC is facilitating that journey for the knowledge-based, science-driven technologies that can move into commercialization. So the R&D which happens in the research institutions, that if it can address an unmet need in the space for healthcare, life sciences, industrial biotechnology, like greener technologies, replacement of non-renewables with the renewables, biodegradables, for example, replacing plastic with bioplastic, biofertilizers, biogas, agriculture and allied areas, and cleaner environment, because the global problems are large and the science only can actually address this. So this is the, as a central enabler, that is the objective, to help translate the knowledge which is sitting in the laboratories. Now we do that in a few different aspects. One, we create capacity building across the nation for setting up specialized bio incubation centers where entrepreneurs, startups, and SMEs can engage, build from innovative ideas, convert it into, reduce it to proof of concept, MVPs, and beyond. We have now 75 incubation centers across 21 states and UTs, including Maharashtra, New Delhi. Ashutosh is representing one from New Delhi. So this is the common access infrastructure where if anybody can use, come and use the facilities. Second, we also do evangelization so that people get to know that unmet needs are there, which can be addressed through the technology led startup and innovation. So you need mentoring, hand-holding, plus you require funding to those innovative ideas and somebody to invest in the at the ideation stage. That is the most risky stage. And unless until somebody facilitates it, it will never take off. So we do that base building a pipeline creation of such biotech entrepreneurs. So we have funded close to about 4,000 plus entrepreneurs, startups, academic research institutions who are driven to move to entrepreneurial journey. So today, out of 95,000 registered startups in the country, the deep tech science-led startups in the bio domain, there are about 6,250 startups. So that is the broad ecosystem that BIREC has facilitated over 11 years. Thirdly, once they get onto this journey, there has to be a hand-holding from one step to the next step and to the further step. So ideation, POC, early stage validation, late stage validation, piloting, and all the way to manufacturing and commercialization. So we have created funding schemes and facilitations from, let's say, 50 lakh rupees to an entrepreneur or early stage startup to all the way to 7 crore per startup. And in between, there are provisions that even if the large industry wants to do an R&D and bring a product, let's say clinical trials, or all of us have got exposed with 4 indigenized COVID vaccines. So all that has been facilitated through DVT and BIREC, the COVID diagnostic tests, indigenization and cost reduction, so that it becomes amenable. So even there, the size of funding is not limited to, let's say, the routine. And lastly, but very importantly, since we see the ecosystem at an umbrella level, we can assess both the gaps as well as opportunities from a perspective of building the biotech ecosystem in the country, as well as from an individual stakeholder, as an entrepreneur or as a startup, what would each of the stakeholders would require to bring that community and create that ecosystem. So I'll stop here.
That's an amazing journey, Manish. We have been discussing that for a long time, and I've seen every time that I see there is a new version of BIREC's thought process, which is more deep and connecting towards how a startup ecosystem actually requires. And kudos to you and your team's work that you are able to understand the actual requirement of a startup ecosystem and work along with them and changing along with the way.
Yeah, I think it is all because of the partnered activity and connecting with people. People sitting on this dais come from various backgrounds, various affiliations, but all of us are driven at an intent to facilitate that ecosystem. And I think we may not have a written agreement among each other, but I think all our intent is there. So everybody, once it becomes a national mission, like Prime Minister ji puts in that energy, so Startup India, Make in India, it has just energized even the common person, and people got integrated. The most recent example is Shark Tank, for example. Now, even the non-initiated people know what is equity, what is burn rate, what is market,
Thanks to what
go-to-market
we did.
strategy, etc.
So the first to the third to today, the third season that we're doing as an ecosystem partner to it, you know how we have been designing the Shark Tank for the country and has helped in a lot of people understanding it. But coming back to the thought of, we have an amazing speaker also with us, Dr. Omkar Rai, who has been the thought process leader at STPI in creating it as the not just the father of the organization, but also the think tank for the organization in building it to today being at Startup Odisha, how he's creating the ecosystem of startup, not just in Odisha as a state, but also in the mindset of the students as well as entrepreneurs, them as MSMEs who are wanting to understand how this ecosystem can benefit or how they can transform to become one of the part of the system. Dr. If you could just help us.
Thank you, Vinayak. In fact, for the benefit of all those audience people and delegates, I must say that Startup Odisha was created by the government of Odisha as an entity to promote the startup ecosystem in the state, to run the incubator, to give grants and incentives, to create a kind of sensitization at the grassroots level. So we own a O-Hub, Opportunity Hub, a state nodal incubator, which is close to 3.8 lakhs square feet of incubator. Obviously, since we are the government, so we are having an incubator, should be, neutral incubator. And therefore, we have come up with a hub and spoke model. We work close to 27 incubators, which are available in the state of Odisha. We work very closely with them. We fund them and we strengthen them so that they deliver and create a funnel of creation of a startup ecosystem in the state. As I said, we have most progressive policy, and we also is known as known for uh, implementing our policy in a very industry friendly manner. And therefore, our policy has been recognized, our organization has been recognized time and again by the government of India, DPIIT, as a top performing state in terms of implementation of policy. The idea is that how do we, create sensitization at the grassroots level, every nook and corner of the state, every school, every college, every engineering college. How do we create a kind of angel funding investment ecosystem in the entire state, in every city, connecting with the HNIs? How do we have 1,000 crore of AIF managed VC fund, but how do we create Odisha state specific fund where we bring lot of investment ecosystem luminaries? Like we very recently, roped in Tim Draper. You might be knowing a Shark Tank kind of person. And then, the kind of aggressiveness that we are putting into promoting our ecosystem is that Tim Draper is going to open its second house in state of Odisha after Bangalore. So the kind of work that is being done by the government of Odisha in terms of creating infrastructure, creating policies, creating best of the incentives and grants to the startup. We don't hold equity in the startup ecosystem. We give them grant and we handheld them through the entire investment ecosystem. So we are bringing mentor organization. We are also connecting the startup with the corporate that we have in large number in the state of Odisha. You know that Odisha is home to large manufacturing industries in terms of metallurgy, chemical, plastics. And therefore, we want to ensure that the benefit goes to our startups so that we are connecting them with these manufacturing giants so that they share their problem to them and then they get their solution and consume their solution. And this is the way we are working. We in times to come, we are going to have a startup city. We are going to have a kind of innovation city, which will house several incubators, several center of excellences, several industry organizations who are ecosystem players. And therefore, Startup Odisha is going to be a neutral platform, is going to invite and house the ecosystem players from all across the country and also from all across the world, bring the best practices and connect them with the startup ecosystem, incubation ecosystem, and R&D ecosystem. Some of you might not be knowing that the state of Odisha is so blessed in terms of certain things. After Bangalore, Bhubaneswar is the second place where we have the large number of R&D institutions. Odisha, Bhubaneswar has emerged as an education hub over a period of time. And therefore, Startup Odisha is working very closely with these R&D organizations. 20 R&D organizations are helping us in terms of bringing those mentoring and know-how for the domain-specific incubator. So the kind of pervasiveness, the kind of collaborative framework that we have created is exemplary, and we are leader in this regard. This is the way we are trying to nurture and promote the startup ecosystem in the state.
Thanks a lot, Dr. for telling us that part. I was also not aware of that. Odisha is the second largest R&D hub in the country. So that's the benefit that the startup ecosystem is able to help you in creating it. So we have among us an entrepreneur turned an incubator expert, and I am happy to say this, that we met as investor and a startup founder who was pitching us his startup idea. It was a great idea. We were just connecting about it. So it's like a more of a family term of understanding things and how you are building an ecosystem together to what the system has finally built onto the ground. We have Mr. Anudra Vajpayee, who also heads an organization at IIM Lucknow as the chief operating officer for the incubator, but also has a startup of his own. So could you just tell us that this double thought process role that you are running in your mind every day, when you see the both sides of the table in one that there is a startup founder in front of me who has a similar thought that I am going through every day, and whereas I am now coming from a government background of things wherein I have these much of limited resources, how can I actually really help the person? So what is that goes through your mind? How do you actually
public platform में no competition.
how do you help that thought process?
So Vinayak, we have a long association. In 2019, I met him. I was pitching my startup to you. That was a past. I made an exit in 2020. So after that, I've joined IIM Lucknow as a CEO of the incubator. So when I was on the other side, I was not aware about the entire ecosystem. And that was the point I have kept it with me, and when I am running this incubator. So we have designed a program like this to increase the reach of incubator first. Second is reaching out to all students and aspiring entrepreneurs to understand what incubator can do. And I can talk about what IIM Lucknow incubator today. And very proud that within a span of 5 years, this incubator, we have some uniqueness apart from running a regular incubator activity. We run a pre-incubation program that is for aspiring entrepreneurs. We have reached out to 55 colleges, and there were participants around 77 students and 2 enterprise created. Second, recently concluded program for women entrepreneurs. So I'm very happy to share that our reach was from Northeast to the South. And we have received application of 112 applications across India. Entire length and breadth of the country, we have received applications. And now we are running this program for selected 10 women entrepreneurs. Third, I have shared with you a program which we have run already 3 cohorts. We are training angel investors. As a management institute, we have our own strength. Understanding that, we have designed this program, and with help of few industry experts, I have been an entrepreneur and from the corporate. So we have designed this program and we are running this. We have trained 40 angel investors, that we are creating our own network of angel investors to help our own startups and to help the entire ecosystem. So these initiatives we are creating it differently, and we are also consulting to various corporate, including HPCL, ONGC for investing in startups. So this is one arm which we are, and we are self-sustained incubator. We generate our own revenue. So as an incubator, it is important for me to generate revenue and become a self-sustained. Because as an entrepreneur, that was the task for me. And I will advise everyone today that if you are running enterprise, the focus has to be on top line, of course, but don't ignore your bottom lines. Second, I'll take this opportunity and say that 2 years back when I was part of this, we used to get applications around for incubation itself and acceleration, some 50 applicants. Today, we are flooded with applications every month. There are 250 applications every month we receive. That is the power generated from the top, because leadership plays a very important role today. I take opportunity to thank our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, he speaks about startup in every Man Ki Baat. किसी देश का प्रधानमंत्री आज की डेट में स्टार्टअप के बारे में नहीं बात करता है. He is the only prime minister talking about it. That energy he is generating, and that is helping the entire ecosystem. We are only playing a role to, accelerate the growth. That's what I was sharing with you. Thank you.
So I would first congratulate you in running an incubator as a startup. That's the first part. See, understanding the basic logic of what is a startup. You understand a challenge, you fail fast, you reconstruct and start again. That is why a startup and a business is differentiated in a thought process way. Apart from that, everything else in a startup is just as a company. There is a lot of people as of today have started saying, I'm running a startup. 20 years back, we used to say, we've just started a new company, a new business. It exactly remains the same. A sleeping partner now becomes an equity holder and is an investor. He's not going to give you a running business partner benefits or a network partner benefits. He might share that network, he might not. But a good investor would first come with the network, then the money, because that's the job of actually sharing the knowledge wealth and then the financial wealth.
That's right. That's right. Because see, government supports has a limited capacity to give you support. I have a startup. I've ran it for 2 years. I was kind of profitable. COVID stuck, and then things changed. I was there in in your state in Pune itself. So I can share that that was my startup. We're still there. My co-founders are running it.
So the good part is that this is how the startup ecosystem is. When he was pitching us that idea, we were looking at a story to build on, but nobody can imagine a COVID will ever happen to anywhere in the world. But as Dr. Manish just said, COVID actually gave a lot of opportunities for the healthcare startups, as well as gave a thought process for the citizens of the world that hygiene and health go hand in hand. It cannot be that when you are ill, you go to a doctor and then you go back to the same lifestyle. It doesn't help. You need to have a healthier lifestyle to way of living. Having said that, I would like to ask you, Eric, a question to start with. How is that you see the system here is working around in the environment in India, wherever the states that you are visiting, the differentiator that you see from the world to the country here, as well as what do you see is an opportunity that we as the ecosystem here in the country can encash upon to help the other systems of the country, world, how we can share our best practices with others as well as take theirs in.
No, that's a very good question, because it leads into not only what I was going to say, but what I've seen and heard from the other colleagues as well. As I've mentioned, I run the Nexus Incubator here in Delhi. It's a startup incubator helping Indian startups grow from all over the country. The reason it's 100% supported by the US government, which is the first of its kind. The US government doesn't do this. It's kind of weird, right? I mean, we get congressional delegations from the United States and they're like, why are we spending US money helping Indian startups? So the idea behind this is the first of its kind. And the reason they started this was 5-6 years ago, we've been here for 5 years now, was they looked at the ecosystem in India, which is booming and one of the top ones. I think we're number 3 and second in the world right now. 2nd, right around there, right? So it's extremely important. But they said, when we looked at the incubation system, we found a lot of incubators, we found a lot of co-working spaces, et cetera, but it was very fragmented and it was working in individual islands. And we said, look, maybe we can bring some American best practice to combine with the Indian best practice, start working together. And that's what you said, Dr. Dewan. I mean, trying to work together here. And the fact that we're all here and each of us has this desire to provide services at different levels. We all offer something different, is fantastic. And I say, we as part of the Indian ecosystem now, we've come a long way. We've got a long way to go, right? I mean, we've done some great progress, but there's still ways to go. And I think in the previous panel, I think it was Ashish was talking about how the venture and the angel systems have come a huge way in the last 5 years. There's a lot more funding there available. That's great. And the kind of resources that are up to you to startups is unprecedented. And I'm not ashamed to say that as an early startup, you have more opportunities now for support and for grants and for mentorship than you do in the United States.
I'm not talking about market, but I'm talking about actual grant programs, state programs, BIRC organizations, looking out and the type of grants available and support, we actually have more here, which is a great thing. And so I hope to see this trend continue. And I think, everybody here has talked about that, hey, we're all reaching out to each other, we're working together. And I see very much a decline in this fragmentation. This is mine. This is my startup, don't touch, right? They have to be branded with my incubator. And we see that has become much less of a factor as we realize, I believe, that what we say, the rising tide lifts all boats. And we're all here to help the startups. So to me, that's a huge sign of where the Indian ecosystem has progressed to. And I absolutely look to increase that with our very small portion of what we can do at Nexus. I mean, we graduate, for each cohort, we have 15 startups that graduate. We've graduated now 194. We're about to graduate our 17th cohort, it's 207. We're very proud of that. 207 in India is nothing, right? It's really talking about best practices and trying to bring organizations and trying to bring startups together so that as an ecosystem, we can all do better. And I think that, again, India's made some great progress with that. And again, I look forward to working with members on the panel here, but also with other organizations to increase that with connections with the United States, increase that with US organizations, US companies. I am not a government employee, right? I run a nonprofit that has a grant from the US government. So I'm not here saying US government, US government, US government. But the point is, their latest slogan is US and India better together, right? 100% believe that. With the number 2 or 3 ecosystem and the number 1 ecosystem, the ability to move forward on this is fantastic. And so look forward to working with all of you gentlemen and with you startups to see how we can move that to the next stage.
Just to share a journey part, your cohort 3 and cohort 2 had startups which I'd invested in. Mandeep called me up for that.
Nice.
And the kind of ecosystem learning that I got from the cohort 2 to cohort 3 itself was that while doing the investment, the mentoring has to come along with it. At the same time, the network of knowledge is more powerful than the network of money. That was the cohort 2 story. And cohort 3, we saw also an evolving part of that at your organization, that it had more of female entrepreneurs in that program, that whenever you are bringing up a person up to the stage wherein they can showcase themselves, you need to also groom them so that they can showcase themselves. Mentoring just should not be business. It has to be personal grooming too.
Absolutely.
So that was amazing at Next.
I mean, and the idea, and this is a credit to the ecosystem and the financing ecosystem, is that before, entrepreneurs would run around and just chase that check. And you need that. I understand that. But at this point now, we talk much more about smart money, right? It's not just the check. You could get that from a bank. It's the network, and it's the connections and the lessons learned and the mentoring that investor should bring along with that. And teaching the entrepreneurs about that is a very important part. So absolutely agree.
True that. So I must congratulate Next in actually building that on ground. With my own startups, I was there. So I've seen that actually happen to them. People who are not able to talk to people on stage were actually going to US and actually giving a TED talk there on people. Somebody who had never spoken, 5 lines straight in English was talking for half an hour in English, talking about how they want to express what they have created. And that was a self-help group created into a startup which became a successful enterprise. So that's how system can actually evolve. Coming back to the same thought process, Anandji, I would like to ask you a question here, that how is a thought of re-christening the working SMEs, the micro enterprises, or the self-help groups or the FPOs, if they have an opportunity to re-christian themselves into a startup ecosystem, what is that you see there is a gap that we can help as the government part of it that you're doing too? And what are the platform that you're providing as a government organization, as well as a government in the state, that is giving the incubators a support to help these players in the market?
It's a wonderful idea to get the small and medium scale businesses or the micro businesses to who may be a little challenged currently because of COVID or because of whatever reason, to come into the startup ecosystem, because then once they're a part of the ecosystem, the government support, state or center, both can be passed on to them, and they can then be incubated in a very different manner. See, today the challenge is that India per se has always been a country which has a lot of entrepreneurship ingrained in it. We all want to set up businesses. We all want to work for successful businesses. We all want to do this. But then because of whatever issue, there has been a setback in a particular business. Now, if it has been given the opportunity to of coming into the startup ecosystem, then the entire set of mentors. So for example, as to what Eric said, people can get together and mentor all these, micro SMEs or SMEs. In fact, I have requested the Honorable Chief Minister to come out with a concept and share it with peers at Delhi. We should set up a cooperative startup. Today, the need of the hour is to function in a manner where we have cooperation and cooperatives at all sectors and all sorts. Today, you have a milk federation, you have all these federations already existing. Under these federations are the small and micro systems or the MSMEs. Why can't we try and create a cooperative that works only for startups? Today, the startup may have a challenge in one or the other area. What I understand the most is that once you come up with an idea, once you come up with a product, once you come up with a service, you want to do everything, you want to deliver, your intentions are the best. But at that point in time, you might face a challenge of how to brand it, how to take it forward, what next to happen. If we look at Amul, it's all the different federations who are making, collecting milk, processing it at a certain area, and Amul is the nodal body which then markets it forward. Now, I'm not saying that we become, the Amul, the cooperative becomes the Amul of the startups, but into the sense of guiding them, into the sense of mentoring them, into the sense of empowering them with things, this is what should happen in my understanding. And yes, of course, small, as I'm trying to reiterate, that small and medium scales or the micro coming into the startup economy is a wonderful opportunity for them and wonderful opportunity for the government. Just imagine if this policy comes in action, and as we were speaking, if we have 1 lakh startups in Maharashtra, I don't know where, at least on the governance side, people are going to find time to do anything else.
As you were saying this, I was just thinking about it, and this something comes as a self-help group of startups. Coming into that, startup has a challenge. Startup comes to another startup, cross pollinates that thought, learns the learning from the other startups' failures as well as success, and then probably cross pollinate into business too, as well as cooperatively exchange thought process on a regular basis. So rather than saying a industry business chamber doing that, startups individually do that under the hood of an industry chamber. Something of the thought that we would love to take up probably here at PhD CCI and to build on it and probably add to the value of it. Coming to that thought, Manish, I would like to ask you this question because I see that happening in a sense of things at your organization at Bharat, that how the system works is a collective organization as one single organism working towards every single startup in hand-holding them, grooming them, helping them, connecting them to sellers as well as buyers. So this is what Anandji was saying, you're already doing it, all of it. So what is that you see today is the next step forward, doing this kind of actual radical change in the startup ecosystem? Incubators are there. What next?
I think a couple of thoughts here. The technology-driven startups, they are single product startups typically, and they're so consumed in solving that particular problem, they fail to look outside, right? And often they would not be, they can't afford to adopt more problems to solve. So I think the role of somebody who is looking at several startups in one go can help them bring together to propel them forward. So incubation center is one such one such central force or nucleation point where they can bring these synergies along with all the stakeholders, enablers, investors, mentors, experts, etc. So that's at the early stage that is happening. But I think once you graduate out of incubation center with beyond POC, I think that is where the real world strikes. And there all market dynamics, commercials, funds, etc., that plays a larger role. So we need to bring those elements together. One is we have created biotechinnovations.com. That is the biotech showcase e-portal, where now 750 such solutions from startups all across the country, the biotech startups that we have supported, they are listed there at one place, so that anybody who's looking at biotech solutions can actually reach to that website, which is of course accessible globally, and then can start relating to. Idea is that this would grow and we will convert it into a marketplace, just like a Amazon, Flipkart. You need to find a solution for a particular problem. Can I look at that which is available? At present, it is just in a work in progress. So you can reach out and identify this is the startup who is working, this is the proposition, this is their market deployment cost, etc., and patent. That's one piece. Second, we have also brought together the investor community, so that as you were saying, that smart money, right, and comes along with the guidance, mentorship, and the strength of the network, because they are the ones who can bring these startups, the first generation entrepreneurs, towards the market, not the established businesses. So we have created a couple of things, like one is Bio Angels we have rolled out, which integrates angels, HNIs, and early stage VCs who can now look at risky propositions which are science driven, and they may not have the individual expertise or technical kind of breadth of understanding that this is how, what would it require. So it becomes a syndicate investment. For example, in this panel, some people are, let's say, IT, that is their core. Some have fintech their core. Some have, let's say, health sciences, life sciences as a core strength. Some have business mentoring as a core strength. So collectively, we can take a decision on one particular proposition. Individually, it might have been a challenge, and the tendency is we'll tend to stay away from it. And that's how the investor committee looks at the science-driven or deep tech startups. So this Bio Angels bring together all these people, and then once you share the risk, the proposition becomes more attractive, and of course the risk is much lower. So Bio Angels is another element. We have also created fund of funds where professional AIFs, key managers run it. I think this is on the softer part. On a more enabling perspective, we are now creating common access higher end facilities called technology clusters or biomanufacturing. By the way, seeing the growth in the ecosystem, the bioeconomy has been rising or increasing, and we are seeing double-digit growth year on year, even the COVID pandemic. And basis that the clarion call from Honorable Prime Minister is that let's make India as 100 billion biomanufacturing hub. So in order to propel that side, we are creating biomanufacturing facilities or biofoundries or technology cluster, whichever name you tell. So this would sit on top of the incubation center network. Incubation centers are more like laboratory kind of facilities. So the pilot batch manufacturing and moving towards early stage manufacturing with all the regulatory compliances, etc. So such heavy investments, common access facilities can be seeded, which can take the feed from all the incubation centers across the country, and that becomes the pipeline for utilizing of technology clusters. And the output is the innovative product from startup moving into commercial product, and the SMEs can utilize it. So that is the next level of infrastructure element which is now being seeded.
That will be amazing, because industrial prototype happens at an incubator. The commercial prototype is where we lack at an incubator. So that will actually help, and because a bio space gestation period is much larger than a normal industry one product or maybe a technology product. Those technologies like 3 to 6 months just out in the market. A product will take a year or two, but a bio can take 5 to 7 years also to evolve along with
5
time?
to 20 years typically.
Exactly.
So it is, and
I wanted to keep it on
the
the lower
breadth
side.
of investment is beyond comprehension.
So as
That is why there are very few biotech companies, the deep tech
So as an
companies.
investor, we keep telling us investing in it, it's 5 to 7 years, it's 5 to 7 years.
Yes,
Otherwise it becomes difficult. So coming to the point of that thought, Arun, I would like to ask you this question. What do you see in a startup while incubating them? What is that you want as a talent or a core in them? What are the 3 qualities that you like to put in?
See, Vinayak, this is for all startups as an incubator, and what is our selection criteria? Of course, idea is one. There has to be some novelty or some differentiator in idea. But most important to be and keep in mind is the founder itself, whether he can drive that idea or not. And founder, we also look inside the founder, his attitude, whether we can, mold his idea or he's, kind of coachable or not. And third, of course, is the scale and how we can, help these startup. For instance, if it is in biotechnology, we do not have right now any resource that can help in biotechnology. So we'll not like to take that into our fold. And that's 3 points we always look. The foremost is, of course, a founder itself.
Yeah, of course, every idea evolves around the man himself or the
Yes,
woman
yes,
himself,
of course.
who is running the whole thought process of it. Coming to that thought, could you tell me exactly, Ashutosh, what is that you see apart from these 3 for a tech-driven IT startup or a tech-driven agro startup or a tech-driven startup in a space which is unexplored, uncharted territories? What do you see while accepting them in your incubator at New Delhi?
Sure, thank you. So I think, as Arunji said, I think all these points are very pertinent, and we also see those before we select startups. Founder obviously is, the most important thing, how they present their idea and all that. Talking specifically about tech, I think because we come from a technology institution, that's one of the major criteria for evaluation of startups, like in terms of how new the technologies that they're developing, or even if the technology is not new, how new is the product that they're developing based on any existing technology. And we have a couple of technical experts also in our panel, apart from the business and investment experts who evaluate in terms of the market potential and the business plans and all. So obviously the business plan can evolve. There can be pivots around that. Coaching the founders, so founders should be coachable. That's a very important part. And the technical feasibility of what they're going to build. So around that also we evaluate it very rigorously. And then the point comes in, like, how exactly can IIT add value to that startup? So as a matter, in fact, for every startup that we take in, we have a faculty mentor from the institute. So now recently we've made it optional, but that was the core of our incubation program over the years, that every startup was working closely with a faculty mentor, where the technical know-how could be added. And also the institute is open in terms of utilizing its facilities and all. So obviously, yes, the technical feasibility and the value that we can add in terms of technology, apart from all the business coaching and all that, and the connects that we can provide. So yeah, that was a point of.
Dr. Rai, I'd like to ask you this question, that while you see all the stakeholders at the level of incubators as well as startups as well as mentors, what are the new challenges that you see that you as government are thinking of hand-holding them to take the Odisha system, not just Odisha, but the country Bharat system next level when it comes to building a better and a more successful startup ecosystem in the country?
I think that while exploring the new avenues and also to fast track the number of startup in the state, we have found that we have dearth of skilled mentors. The academia has to be, aligned with the entire objectives, and then academia, where the young boys and girls are getting education, they should be the right place from where they should be groomed, and they should be nurtured and incubated right there in the campuses. this is how we will be able to, without much effort, we'll be able to, increase the number and make them productive and successful right on the ground. Secondly, that we find that we are attracting funds, and we are also going to create a venture fund of our own. But movement of this angel network in the state, creation of large angel network base is absolutely essential. And that is something where we have to transform the people, their mindset, and we have to educate them as I think I am Allahabad, I am Lucknow incubator is saying that we have to train people, orient people that this is a good idea to invest in the startup and it is so rewarding. So that mindset has to be changed. And lastly, the entire services and product developed by these startups have to be domestically consumed. The state and state agencies and the corporate at large, they have to have the culture of buying those products, deploying their services in their own. So it's a kind of, because they must get the customers, they must get the market. So that is the kind of the state which will be able to ensure this. I think they will grow at a very fast pace, and their startup will grow in terms of valuation, and they will become successful and attain that critical mass where the possibility of them getting good valuation and getting unicorn eventually will be possible.
That's an amazing thought, because that's the first question that I keep on while investing in a startup. Look at what is the addressable market size, as well as what is the actual capability metrics of the startup actually to reach to that addressable market, because market can be huge. But this is what we have been discussing a lot many times, Manish. Yeah, please.
Actually, I relate that PhD chamber has deeper reach to the states. So I would like to echo the thought which Omkarji has said. I think the forward traction is very, very important. No matter how many products we roll out from the startup innovation ecosystem, unless there is a market, some takers, it will not propel. The industries typically don't invest much in India in the R&D.
True.
So they can do crowdsourcing of these technologies, align with such startups to pull them forward. The fact that he mentioned about states, I try to profess, if wherever possible. If the states have now rolled out startup state policies. 22 states have also rolled out biotech startup state policies, right? So now if states come forward and say that we will deploy or we will handpick 10 solutions from startups every year for this particular problem statement, any problem statement, water, health, education, finance, microfinance, anything, mobility. So 10 startups get adopted in that state. Whether or not that state has a mature startup ecosystem, for example, Bangalore, Hyderabad, NCR, Mumbai, Pune, that state will stand out, because then the startups will start converging to that place. And I think within no time that would get identified, because that would be the forward movement. Just 30 seconds more. I think why India could produce 4 vaccines, why India has become self-reliant in diagnostic kits in the COVID pandemic, because there was an assured buying. Government said that we will procure these many doses. So industry invested in capacity building, adopting startups for the technology so that their manufacturing capacities can be upgraded. So few biotech startups got picked up and facilitated at that time. 1,800 RT-PCR kits are now registered in India, bringing down the cost of one kit from 2,200 to now 30, 40 rupees, 20 rupees. Farmer produces, despite of all the difficult scenarios, because MSP is there, he would still do the farming and produce whatever in the all possible non-friendly conditions. They would still propel and do the farming and agriculture. So that forward trend, forward pull is very critical in my understanding.
I totally agree. The time that we started our own network, you are aware of the story. We today have about 12,000 investors in the network, of which almost 3,500 were actually trained by us to become an investor. Because people might have had money, but not the knowledge and understanding of how this startup is working and what is that best I can take it out from, and how, at what time, and when, and what amount should I be investing in, and how do I exit and actually make a profit out of it. Because still investment, it's like the Chakravyuh, you have gone in. Now the women who has to come out. That is the largest challenge that people actually face. And a mentor actually helps in that case too. I've seen that happening with a lot of startups that were not able to make a good exit strategy for their investors. But a good mentor on board was what helped them in recreating an exit plan for not just the investor, but also the government incubator coming out of that startup. How does a graduation happen? How does that success story build on? It only builds on once they are out in the market on their own and building a success story, not the other way around. You can't support them because government is in the business of welfare, not in the business of profit. So as you said, it's a limited resource. I say it's a starting resource. So we have given you the push, we have given you the platform. That's what the government says. As industry association, we will say we'll help you the mentors, but here's the person you need to create that knowledge, you need to create that wealth, and that is what we look up to you for. So that's the reason we are sharing our knowledge with you. In return, we want you to create a knowledge for the next generation or the next person. Having said that, I think so that ONDP platform that has been made can be a good platform for a lot of startups in the e-commerce place. And luckily, we have an amazing Prime Minister who sees the country as a startup itself. And the way that he runs the government sector is running into a way which, if there is a fail fast, learn from it, recoup, and try on something new. Which is why the system is now more responsive towards not just the startup ecosystem, but also looking at 1 trillion, 3 trillion, 5 trillion. Today, the Honorable Minister said, why not 30 trillion? We should aim 30, then we'll reach there. Because that thought process of, I loved that thought when the Honorable Prime Minister said that when we say that we will be the world's number one, why world number one? Why not we are the best the world sees as a benchmark, and then there is a number 1, 2, and 3 happening in the world. We should become benchmark organization, benchmark country, and a benchmark where other people want to take our best practices and build their country on. So why become India's number 1? Why become world number 1? Why not become a benchmark to the world that this is the best that you can do and then deliver? So that's the thought. Eric, coming to that thought, how is Next helping the mentors? I've seen a lot of things that are going on with mentors also. So what is that you do? That's a best practice that I've seen at Next, that you help guide and train the mentors also on board. What is that you do, that amazing work? Could you share some thought?
Thank you. That's very nice. We are very selective about our mentors. We've seen other places that have, you go onto their website, you see 150 mentors. And I joke that when I came to India 5 years ago, and I said, oh, I'm in incubation, I'm in run with the startups and entrepreneurship, which is very topical now. Every single person I met in India was a mentor. Every second person I met was an angel investor. And I joke because that's what they call themselves, right? So there are plenty of mentors. There's not as many good mentors, right? And so we're very selective on who we use. And at this point, we only do recommendation from mentors to mentors, so we know. And as part of the training process for the mentors, we do a survey after every cohort. Ask the startups how they did, how the mentors did, but we also ask the mentors how the startups did, right? So it has to be a dual process because these people are volunteering their time. Our model is that we do not pay the mentors. We expect them to give maybe a 1 hour every 10 days, 10 days to 2 weeks. So hopefully it's not too burdensome, but it has to be in both interests. So working with the mentors to make sure they understand our model and working with the startups about what to expect from the mentors is part of what we do. We tell the startups, don't just come and say, okay, please connect me to the minister of Orissa, please, right? Now, connect me to the Mr. Modi. Sometimes startups will do that, right? They'll just say, this is my problem, please go fix it to the mentor. And that's not what the mentors are for. The mentors are really for, look, I have been in your shoes before. This is the experience. Here's some red flags. Here's going to avoid these things. And we see too many startups saying, just solve this for me. Give me this contact, get me this money. So that's part of what we do to train the startups on how to deal with the mentors. And then we work with the mentors on the other side, the same thing. and saying, look, you're not there to run their business for them. That is an easy solution. We always talk about teaching people how to fish, right? As opposed to giving them the fish. So again, for us, I'm using the mentors, that is part of our program, of course, but you're right that there is a process of training the mentors on how to work with the startups, A, so they don't get burned out by too many requests, and B, they're providing the information, not just the solutions to the startups, but teaching them how to think and to understand those problems themselves, using your experience as benchmarks and figuring out how to solve this problem for yourself, but not giving the solution. So that's one thing we will do with the mentors, but it's a very important point, as you say.
Yeah, that was one part of my learning while being a part of the second and third cohort. That I was very cautious about the startups that we had invested in are getting the next level of incubation. How is that going to help them in actually getting a better market? Just not getting into the next the incubator will help them get into the US market. That was not the point. The point was to make them market ready to the next level. Coming to that point, Anandji, I'll ask you that one particular question. How is the state of Maharashtra today building on the thought of building a next startup hub of the country at Maharashtra, as you were discussing just a few moments ago?
So, as I told you in the starting, very soon we are coming out with a new policy. And this policy that you will see is an all-inclusive policy. So, today, people are considering Mumbai and MMR region as the only place where the startups happen. But as I told you, what about the rest of the state? So this policy will start with setting up a incubation center or a center where every facility can be provided to a startup. As of course, because the first one will be set up in MMR region, it's a prototype and then will be replicated all across the state. So this center will not only have a co-working space or an incubation space or an skilling space, but what we intend to do is we are trying to come up with a policy where we'll be able to provide the startups who want to come and set themselves up from across the state to give them a shared living space also. Because today, if somebody from Aurangabad or somebody from a different geographic region of the state comes in and needs to stay in Maharashtra, I think they are going to be challenged financially because it might not be a very viable option. But if the state facilitates in that particular domain for the amount of startup being, for the time period of startup being incubated, then we will have more people come through. This policy will include a lot of technology related startups from the agri domain also. Will obviously include a lot from the biotech domain also, because we have a lot of industry based in Pune and surrounding. The whole intention is to empower the startups with everything other than what is currently being offered. The central government offers something, the state government offers something. But for example, today you have a startup there which focuses, I'm just using this for example, which focuses on AI ML based data analysis. We want to create a pool of resources where we will get the best of the best. The government will, empower into getting them there and creating these 2 days, 3 days, whatever time period workshops where all the startups who are linked into that particular domain get to understand that. We will create not only for IT, but for, mechanical setups for everything. The most important thing that I think this government wants to convey to the youth, because we have, India has the largest demographic youth today, with the median age being 28, is that it's okay to fail. Today, everyone, we ourselves as parent, I would say myself, I need to empower my children to understand that it's okay to fail. Similarly, the startup founders or the people who want to set this up also need to understand that it's okay to fail. It's not always necessary that every startup becomes a unicorn, every startup becomes a successful thing. Try at least. You have the age working for you. You have the time working for you. And today, that is the thing on which India will succeed. The 5 trillion, 10 trillion, 30 trillion economy will succeed on the basis that today we want to bank on the youth potential that we have. Skilling them, giving them enough resources other than financial resources. is my understanding the most important thing. In my understanding, that is what is the intent of the Honorable Chief Minister, and to take it forward. That is what Maharashtra will do. We will set up at least 6 such centers for growth, which will, which will eventually be called as the growth centers.
I'll take the liberty of calling them the Gurukul of startups. You want them to stay together and grow together?
Absolutely,
the older way of
absolutely,
education.
absolutely, absolutely.
Because at Stanford, that's what we do actually at the campus. All of the students there are actually evolving equally together. And we have a common joke: if you walk across the street, close your eyes, you'll bump only in a startup founder. So that's the kind of ecosystem that has developed around. Something that would be an amazing thing to do. And I'm sure with the amazing leaders like you and Eknath Shinde ji as a visionary leader, this can become a reality very soon.
No, we have all intentions of making this reality.
Perfect. Would love to contribute whichever we all of us can do that.
Thank you.
Coming to the one of the questions, which was one of the important questions of all of the startups right now sitting here. How do I reach out to you? What is the way that I can come and talk to Dr. Manish Diwan? I'm a startup. I'm a bio startup. I want to be incubated at your place, or I want you to mentor me. What is the way of approaching you as an organization, as a mentor, as well as a person who can guide me at the moment? Maybe I don't need a mentor. Maybe I don't need an incubation, or I've outgrown the stage of incubation at your organization level. You need to go to a higher platform, bigger platform. What is the way to reach out best?
I think since our scope of activity or expanse of activities nationwide, including tier 2, tier 3 cities, aspirational districts. So it's very important that opportunities that we create, they become accessible and people can reach out, and very pertinent. So typically previously used to happen that people would approach, etc., and they would find difficult to navigate. We are sitting in Delhi, obviously geographically, we can't be everywhere. So 3-4 things that have happened. What we do is we provide all the details on our website online. All the call for applications are open online. So with guidelines, with the if you have any questions, there are FAQs. Then at the end, you will also have an email address of a particular officer who or she who is navigating that particular scheme. So you can write and we respond back typically, right? Response time is also short. That is one where people can directly approach to BIREC. Then second thing is that, as I mentioned in the beginning, that we believe in partnerships and partnered effort. So we have partners. So all our 75 incubation centers are our extended arms. So like Ashutosh is here, IIT Delhi, he mentioned that not only Delhi, but they also cater to the north side, right? So north of India. So what we have empowered our incubation center is, that is the nucleation point. So rather than BIREC saying that these are the opportunities, we empower and channelize our opportunities through the incubation centers, because incubation centers are become the first point of contact to an entrepreneur or a startup who can just walk in and talk. There is a dedicated person. Reaching out for one particular person, it's very, very challenging. Maybe my 100 other colleagues, even that is a minuscule number. But through our incubation centers, that is the extended reach. And that works.
So we can write an email to you on the email ID at BIREC, or we can go to the 75 incubation centers, the BioNest, as we call it, and talk to them that this is the process of we wanting to join as a startup into the system.
Absolutely.
Oh, that will be amazing.
So same information gets cascaded.
Correct. So coming to that thought process, Ashutosh, could you just tell us that a lot of people think when you are thinking IIT, that I need to be a technology-driven startup, only then can I enter the gate of IIT. Is that a fact? If not, what are the kind of startups you have otherwise also incubating in your organization there, as well as how a startup sitting over here right now want to come down, because this is Delhi, you are right now here itself, they can approach you and be a part of the incubator itself and get the benefit of the knowledge that you can share.
Right, thanks. So, I mean, as Dr. Devan was mentioning, all our incubators, I mean, partners, we work as extended arms of the organizations we have been supported by. And our office is almost an open office. I mean, anybody, any startup can walk in at any point of time and discuss with our colleagues. And we regularly keep on doing a lot of events also these days. So one point that you mentioned is in terms of supporting tech startups. Yeah, that's one of the mandates that we have, but it's not limited to that. And many of the programs that we do, I mean, there's scope for social innovations. We do women entrepreneur-centric programs every year, at least one cohort we are doing. And there, we're not focusing much on technology, but it's open across domains. People who are working on different other ideas also do come in. And likewise, I mean, even if you're into handlooms, arts, many of those things. So you can join the programs that we do and seek mentorship through that part. For residency, I mean, that's one part where maybe we do look at more technical startups for the residency program, given that we have limited space and all. But otherwise, it's completely open. The office, we are just one turn from here. Just go straight and take one right turn, and you'll be able to reach. Yeah. So you'll be able to reach out to us. So I think, yeah, at any point of time, if you want to write us an email or just walk into our office, we'll be able to help you out.
Going by that demographics, you're the closest, then comes Arun, then comes Eric. They're all close by, nearby in the system. And of course, Bharat is in the heart of the town again. So you can write in the mail as well as, I think so, you can also walk in to the desk. There is a startup help desk also there. At the Bionest, there is.
That is not a public relation.
Not here, but the Bionists have that startup help desk.
All Bionists.
So you can just walk in and talk.
And to add to that, Startup India, which is under DPI, I think that is another legitimate place to reach out, because they connect from non-technology driven to technology driven community, and their expanse is also nationwide. And they have also created provisions. If you visit Startup India website, you will have all the opportunities listed, what BIREC brings up, or other ministries, central or state ministries bring out. So that is also a central place where people can reach out. I think that is also useful.
Amazing, amazing. Dr. Rai, there is a question here that comes from this thought process, that while people are wanting to reach out to the incubator, there is a large network of 75 here. You have 35 of your own. What happens, what I've seen is that in an education institution, in a post-graduation institution, a graduation institution, it's easy for a student to understand these things. While doing so, I had done a program with the government of UP, and we had thought of a process, and the Honorable Chief Minister agreed to it. Now it's a part of the curriculum from class 9 to have entrepreneurship in the school being taught. And we are now building the next stage. Can we do a similar thing in Odisha, or are we thinking of that thought wherein an incubator will be the next stage? But just like a Tinker Lab in a school, why not the state government also have something of that sort, wherein the teachers are trained, the mentors are trained to guide the students to think in that direction at least, so that this, when starts the clockwork, snowballing effect will happen, and there will be better entrepreneurs by the time they reach graduation.
I think it's a good suggestion. In fact, it's a pre-incubation program, and we are trying to do that. But the point is that we have a large number of audience, schools, colleges, universities, and therefore to reach out to all the students, to bring them on technology platform, organize those number of faculties, train people who can actually impart those content to them, is a challenge that we have experienced over a period of time. We are conducting a pre-incubation program. We are having the concept of brand ambassador from engineering and management institution. And we pick up a few students from each campus, and then we take them through the pre-incubation program so that they can be converted into startups. But as I said, it's a huge number, and you have to have a platform, and you have to enroll a student, then align the academic institution, convince the faculties, and then whole lot of activities, background activities has to be undertaken. And once that is done, I think this is something which has to be done in any case, because if you want to make a inclusive startup movement, you have to reach to the young boys and girls wherever they are, and you have to sensitize them, handhold them, and try to create that culture in them.
True. The thought process has to start young. then that whole.
It's already, I mean, if you have this kind of program, you are most welcome in the state, of course.
So,
We are very welcoming state. We are open to ideas, open to program.
Odisha startup program, you have already partnered with PhD. So anyways, as a part of the whole thing,
Anytime.
we will love to contribute to that thought
Anytime, any
process.
such program
Where the-
offered by any of you is most welcome.
The idea is to have a T3 for the mentors themselves, because majority of the startups fail for a reason. The reason is not the timing of the money, but the timing of the knowledge, that they were not guided the right sense of financial management or terms of operational management, that they lost not just the money, but also the network that they were trying to build on. So something that is the important essence I've felt in my own startups as well as the startups I've funded over time. Coming to the question, Arun, that you were a part of being a startup founder to now in this part of things. How much do you see a role a mentor has played in your startup case and today that plays through? And where do you see mentors from industries? What is the criteria of having a mentor? Basically, let me ask you that question. What is the classification of, as Eric said, every person was the mentor, the next person was the investor. So what is the selection criteria, or what is the benchmark of this person can be a mentor?
So in our case, things are different. See, for mentors, so we have a large pool of alumni network and our own faculty. We can help in GTM and this, that, the other. But my first interaction whenever we onboard a startup is try and understand his issues and where he is looking for a problem. For instance, he's looking into a different direction into technology area. So we'll try and rope in a resource and who can help him into that direction. It other way around. We will not onboard mentors per se, and then we'll say this is the pool of mentors you choose. We have a pool, but we do this way. So this enables us to expand our areas of for instance, there are startups founders into technology. We are also a TBI, so a lot of 80% startups are technology based startups, and that's the reason we have set up our own IoT and AI lab within the campus. And we are the first IMs to have that kind of facility. So, and he will come to you and say, I have an issue in designing my financial model. So we have an investment team within house that will help them, or we have a chartered accountant desk at our own campus and in incubator itself. And for the other problem is patent filing. So we have a patent desk in house. We have a legal desk in house. So that way we have built it.
So coming to a conclusion of things, I'd like to open it to the audience to ask any 3 questions from the experts, mentors, as well as visionary leaders that you have with us. If there is any question that you might have and that you would like to ask them, we'll take 3 questions before we close the entire program. I think so the session was either overwhelming or either too easy to understand. So just to, yeah, please.
I don't think it's a question. It is more of a knowledge, gathering. My name is Sanjay Rastogi, and I'm a new member of the chamber. I'm a practicing chartered accountant. I work with the World Bank, and social development sector is something where I've actually worked for. So I also represent a US fund, which has been working in the social development sector. And that fund is actually closing. And some of our success stories have been like in a other company, we assisted some, 60,000, weavers to make rugs.
Okay.
In another company, we kind of graduated, again, artisans, some 50,000 or something, and they are supplying to IKEA. And we are exporting from that company, and the exports are almost in the range of 30 to 50 crores every year.
Great.
So, and another company, we are working with cooperatives in Amul. So my question is to Dr. Rai and to Mr. Madia. Does the government have any kind of, distinguished funds for social impact organizations? Because these organizations are difficult to be funded because they are not commercial in nature. Most, VC funds look at X, triple X, 3X, 5X kind of returns. And these are long gestation period organizations with, which does not attract the venture capital or capital in a manner a commercial organization would attract. So we are actually looking to partner. This is a IFC crafted fund. And I really do not know if the government can help us or if I can, throw this question to the panel. And actually, I missed something out, Mr. Nath. I must compliment you for moderating the sessions so well and having such a power-packed audience. It was absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. I might not have an answer for you right now, but if you write to us, we can definitely look into it and have the right people get in touch with you to understand more and give you a positive impact.
Again, I would agree with him. And in fact, it is a suggestion. First of all, we are trying to operationalize our fund and we want to make sure that the funding is available to our startup. This suggestion is the next level, I think. Thereafter, we'll focus on more on social sector, then those startups which are working for SDG goals, ESG sector. And this is something which we have to build over and above once we are done with basic work that is required to be done, right? So the funding has to be first operationalized, made available efficiently, and thereafter we will be more focused on sectors and all. So you are most welcome. You are most welcome. I think segregate and curate those lists with you, work with you. Absolutely, you are most welcome. I think this is the other way around. Yeah. So please do come. Do come. Oh my God. So very nice.
Yes, please. Just can quickly to add, I'll give you connect with 3 or 4 more states which are looking forward to having partners like you, and we will be giving you curated startups from the financial and the legal vetting side. The business model vetting has to be done by you before you want to invest in them. And as PhD chambers, wherever we are connected with the network in the state, we'll be anyways able to help you in connecting that. Welcome. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm Savita Sinha from Hapros Law Service. My question is to Mr. Ashutosh. I heard when you said that you have, apart from technology, you have other incubation programs also related to social causes, if I could understand. Can you give us some examples? That is my one question, so that I could approach. Because I also have, because whenever we think social, we don't connect it with a startup. Startup is mainly with funds, investment, venture capital, profitability. All right. And I heard for the first time social. So just give us some examples. Thank you.
Right. So for example, we have a startup called Raise Lines Foundation. It's a not-for-profit entity, and they make books for visually impaired. So it's kind of a map or a graphic or something that people can actually put their hands on and see what shape or how the map looks like. We have supported that through CSR and also incubated that startup. Likewise, as I mentioned, for women entrepreneurs, we do a cohort of almost 30 to 50 women entrepreneurs every year. And then there are multiple initiatives there. Not everything is tech, obviously. So even a food related startup could be there, or any other rural sector related startup could be there. So those kind of things have also been supported. Now, as I mentioned, like only the residency part of our thing, we are more focused on tech, but otherwise we are open to supporting all other startups as well.
Just to update you that our Honorable Prime Minister had already seen that as a vision, and that social impact funds are able to create. Tata has a fund called Alpha Fund exactly into this space. He already envisioned it. And before this COVID thing hit, we had already planned the Social Stock Exchange of India. The process has been completed. It's going to start. So under the section 42A of SEBI, you will have a Social Stock Exchange of India, which will function, and you can list yourself as a social enterprise, not an NGO. If you can choose to be an NGO or a social enterprise either, And once you become a social enterprise, you can now go forward to list yourself, raise funds directly with the people as well as with funds. There are enough of them in the market. We invest in that also. Yes, we have one more question.
Hi.
Yes. We'll take that as the last question for the day. Yes, please.
Thank you. Anandji and also Mr. Dhawan was talking about bringing the startups together under one single umbrella of incubators. But especially when we are talking about consolidating startups from across the sectors, it is mainly in tier 1 cities when we talk about Mumbai, Delhi. But do you see a problem of consolidation when it comes to startups in especially tier 2, tier 3 cities and beyond? Do you see it as a challenge, the problem of consolidation and bringing the dynamic startups together under one umbrella in order to incubate them or further fuel their growth? Anybody, if could
Yes,
answer that?
absolutely. We see that as a problem and we are actively working towards solving that problem. So as I mentioned, what the Honorable Chief Minister wants to do, or I'm sure the Honorable Prime Minister's vision follows down to the Chief Minister and he wants to do this, that we want to create such organizations or such point of contacts at multiple locations across the state, where those point of contacts then, as you know, he has 75 incubators, those point of contacts work as government point of contacts for sharing, imparting knowledge, for sharing, imparting details, consolidating those startups, maybe the agriculture startups or the rural startups, to come at one location and then eventually come up till the top, so that we can address that issue properly. But shortly, you will see changes happening in the state policies. So.
So in fact, it's a very good suggestion. The point is that those national bodies, they can always bring those similar startups in within one umbrella and can. But the point is that the purpose that has to be served by bringing these startups together is to bring them on a platform so that they can learn from each other. Their solutions can be accessed by the people, by the consumers, by the buyers and all. And therefore, it has to be solved by a technology platform rather. I think Startup India is the right body to have that kind of mechanism and platform to connect all the startups, all the ecosystem players on a platform so that the collective force and collective strength can be showcased, and also the best practices and those things can be shared. It's a food for thought, basically. We'll see how do we.
Just to add here, I think it has to be purpose driven. When you are bringing startups together, what is the intended purpose as an outcome? So startups are brought together when they are at early stage in the incubation center. So they all are huddled together and exchange their journeys, learn from best practices. Startups who are at the fundraising stage, they are brought together and exposed to, let's say, investors when you do investor connect events. Events like this where startups get to know what are the different opportunities in one go. So startup get connected. When I was referring to the creating a bouquet of products, so I was looking at startups who are already have a product, and rather than selling individually one product to a vendor, if you have a bouquet of such products coming together from few number of startups, then there's a single proposition goes to a potential buyer. It becomes easy for the industry to register one vendor rather than engaging with several different agreements and clients and do KYCs, etc. So just to bring more clarity on the vision, for example, in the ecosystem, if anybody is working on the orthopedic solutions, somebody might be working on implants, somebody for exoskeleton, somebody for surgeries. So if you bring them all the orthopedic solutions one side, let's say oncology as one cohort, dental solutions on the other, ophthalmology on the other. So then you have a client who is looking at it, and that is a penetration and engagement which can be fast forwarded. Startups would require regulatory guidance, so you huddle them together and expose to, let's say, CDSCO or the BIS and other regulatory bodies. So it needs to be purpose driven.
Oh, thanks, Manish. That was a very good point that you added, the purpose-driven point. Coming to the conclusion of things with the panel that we had this powerful panel of thought process leaders in the industry. These are the basic points that I could collect from it, and do add if you feel that there is any point left out to. That to have a good startup, you need to be the driver of the thought that you are building the startup, so you need to be the thought leader of that. You need to be mentorable, and everybody agrees to that point here, as well as that you need to be coachable, that if there is a person has the knowledge of the market or the product or the network, you need to be as fluid as what Bruce Lee said, water. So be the cup, not become the other way around. Otherwise, you'll not be able to gain the knowledge from it. And you need to have a startup which has a multiplier effect in it. So something which may lead to an IPO, may not to, but then has a scalability and a multiplier to every marketplaces that you can reach out to, and not just the Indian geography, but globally. The product should be innovative and technologically, or whether it is product driven by best practices. You should have a capability matrix of delivering that. So whatever you are designing and building on, you should be able to have a capability matrix in developing and further doing an R&D on it, and having a mentor support wherein the incubators play a role, the education institutions play a role, organizations like Bharat play a role, organizations like what Anandji is saying, that you are now creating the ecosystem, or what Omkarji has already created in Odisha is creating the system for mentors. You need to have that. And from the learning of the day today, I would see that there were three thoughts that stuck to me for a longer time. The first was the Gurukul of startups. That's an amazing thought process. People imbibe the thought of living the culture of becoming a startup eco-organism rather than becoming an eco player only. And then having a cooperative of startups can happen internally in that same environment. And the biospace, when you said that, I was thinking of why not have a portal for the best practices of all the startups from all the incubators across the country, all the BioNest, all the IITs, IIMs, other institutions, ones that you have at your state or in your state at Odisha, to have the best of the organizational products listed over there, just like what we have done at GEM portal. Why don't we have something of a similar of that portal in the government, which can cross-pollinate to a GEM portal, and it becomes easy for that startup founder? Because I've seen it myself when I was putting my product up. I had a proprietary product. You know the product that we got the BIRAC grant also for it. And Honorable Prime Minister tweeted us thrice as becoming the world's biggest company in doing it. We did innovation for disinfection and sterilization devices at 1/20th the cost what was globally available, which made the PPE kit being used for 6 times, which was usually being thrown after one use. That was very big challenge for us, even having people in the team, but they were all technological people to understand how the GEM portal works. If this platform could be created, it will be a very good boon for the startup founder to actually focus on the business, the operations and structures, and both the websites can do a technological talk between the two. And if there is a new product, you already have a market. Classic example, AMTZ in Andhra Pradesh. Whatever you are producing in the state, the government buys a portion of it if you are stationed yourself in the Andhra Pradesh MedTech zone. So something similar can be done. The government handholding is a cheaper product on a higher quality, as what the Honorable Minister Ashwini Vaishnav ji just said. High in quality, low in price, made 100% in India, designed by Indians for the India. So I think so. With these thoughts, I would like to conclude and once again thank the extremely well knowledgeable, thoughtful panel. And I must say this, in almost like 19, 20 years of being in the work of business and in the startup space since 2011, it has been very rare occasion that I find each speaker very good and expert at what they do. They're champions of what the thought process that they have. It's very difficult to connect them all together. Thank you to the audience as well as the people in question here that we were able to connect.
Yeah, so let's have a big round of applause for all our experts and the moderators. And thank you indeed, Vinayakji, for moderating it so well. You have been very, very articulative and extremely crystal clear. I'm sure that there are a lot of queries and a lot of, things that were there in the minds of startups and even, the budding entrepreneurs also. So many things have been resolved. And, whatever comes, mentorship and coaching is definitely the utmost, thing, which is the fountainhead for becoming any successful enterprise. So you have the, the institutional mechanisms here sitting right now in the PhD chamber, which are, the centers of excellence across India. And I'm sure that likewise, we have hundreds of incubation centers spanned across India. And I'm sure that getting support mechanism, getting hand holding and mentoring and coaching from them definitely will be the aspiration of each and every startup founder and co-founder. With this, please conclude this session and request Vinayak ji, our co-chair, to kindly felicitate our experts with a small memento from PhD chamber. So we can start from the extreme left with Dr. Manish Diwan. Thank you. Mr. Bajpai, please. My dear friend, Eric. Thank you. Dr. Omkar Rai. Thank you. Mr. Anand Madhya, please. Thank you. Dr. Ashutosh, please.
Let's give a big round of applause for everyone.
Yeah. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a plenary session with Honorable Minister Dr. Jitendra Singh. The minister is still in the parliament, but definitely he has assured that he'll be there with us in the auditorium to motivate startups. So probably we'll start that session maybe at 2:45 p.m. So I request you to kindly wind up your lunch by 2:45 p.m. and kindly be on your seats by that time, because that's going to be a very, very important, interesting session. Thank you very much indeed. Okay.
First, because strength. आपको एक मजेदार चीज गवर्नमेंट ऑफ यूपी एपीसी ऑफ द एनवायरनमेंट कॉल किया फॉर स्किल मैं आ रहा था इवन आई कभी आओगे आई एम आल्सो द चीफ एडवाइजर टू सीएम फॉर स्टार्टअप तो बसाल्ट जो है ना सबसे ज्यादा महाराष्ट्र में 3 बिलियन न्यूट्रिक पॉइंट्स ऑफ एयर पोल्यूशन इन कंट्रोल बाय 1 स्क्वायर acre of basalt. They will in next 7 years make India AQI go 100 points now. और ये आईटी बॉम्बे की स्टार्टअप से निकाला था.
The country's startup ecosystem has witnessed exponential growth in recent years, with more than 100 unicorns valued at over $340 billion. Indian startups have enabled young minds solve unique problems by creating customized solutions. Aware of the paradigm shift in the country's startup scenario, Government of Odisha established Startup Odisha in 2016 under the MSME department for building the startup and innovation ecosystem in the state. Over the years, Startup Odisha has firmly established itself as one of the premier startup hubs in the country by leveraging the state's strengths in human capital and ICT services, thereby transitioning Odisha's economy to a digital and knowledge-based one. Extensive usage of ICT, innovation and research, backed by presence of top-tier institutes in higher education and specialized skills, has enabled Startup Odisha position itself as a breeding ground for innovation and startups. 1,500 plus startups recognized and counting, 25 incubators, 15 nodal agencies, 75 plus entrepreneurship cells, 500 plus ecosystem events conducted, fostered 590 plus women-led startups across the state. Startup Odisha is proactive in reaching out to young minds across the state, thereby promoting ideas and innovations right from the grassroots level. To strengthen its support to existing as well as upcoming startups in the state, Startup Odisha created a state-of-the-art facility in Bhubaneswar and christened it as O-Hub. O-Hub intends to be the platform which will provide government support, investment opportunities, regulatory guidance, talent identification, ecosystem enablement, upskilling and training. Marching towards another 5,000 startups by 2025, O-Hub shall be a propellant to foster a spirit of entrepreneurship by providing strong support throughout a startup's life cycle, from the moment of product market fit to the moment of exit. The state's startup ecosystem has seen rapid growth in the past few years, 2016 to 2022. 351 crore investments raised by startups till date, 20 crore worth of grants awarded, 10,000 plus employment generated. Top performer in state startup ranking 2018 by DPIIT. leader in State Startup Ranking 2019 by DPIIT, top performer in State Startup Ranking 2021 by DPIIT. Odisha is all set to emerge as the most preferred destination for startups across the nation. The country's startup ecosystem has witnessed exponential growth in recent years, with more than 100 unicorns valued at over $340 billion. Indian startups have enabled young minds solve unique problems by creating customized solutions. Aware of the paradigm shift in the country's startup scenario, Government of Odisha established Startup Odisha in 2016 under the MSME department for building the startup and innovation ecosystem in the state. Over the years, Startup Odisha has firmly established itself as one of the premier startup hubs in the country by leveraging the state's strengths in human capital and ICT services, thereby transitioning Odisha's economy to a digital and knowledge-based one. Extensive usage of ICT, innovation and research, backed by presence of top-tier institutes in higher education and specialized skills, has enabled Startup Odisha position itself as a breeding ground for innovation and startups. 1,500 plus startups recognized and counting, 25 incubators, 15 nodal agencies, 75 plus entrepreneurship cells, 500 plus ecosystem events conducted, fostered 590 plus women-led startups across the state. Startup Odisha is proactive in reaching out to young minds across the state, thereby promoting ideas and innovations right from the grassroots level. To strengthen its support to existing as well as upcoming startups in the state, Startup Odisha created a state-of-the-art facility in Bhubaneswar and christened it as O-Hub. O-Hub intends to be the platform which will provide government support, investment opportunities, regulatory guidance, talent identification, ecosystem enablement, upskilling and training. Marching towards another 5,000 startups by 2025, O-Hub shall be a propellant to foster a spirit of entrepreneurship by providing strong support throughout a startup's life cycle, from the moment of product market fit to the moment of exit. The state's startup ecosystem has seen rapid growth in the past few years, 2016 to 2022. 351 crore investments raised by startups till date, 20 crore worth of grants awarded, 10,000 plus employment generated. Top performer in State Startup Ranking 2018 by DPIIT. Leader in State Startup Ranking 2019 by DPIIT. Top performer in State Startup Ranking 2021 by DPIIT. Odisha is all set to emerge as the most preferred destination for startups across the nation. The country's startup ecosystem has witnessed exponential growth in recent years, with more than 100 unicorns valued at over $340 billion. Indian startups have enabled young minds solve unique problems by creating customized solutions. Aware of the paradigm shift in the country's startup scenario, Government of Odisha established Startup Odisha in 2016 under the MSME department for building the startup and innovation ecosystem in the state. Over the years, Startup Odisha has firmly established itself as one of the premier startup hubs in the country by leveraging the state's strengths in human capital and ICT services, thereby transitioning Odisha's economy to a digital and knowledge-based one. Extensive usage of ICT, innovation and research, backed by presence of top-tier institutes in higher education and specialized skills, has enabled Startup Odisha position itself as a breeding ground for innovation and startups. 1,500 plus startups recognized and counting, 25 incubators, 15 nodal agencies, 75 plus entrepreneurship cells, 500 plus ecosystem events conducted, fostered 590 plus women-led startups across the state. Startup Odisha is proactive in reaching out to young minds across the state, thereby promoting ideas and innovations right from the grassroots level. To strengthen its support to existing as well as upcoming startups in the state, Startup Odisha created a state-of-the-art facility in Bhubaneswar and christened it as O-Hub. O-Hub intends to be the platform which will provide government support, investment opportunities, regulatory guidance, talent identification, ecosystem enablement, upskilling and training. Marching towards another 5,000 startups by 2025, O-Hub shall be a propellant to foster a spirit of entrepreneurship by providing strong support throughout a startup's life cycle, from the moment of product market fit to the moment of exit. The state's startup ecosystem has seen rapid growth in the past few years, 2016 to 2022. 351 crore investments raised by startups till date, 20 crore worth of grants awarded, 10,000 plus employment generated. Top performer in state startup ranking 2018 by DPIIT. Leader in state startup ranking 2019 by DPIIT. Top performer in state startup ranking 2021 by DPIIT. Odisha is all set to emerge as the most preferred destination for startups across the nation. The country's startup ecosystem has witnessed exponential growth in recent years, with more than 100 unicorns valued at over $340 billion. Indian startups have enabled young minds solve unique problems by creating customized solutions. Aware of the paradigm shift in the country's startup scenario, Government of Odisha established Startup Odisha in 2016 under the MSME department for building the startup and innovation ecosystem in the state. Over the years, Startup Odisha has firmly established itself as one of the premier startup hubs in the country by leveraging the state's strengths in human capital and ICT services, thereby transitioning Odisha's economy to a digital and knowledge-based one. Extensive usage of ICT, innovation and research, backed by presence of top-tier institutes in higher education and specialized skills, has enabled Startup Odisha position itself as a breeding ground for innovation and startups. $1,500 plus startups recognized and counting, 25 incubators, 15 nodal agencies, 75 plus entrepreneurship cells, 500 plus ecosystem events conducted, fostered 590 plus women-led startups across the state. Startup Odisha is proactive in reaching out to young minds across the state, thereby promoting ideas and innovations right from the grassroots level. To strengthen its support to existing as well as upcoming startups in the state, Startup Odisha created a state-of-the-art facility in Bhubaneswar and christened it as O-Hub. O-Hub intends to be the platform which will provide government support, investment opportunities, regulatory guidance, talent identification, ecosystem enablement, upskilling and training. Marching towards another 5,000 startups by 2025, O-Hub shall be a propellant to foster a spirit of entrepreneurship by providing strong support throughout a startup's life cycle, from the moment of product market fit to the moment of exit. The state's startup ecosystem has seen rapid growth in the past few years, 2016 to 2022. 351 crore investments raised by startups till date, 20 crore worth of grants awarded, 10,000 plus employment generated. Top performer in state startup ranking 2018 by DPIIT. Leader in state startup ranking 2019 by DPIIT. Top performer in state startup ranking 2021 by DPIIT. Odisha is all set to emerge as the most preferred destination for startups across the nation. The country's startup ecosystem has witnessed exponential growth in recent years, with more than 100 unicorns valued at over $340 billion. Indian startups have enabled young minds solve unique problems by creating customized solutions. Aware of the paradigm shift in the country's startup scenario, Government of Odisha established Startup Odisha in 2016 under the MSME department for building the startup and innovation ecosystem in the state. Over the years, Startup Odisha has firmly established itself as one of the premier startup hubs in the country by leveraging the state's strengths in human capital and ICT services, thereby transitioning Odisha's economy to a digital and knowledge-based one. Extensive usage of ICT, innovation and research, backed by presence of top-tier institutes in higher education and specialized skills, has enabled Startup Odisha position itself as a breeding ground for innovation and startups. 1,500 plus startups recognized and counting, 25 incubators, 15 nodal agencies, 75 plus entrepreneurship cells, 500 plus ecosystem events conducted, fostered 590 plus women-led startups across the state. Startup Odisha is proactive in reaching out to young minds across the state, thereby promoting ideas and innovations right from the grassroots level. To strengthen its support to existing as well as upcoming startups in the state, Startup Odisha created a state-of-the-art facility in Bhubaneswar and christened it as O-Hub. O-Hub intends to be the platform which will provide government support, investment opportunities, regulatory guidance, talent identification, ecosystem enablement, upskilling and training. Marching towards another 5,000 startups by 2025, O-Hub shall be a propellant to foster a spirit of entrepreneurship by providing strong support throughout a startup's life cycle, from the moment of product market fit to the moment of exit. The state's startup ecosystem has seen rapid growth in the past few years, 2016 to 2022. 351 crore investments raised by startups till date, 20 crore worth of grants awarded, 10,000 plus employment generated. Top performer in state startup ranking 2018 by DPIIT. Leader in state startup ranking 2019 by DPIIT. Top performer in state startup ranking 2021 by DPIIT. Orissa is all set to emerge as the most preferred destination for startups across the nation. The country's startup ecosystem has witnessed exponential growth in recent years, with more than 100 unicorns valued at over $340 billion. Indian startups have enabled young minds solve unique problems by creating customized solutions. Aware of the paradigm shift in the country's startup scenario, Government of Odisha established Startup Odisha in 2016 under the MSME department for building the startup and innovation ecosystem in the state. Over the years, Startup Odisha has firmly established itself as one of the premier startup hubs in the country by leveraging the state's strengths in human capital and ICT services, thereby transitioning Odisha's economy to a digital and knowledge-based one. Extensive usage of ICT, innovation and research, backed by presence of top-tier institutes in higher education and specialized skills, has enabled Startup Odisha position itself as a breeding ground for innovation and startups. 1,500 plus startups recognized and counting, 25 incubators, 15 nodal agencies, 75 plus entrepreneurship cells, 500 plus ecosystem events conducted, fostered 590 plus women-led startups across the state. Startup Odisha is proactive in reaching out to young minds across the state, thereby promoting ideas and innovations right from the grassroots level. To strengthen its support to existing as well as upcoming startups in the state, Startup Odisha created a state-of-the-art facility in Bhubaneswar and christened it as O-Hub. O-Hub intends to be the platform which will provide government support, investment opportunities, regulatory guidance, talent identification, ecosystem enablement, upskilling and training. Marching towards another 5,000 startups by 2025, O-Hub shall be a propellant to foster a spirit of entrepreneurship by providing strong support throughout a startup's life cycle, from the moment of product market fit to the moment of exit. The state's startup ecosystem has seen rapid growth in the past few years, 2016 to 2022. 351 crore investments raised by startups till date, 20 crore worth of grants awarded, 10,000 plus employment generated. Top performer in state startup ranking 2018 by DPIIT. Leader in state startup ranking 2019 by DPIIT. Top performer in state startup ranking 2021 by DPIIT. Odisha is all set to emerge as the most preferred destination for startups across the nation. The country's startup ecosystem has witnessed exponential growth in recent years, with more than 100 unicorns valued at over $340 billion. Indian startups have enabled young minds solve unique problems by creating customized solutions. Aware of the paradigm shift in the country's startup scenario, Government of Odisha established Startup Odisha in 2016 under the MSME department for building the startup and innovation ecosystem in the state. Over the years, Startup Odisha has firmly established itself as one of the premier startup hubs in the country by leveraging the state's strengths in human capital and ICT services, thereby transitioning Odisha's economy to a digital and knowledge-based one. Extensive usage of ICT, innovation and research, backed by presence of top-tier institutes in higher education and specialized skills, has enabled Startup Odisha position itself as a breeding ground for innovation and startups. 1,500 plus startups recognized and counting, 25 incubators, 15 nodal agencies, 75 plus entrepreneurship cells, 500 plus ecosystem events conducted, fostered 590 plus women-led startups across the state. Startup Odisha is proactive in reaching out to young minds across the state, thereby promoting ideas and innovations right from the grassroots level. To strengthen its support to existing as well as upcoming startups in the state, Startup Odisha created a state-of-the-art facility in Bhubaneswar and christened it as O-Hub. O-Hub intends to be the platform which will provide government support, investment opportunities, regulatory guidance, talent identification, ecosystem enablement, upskilling and training. Marching towards another 5,000 startups by 2025, O-Hub shall be a propellant to foster a spirit of entrepreneurship by providing strong support throughout a startup's life cycle, from the moment of product market fit to the moment of exit. The state's startup ecosystem has seen rapid growth in the past few years, 2016 to 2022. 351 crore investments raised by startups till date, 20 crore worth of grants awarded, 10,000 plus employment generated. Top performer in state startup ranking 2018 by DPIIT. Leader in state startup ranking 2019 by DPIIT. Top performer in state startup ranking 2021 by DPIIT. Odisha is all set to emerge as the most preferred destination for startups across the nation. The country's startup ecosystem has witnessed exponential growth in recent years, with more than 100 unicorns valued at over $340 billion. Indian startups have enabled young minds solve unique problems by creating customized solutions. Aware of the paradigm shift in the country's startup scenario, Government of Odisha established Startup Odisha in 2016 under the MSME department for building the startup and innovation ecosystem in the state. Over the years, Startup Odisha has firmly established itself as one of the premier startup hubs in the country by leveraging the state's strengths in human capital and ICT services, thereby transitioning Odisha's economy to a digital and knowledge-based one. Extensive usage of ICT, innovation and research, backed by presence of top-tier institutes in higher education and specialized skills, has enabled Startup Odisha position itself as a breeding ground for innovation and startups. 1,500 plus startups recognized and counting, 25 incubators, 15 nodal agencies, 75 plus entrepreneurship cells, 500 plus ecosystem events conducted, fostered 590 plus women-led startups across the state. Startup Odisha is proactive in reaching out to young minds across the state, thereby promoting ideas and innovations right from the grassroots level. To strengthen its support to existing as well as upcoming startups in the state, Startup Odisha created a state-of-the-art facility in Bhubaneswar and christened it as O-Hub. O-Hub intends to be the platform which will provide government support, investment opportunities, regulatory guidance, talent identification, ecosystem enablement, upskilling and training. Marching towards another 5,000 startups by 2025, O-Hub shall be a propellant to foster a spirit of entrepreneurship by providing strong support throughout a startup's life cycle, from the moment of product market fit to the moment of exit. The state's startup ecosystem has seen rapid growth in the past few years, 2016 to 2022. 351 crore investments raised by startups till date, 20 crore worth of grants awarded, 10,000 plus employment generated. Top performer in state startup ranking 2018 by DPIIT. Leader in state startup ranking 2019 by DPIIT. Top performer in state startup ranking 2021 by DPIIT. Odisha is all set to emerge as the most preferred destination for startups across the nation. The country's startup ecosystem has witnessed exponential growth in recent years, with more than 100 unicorns valued at over $340 billion. Indian startups have enabled young minds solve unique problems by creating customized solutions. Aware of the paradigm shift in the country's startup scenario, Government of Odisha established Startup Odisha in 2016 under the MSME department for building the startup and innovation ecosystem in the state. Over the years, Startup Odisha has firmly established itself as one of the premier startup hubs in the country by leveraging the state's strengths in human capital and ICT services, thereby transitioning Odisha's economy to a digital and knowledge-based one. Extensive usage of ICT, innovation and research, backed by presence of top-tier institutes in higher education and specialized skills, has enabled Startup Odisha position itself as a breeding ground for innovation and startups. $1,500 plus startups recognized and counting, 25 incubators, 15 nodal agencies, 75 plus entrepreneurship cells, 500 plus ecosystem events conducted, fostered 590 plus women-led startups across the state. Startup Odisha is proactive in reaching out to young minds across the state, thereby promoting ideas and innovations right from the grassroots level. To strengthen its support to existing as well as upcoming startups in the state, Startup Odisha created a state-of-the-art facility in Bhubaneswar and christened it as OHub. OHub intends to be the platform which will provide government support, investment opportunities, regulatory guidance, talent identification, ecosystem enablement, upskilling and training. Marching towards another 5,000 startups by 2025, OHub shall be a propellant to foster a spirit of entrepreneurship by providing strong support throughout a startup's life cycle, from the moment of product market fit to the moment of exit. The state's startup ecosystem has seen rapid growth in the past few years, 2016 to 2022. 351 crore investments raised by startups till date, 20 crore worth of grants awarded, 10,000 plus employment generated. Top performer in state startup ranking 2018 by DPIIT. Leader in state startup ranking 2019 by DPIIT. Top performer in state startup ranking 2021 by DPIIT. Orissa is all set to emerge as the most preferred destination for startups across the nation. India is now one of the fastest growing big economies. It is a perfect melting pot of aim and ambition from where a future is rising to inspire the whole world. Propelled by the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister of India, standing in its 75th year of independence, India is poised to resurge its era of growth, greatness and preeminence.
आज जब हम अमृत काल में प्रवेश कर रहे हैं, अगले 25 वर्ष हमारे देश के लिए अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण है.
A true forerunner of Indian aspirations since 1905, PhD CCI has been a proud partner of nation's growth journey so far. PhD CCI has been taking persistent steps in congruence of Atmanirbhar Bharat mantra and endeavoring unceasingly to augment partnership and investment.
As India marches ahead from a developing economy to a developed one, proactive and inclusive governance coupled with resilient entrepreneurship will be the key drivers of making India the most preferred destination for business. Collaboration, cooperation, and holistic participation amongst the government, industry, and its people are the cornerstones to enable India in this journey. PhD CCI, ideally positioned as the apex middle market chamber, representative of 70% MSME entities as members, spreading over 150,000 companies across 16 states and 4 union territories, is well poised to be one of the key growth enablers in the country's accelerated economic development initiative.
Our commitment is part of our legacy, keenly directing the interests of business and merchandise community of India, while working in tandem with the government and policymakers. Our legacy has been a continued chronicle of meaningful contribution towards taking the nation on the path of prosperity. PhD CCI, acting as the voice of industry and trade, reaching out to more than 150,000 large, medium and small industries, and is one of the premier chambers in India to have been accredited with diamond grade by NABIT QCI, playing its role of a policy advocator and extending best support to the industry stakeholders.
PhD Chamber opines that the allocation of 100 trillion for Gati Shakti for building a foundation for integrated infrastructure growth will surely speed up economic recovery. This increased spending on infrastructure will have a multiplier effect to rejuvenate the aggregate demand in the economy, particularly for sectors such as cement, metal, power, and more importantly, also generate jobs. The Gati Shakti Master Plan is expected to boost infrastructure by integrating key modes of transportation, railways, highways, inland waterways, and airports, thereby reducing logistic costs.
PHDCCI regularly interacts with the decision makers from central and state governments on all issues having bearing on industry, trade, and commerce, and offers an opportunity to its members to be a part of the delegation for such interactions.
और क्योंकि मैं यहाँ देश के नामचीन संस्था जो लाखों उद्योगों ट्रेड एंड इंडस्ट्रीज के प्रतिनिधि संस्था के रूप में देश में काम करते हैं उनसे बात कर रहा हूं तो मैं ये कहने में बिल्कुल भी अतिशयोक्ति नहीं होगी कि ग्रोथ का इंजन जो है वो इकोनॉमी के साथ में बढ़ रहा है.
In addition to our headquarters in Delhi and 25 regional offices in India, PHDCCI at the global level, the Chamber has been working with the embassies and high commissions in India and overseas to bring in the international best practices and business opportunities. With the in-house expertise, PHDCCI offers advisory services to Indian industries on most aspects of their business and have separate MSME cell, an IPR facilitation center in Delhi, and regional offices providing services to MSMEs and other members. PHDCCI offers state-of-the-art conferencing facilities like auditoriums, conference rooms, boardrooms, and meeting rooms in its own offices located in Delhi, Chandigarh, Lucknow, and Jaipur.
As PG Chambers works at a grassroots level and the state are its major strength, PG Chamber would work on percolation of dynamic reforms undertaken by the center at the grassroots level so that the reforms are visible and fruitful for trade, industry, and people. PG Chamber will continue to address factory level issues through various representations to the various departments of the Government of India and state governments.
PHDCCI provides opportunities to be a part of expert committees, task forces, wherein views of the Chamber are formulated on topical issues through deliberations in these committees or task forces and shared with the government for favorable consideration. PhD Chamber provides excellent networking opportunities with government officials, diplomats, leading names from all spheres of life, including business peers. PHDCCI has a bouquet of services to energize the industry and boost business growth. Some of them are certification services, energy audit services, Center for International Arbitration and Mediation, PCIAM, and Water Audit Center. We have been contributing in 8 thrust areas, that is, industrial development, education and skill development, infrastructure development, green energy, agribusiness and food processing, indigenization in defense manufacturing, Ayush and health and digital India.
PHDCCI envisages New India, Dream India. The next 25 years of Amrit Kal would provide great opportunities to build a new India. The economy will attain its potential growth rate of double digits, becoming the 3rd largest economy in world ecosystem. The manufacturing sector will be globally competitive and the manufacturing exports will shift from USD billions to USD trillions every year. The agriculture sector will be sufficient not only to serve the domestic population, but also will be significantly visible in the global agri and food exports. We envisage a new India where millions of jobs are created for the growing young population and socio-economic development of the nation, which is moving to a developed economy.
PHDCCI continuously contributes towards structural improvements in export and logistics infrastructure, supply chain management, and value chains of MSMEs and startups, and simplification of various export incentive schemes, with the aim to push the growth trajectory of exports to the next level. Enhancing India's export competitiveness along with catalyzing diversification of export markets have been priorities for us during the ongoing Amrit Mahotsav.
I would like to compliment PhD Chamber that they are organizing this program so that there is greater awareness. And if I can leave a little task that do seek opinion of people so that if we want to inject something better into the system, which we can.
The chamber has been a thought leader, and more than 40% of the representations sent by the chamber have been accepted by the government. The PhD CCI has organized more than 600 national and international events and conferences in virtual, physical, as well as hybrid modes. Some of the flagship events organized by PhD chambers includes post-budget interactive session on implications of Union Budget 2022-23.
India shall be the fastest growing economy among the large economies. I'm sure it'll also be because you have come forward.
Second International Conference on Defense and Security in association with the Ministry of MSME Government of India. Standalone session on geopolitical spillovers and Indian economy with Dr. M.D. Patra, Deputy Governor, Reserve Bank of India.
It would be remiss of me to go further without mentioning that I have actually been in touch with the PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry for almost 20 years. A figure in our survey of professional forecasters, the RBI conducts a survey of everyone who forecasts, and their work figures very prominently. Actually, they figure in what we call the fan chart. We have a fan chart around a projection which describes the balance of risks.
37th edition of Ambassador 2022 with the theme Fostering International Economic Cooperation. International Climate Summit 2022, an initiative of the Indo-Norwegian Partnership, was organized by the PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry and Greenstat AS in Bergen, Norway, in partnership with Invest India. The India-centric summit focused especially on exploring opportunities for green hydrogen in India. The event received extensive coverage from media houses in India and Norway. PhD CCI organized Education Summit 2022 at PhD House, New Delhi. Chief guest, Dr. Jitendra Singh, Honorable Minister of State, Independent Charge, Science and Technology and Earth Sciences, Government of India. An interactive session with members of Parliament on ease of doing business in India. States Policy Conclave 2021 on the macroeconomic resilience of the states in the pandemic times, and release of PhD CCI report on the role of states in making Atmanirbhar Bharat.
I once again congratulate PhD Chambers of Commerce for selecting this very appropriate theme for discussion today, and also thankful to them for inviting me here.
And I must acknowledge without hesitation that PhD Chamber has been always playing a leading role in the trade, development and growth journey of India, and always ready to promptly take up the new trends that emerge, which is also evident from the fact that we are today under one roof here to discuss the subject of startups.
Webinar on the stories of unsung women heroes, featuring inspiring journey of women entrepreneurs. PhD CCI organized the Transgender Leadership Conclave, a first of its kind conclave done by any Chamber of Commerce, which emphasizes on the need of diversity inclusion in the society. PhD CCI organized the first lecture of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose Memorial Lecture Series. The chief guest was Shri G. Kishan Reddy, Honorable Union Minister of Tourism, Culture and DONER, Government of India, towards exchanging insights and deliberate on the growth of key sectors of the country. PhD CCI delegates have several call-on meetings, including Honorable Vice President of India, Shri Jagdeep Dhankar, and meetings with Honorable Raksha Mantri, Shri Rajnath Singh, Honorable Commerce and Industry Minister, Shri Piyush Goyal, and other Union Cabinet Ministers, Ministers of States, Chief Ministers, and other prominent dignitaries. PhD CCI is appreciated by everyone for their commendable endeavor in policy advocacy, upliftment of Indian industry, contribution to expansion of bilateral trade and social work. This year also presented occasions to welcome some of the prominent personalities from from different fields, and PhD CCI has leveraged these occasions for widening the horizon of knowledge. PhD CCI has signed numerous MOUs with the aim to establish and develop effective links between the business communities to promote mutual trade and investment, and also facilitate interaction between the members to improve cooperation to achieve an inclusive growth for the nation. We have also been simultaneously enriching the lives of millions of fellow citizens through our CSR IMR platform. The two foundations, namely FWF and RDF, represent our deep dedication through their interventions for environment protection and well-being of marginalized population.
The double shock of COVID-19 crisis and Russia-Ukraine war has led to rising risks to global economy. However, Indian economy is projected to grow at the fastest rate as compared to the other leading economies in the world. PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry has undertaken slew of initiatives to rejuvenate economy and businesses from the daunting impact of pandemic and recent geopolitical distress between Russia and Ukraine. The PhD chamber represented more than 300 micro and macro level of issues of trade and industry to the various departments of Government of India and state governments, of which more than 200 have been very kindly accepted by the dignitaries.
Make in India brings infinite opportunities for Indian manufacturers to fulfill the domestic demand and meet international quality standards of the products. At this historical juncture of India's emergence, which are being celebrated as Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, the PhD chamber stands like a pillar of strength for the industry and in solidarity with the government to make in India for the world. We would like to thank our annual sponsors, patron and star members for their continued support in taking the vision of PhD CCI to newer heights. Intertwined with an eternal philosophy of affinity and prosperity, India is now one of the fastest growing big economies
The country's startup ecosystem has witnessed exponential growth in recent years, with more than 100 unicorns valued at over $340 billion. Indian startups have enabled young minds solve unique problems by creating customized solutions. Aware of the paradigm shift in the
Hello.
country's
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Honorable Minister Dr. Jitendra Singh with a huge round of applause. Indeed, it's a very, very lucky day for all these startups here. In the morning, we all had the privilege of listening to Honorable Minister Shri Ashwini Vaishnav ji, and now we have Dr. Jitendra Singh with us. In fact, he has been, coming to PhD Chamber in many startup-related interventions, and he's always a true motivational and inspirational leader for all of us. And being a thought leader in this domain, because of his domain expertise, being from the healthcare background, I'm sure that you will definitely get a lot of, wisdom and a lot of, success stories that he will relate, that how those things can be replicated in your own formats and setups also. So without any further ado, I'll request first of all, Mr. Ashish Agarwal, our co-chair of Startup Committee, to kindly give the theme address for Bharat Startup Summit.
Yeah, good afternoon to everybody. Honorable Minister Jitendra Singh ji, our President Saket Dalmia, young and dynamic personality. Because of him, this chamber is now taking up the flag of startups across the world actually. Then we have another panelist, Sachin, who is from GoDigi, our SG, Saurabh Sanyal ji, and Director Jitendra Singh ji. Welcome to you all. Friends, since morning we are discussing startups, mentorship, startup funding, then many areas are there which we have discussed. And we had a lot of discussion with the various panelists from the different background. I hope all of you must have got some benefit and some advantages from the morning to noon discussion. Now we have this concept, the Bharat Startup Summit. Actually, you see that chamber has started the journey in the startup space some 5 years before. During one management committee meeting, I have proposed that we should have the startup committee or startup task force to nurture the startup in our chamber, or to basically bring the startup ecosystem along with the industry members actually. So as of today, you see that we have 150,000 industry members, and everybody now want to connect with the startups, but they want the some platform, some way of connecting with the startups. And I do know that chamber is known for policy advocacy, for industry handholding and all these things. But this is one of the major area where the industry startup partnership is very, very important actually. So keeping in mind, we have started this committee, and along with that, we are helping the startups in the policy advocacy also. But I'll speak on that topic, the industry startup partnership actually. You see, we have 150,000 members from all sectors, be it food, be it aviation, be it healthcare, education. You'll see the top of the name of the industry who are our members since many years, and they are part of this chamber. So you see that these industry members are doing very well in their industry, but many times they are seeing that the startups valuations are growing, the startups are doing wonderful thing, their technology is helping the industry. So there are many areas which are lacking in their system, or they are busy in their own process or own industry. They could not get time to focus on the new technology and all these things. With this kind of startup initiative by the PhD Chamber of Commerce, We believe that the industry will come forward. As we have interacted with industry members also, they are very, very keen to associate with the startups in many ways. So the one is that the technology tie-up. So many industry members are facing this challenge that how they can adopt the new technology. So they are tying up within the technology startups. That is one area. Then R&D is one of the another area. So it is not like that the industry is facing the challenges. The startups are also facing the challenges actually. The major challenge is coming that both of them should come together at one platform, and they should work together. So there are 3-4 core areas are there which need to be taken up with the industry and the startups. The one is the technology and R&D. Then you see the packaging of the marketing, how they can market their product well. And the third thing is the mentorship. As you know that industry is running since last many years, and they have a lot of experiences, a lot of understanding, lot of knowledge which can be imparted to the startups. So this is another area. And the last is the funding actually. The funding is one of the area basically where the industry can help to the startup. If you see in our country, the many large corporates have started helping the startups by way of creating their own corporate venture capital fund. I was reading somewhere that more than 100 corporate venture capital funds are there in the country. Those are helping startups across different sectors actually. That's the one area where they are doing. And some of the corporates are helping startup by way of putting their family office money and all. So these 4 areas are there where I think the industry and the startups can connect together. They can sit together, and a chamber startup initiative, we would be organizing such programs where we'll bring industry at one place, we'll bring the startups in another place, and there will be some kind of partnerships which can be the example for the others also. So that is the objective of the chamber, and I think startup committee will help. And all of you who are young people actually, by talking to minister, and I told that whenever we are organizing the membership meeting of the PhD chamber or the managing committee, we are seeing the old faces. Today, if I see, most of the faces are young faces actually. So this is the change in the chamber actually. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ashish Agarwal. Now I'd like to invite Mr. Sachin Kumar, Managing Director, Grow Digi India Limited, for his views.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sachin, as you know, and we are building a blockchain and a counterfeiting solution, basically, which is helping organization and identifying the products basically easily. So there are like 3 stakes which are there in the market, in the entire ecosystem. The stakes are for government, the second for the industry, and the third for the people. That whatever we are buying today in the market, we do not know that it is a counterfeit or not. So that is the innovation which we are doing in that direction. As a startup, in 1.5 years, I have seen like a lot more challenges. One of the biggest challenge for us that the initial days when we start building a product, we do not know that how we are going to move forward. Means we are having that idea, we start putting our thoughts in that direction, that how we are going to build, what we are going to build, what kind of technology will required, what kind of resources will be required. And then we do not know that how much money we will be requiring, what kind of minds which are required to generate market, to generate money, to take, make a scalable product, make a scalable market, or make a scalable proposition to all the stakeholders which fit into the ESG framework or UNSDG framework, basically. That is one of the biggest challenge most of the startup face. We faced, we are still facing, which are, even we are moving in that direction, even though we are building a good product. But yes, because in the initial days itself, we never knew that what kind of mindset, what kind of thoughtful minds we require with us to work with us, who can make us sustainable in a long run, long duration, create a lot more value for the different stakeholders like people and the government and other. So that is what, as a startup, we faced. Even when we took that idea to the different VC, if we do not have the right connect to the industry, right connect to the people, or the solution to the industry which we are building, and they do not support us, then it becomes a failure to us. that is one of the my experience which I have faced in almost in 1.5 year time. Apart from that, skills, it becomes a really challenge to the startups basically, and the skills comes in two way. One is from the technical perspective, and the second which comes from the process point of view. Like, supply chain is a process, banking is a process. So you do not find that people are like a startup thinks a product, but they do not know that who will be the right person who can guide them to the right process, that they are getting into the right direction or not. So that these are the challenges basically which we faced, and we are focusing in that direction to get the right people in that direction. So that is my challenge which I have faced as a startup in the past. And let me put my words to the rest by saying that by playing a video which the solution which we are building and which is going to give the value to the entire ecosystem, to the government, people and the industry all, to stop the counterfeiting or identifying the counterfeiting products in the market. Can you please run? Thank you.
I think we can have video after this session, because since we need
Counterfeit.
taking the, considering the time factor, that's very important. We need to listen to the Honorable Minister also. And with this, now I'd like to invite Mr. Saket Dalmia, President, PhD Chamber, for his presidential address.
Thank you, Jitendra ji. Honorable Minister, dear Dr. Jitendra Singh ji, Minister of State, Independent Charge, Ministry of Science and Technology, MOS, Independent Charge, Ministry of Earth Sciences, Minister of State, Prime Minister's Office, Minister of State, Ministry of Personnel, Public Grievances and Pensions, Minister of State, Department of Atomic Energy, and Minister of State, Department of Space. What can I say more? Friends, colleagues, Sachin Kumarji, every time Sir comes to the chamber, or any time whenever I listen to his thought sharing, I'm overwhelmed that in spite this depth and this variety of hats which he wears, he never loses that ground reality touch. Just before coming here, we had a small huddle and we were sharing with him the concept of Bharat startup. We being a chamber of 150,000 business owners spread across 20 states, 4 union territories, having more than 80 expert committees, varying from a taxation committee to a personnel committee to a railways to a textile domain. What is it that our members are looking for as they go ahead in the future? I think we will all agree they are all looking for a new way of doing business. So what are startups? They are new ways of doing business, isn't it? They are not reinventing the wheel in the sense that they have not found a new opportunity which exists in the world in terms of a new mineral or so forth. They have found a new way of doing the things which we are doing conventionally. A small, simple example is fintech. They still give money, they earn interest. They have found a way to give it faster with lesser risk. So we said that the great opportunity which lies today for our members and beyond is that how do we get these people who are domain experts to take advantage of this new way of doing work? And startups, they need mentorship, they need domain expertise, they need to understand what are the essential elements of making that business process or business production or dissemination of information more successful. Till they do not solve the real pain points of the industry they want to participate in, they're not going to be able to do that. So this is one of the first initiatives, and we hope to do it on a continuous basis throughout the year. We want to create a big bang event in the next 6 months, and hopefully by talking more and more, we will get all the stakeholders involved, and somehow we will be able to bridge this gap of getting new energy and this amazing knowledge base which you have to work together to make India bigger, stronger, and perhaps the land of unicorns for everybody. With these words, I pass on the mic to our Honorable Minister Saab because he is an amazing speaker. I don't want to waste my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Saket, for your kind words. On the dais, along with Saket Dalmia, we have Ashish Agarwal, Sachin, Prashant, Mr. Sanyal. Ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I'm glad to be back here among the familiar friends. And I'm also glad that you have taken up this theme at the level of the industry. Usually events like this are organized at the initiative of research institutions or education institutions, and then they involve the industry as invitees or special guests. So it's the other way around. And that particularly gives me delight also because something that I had been actually pleading for or appealing for the last 2-3 years, that unless you make industry an essential partner of this, you will not be able to move very far in this startup movement. It's like a marathon. You count the numbers. How many numbers started on the cross country? So you have 90,000. You don't count how many reach the other side. So you counted, you have 90,000 plus. And of course, it's a matter of pride, and you have more than 100 unicorns, and you have number of now also diacons happening. But how many would sustain? So because this is such a subject, you can talk in diverse areas, go on and on, but in the limited time that I have, I think considering the kind of setup that we have and the kind of organizational setup of this meet, I think it's appropriate to talk about how do we sustain. And in order to sustain it, you need to have industry. Because at the end of the day, what matters is how much are you earning out of it. You can talk in big platitudes, big phrases. Startup is a very fashionable word these days. You write an article, you do a write-up, it finds easy publication in newspaper. You hold a panel discussion on a TV channel. So people keep asking each other, what is startup, what is startup? With that itself, the TRP goes up. And even if you are doing nothing in life, you've not even started out in your life. Somebody asks you in a matrimonial market, what are you? You say, I'm startup. So it's something like that. But I think the next challenge would be, because when we actually come face to face with the real dimensions of it, is how to sustain it. And in order to sustain it, you have to link it to livelihood. And not only to link it to livelihood, but lucrative livelihood. Because we are all children of the same society. If he goes in for a BMW, I can't say I don't yearn for one. Regardless of startup or not startup, I want to have one. So then how do you link it? And for that, you need to have industry. And why I'm saying so is that how would you rope in industry? It's easy to philosophize synergy. Of course, we need to have synergy, integration, because we are now a part of the global world. And India has a major role to play in the years to come in the global horizons. And therefore, we cannot but be anything but integrated. So in synergy between academia, research, startup, industry. But how would that synergy happen? And how would that synergy sustain? Even if you are living in a joint family, many of the joint families in today's time tend to break up because one of the siblings is earning more, the other is less. So they want to have their own setup. But many of the single families in society buildings come together because when they are reinforcing each other's sustenance. So see the power of economic sustenance. So ultimately, the economic outcomes are a factor which we possibly hesitate to talk about, we don't understand, possibly are not able to realize. And therefore, in a single sentence, I would say, involvement of industry right from beginning, from day one. Let them be the equal stakeholders. Let them be investors, financial investors. Nowadays, we often hear, because I travel to 3 states every week and also the other country, it's very fashionable to say trust, have a trust relationship with industry. I'm still not able to understand what it means. Do you thrive in a business relationship only on trust? Even the stock market doesn't. And a businessman who comes to invest for a naive startup simply on the basis of trust means he is not yet matured as a businessman. A true businessman would look out for the profits accruing for it, rather than simply going for the noble sentiments of trust. So you have to make him a stakeholder. If you make him a stakeholder, you make him, if you have a 2 crore project, make him invest 1 crore. Believe you me, whether he trusts you or not, whether he likes you or not, whether he appreciates your face or not, whether he loves you or unloves you, he will not leave you. मेरी जेब से 1 crore गया, मैं नहीं छोड़ूंगा इसको. And then what would happen is, when your startup needs some financial sustenance, he would see to it that you stand there. Otherwise, if you drown, his 1 crore also gets drowned. He doesn't mind your drowning, but he'll like to extend that 1 crore आपकी जेब से. उसके लिए आपकी भी जान बच जाएगी. So you have then a win-win relationship. So what I suggest practically is, why not link this with market dynamics? And of course, you can't be unfair to industry because then they will not come forward. You have passion, you have idea, you have innovation. The industry's primary concern is to make money out of it. And rightly so. Rightly so. Why not? After all, you are there in that business of not doing charity, but to, of course, the corporate social responsibility is forced upon you. That's a separate issue. If given a choice, you would not part with that also. But I don't grudge that because I appreciate, because a shrewd, a wise businessman knows his business. So therefore, let them have the liberty to decide. First of all, let's open up our minds. We just start up on our own, doing this, that. Let there be a study of the market dynamics, the requirement of the industry. Let the industry decide what kind of expertise, what kind of hands they require. Then we have the technology, we have the passion, then we choose the right kind of individuals with the right kind of passion, right kind of aptitude, right kind of background, right kind of profile to fill into that requirement. So that you are able to achieve what you are looking for, they are able to gain what they are looking for, and then you form a win-win relationship which lasts over a lifetime, like a traditional Indian wedding, which may or may not be based on anything else. But there is a mutual requirement. So this is something which is not being, and it worries me because we have been counting the new initiators into startup business. We were not counting how many will go for and how far. And secondly, this startup concept, since it originated from the West, and thank Prime Minister Modi, he actually made us aware of it. He awakened us. Otherwise, we were not even awakened. It was he who, from the ramparts of Red Fort, said, Startup India from 350, we went up to 90,000. And on the day when he said that, I could hear many people asking, what does this mean at all? And now we have more than 100 unicorns. Till a few years back, we didn't know what is the spelling of unicorn. So that, of course, but since the concept had already been tried there, and then also in the Indian cities, mainly in cities like Bengaluru, Hyderabad, so somewhere it got stuck up that it is IT. So that's the other factor. To sustain, you have to look for the Indian areas which are exclusive to India, which are not available to the other countries. What are those? Primarily two. One is the agriculture sector. You have a huge agri startup. Just before I came, I was telling them, I have at least 25,000 individuals, some of them young, some of them not young, not so young, because startup doesn't mean you have to be young. That's another, myth that has gotten. You're starting up, you're not starting up your age. The other day we put up a show of plus 60 startups. And two of the most successful millet stories are plus 60. One of them, a lady, a Parsi lady, another gentleman who had superannuated from a millet institute, since this was an international year. So the agriculture startup, I am in touch with at least 25,000 individuals, many of them comprising families. Most of them are not even graduates. Leave aside science. You have to be innovative. Science does not necessarily mean innovation. And innovation does not necessarily mean science, because no two words in English language mean the same. Disrobing is different, undressing is different, stripping is different. It sounds everything is same. It's not so. So, and they are into aroma mission, which again, we have facilitated. The purple revolution, the lavender entrepreneurship. We help them develop products. We have got them connected with the market. Small bottles of perfume, just about 20 cc, are selling for about 15,000. They are rolling in lakhs. That's a huge, and all the Himalayan belt. We are now into 2-3 states of Uttarakhand, Jammu Kashmir, Himachal Pradesh, and even the other states where the topography is there. We are not yet explored. So when we say in the next 25 years, we are going to be among the first 5 in the global innovation index, and we will be top in 2047. What is the value? Where is the value addition going to come for the economy? It is going to come from these areas which were unexplored so far, but which were there with us for centuries. Himalayas were not born yesterday. Only we were stuck up with the Macaulay's teaching and were just taking cues from what was being done there. The other area is the ocean, which is not yet picked up, but I'm sure in next 3-4 years, we'll have ocean startups happening. We have 7,500 long kilometer coastal belt, longer than any other country has, beginning from Odisha down to Tamil Nadu, Kerala, up to Maharashtra, Gujarat. And we have ocean called Indian Ocean. I was telling some friends from Australia that day, I say, you have Australian island, you have Australian country, you have Australian continent, you don't have Australian Ocean. But why do we have? Because my forefathers were cleverer than me. They could imagine the huge amount of wealth, huge amount of mineral resource, which is much more than the minerals that are available overground in this Indian peninsula. Once they start coming to the surface, it will not even take you 25 years, up to 20, even in the next 10 years you will be, because the whole lot of wealth lying there, minerals, metals, living, non-living resources. You will become the world exporters of fishery and fish food. And when we started an expedition over there in the Indian Ocean from Chennai, and I usually carry boys along with me, because then they also give me ideas and I also give them, as we keep mutually learning. Next 2 days, 2 of them came and said, can we partner as startups? I said, no, let me first start up. What I'm trying to say is that we have no dearth of talent. We don't have any dearth of passion. It's only how to channelize and sustain it. So A, make industry a partner right from day one, an equal stakeholder. And B, look at the resources which are exclusive to us, which even now we are not looking. More, all these out of most of these agri startups, they may not be very good in speaking English, but they are making more money than you. Also carrying, all that. And because I'm in IT, this, that. But when you walk up to the parking lot, you find this guy enters in a BMW and you in a Maruti. And all these 25,000 which I have linked up, this lavender entrepreneurship are the ones who may not be articulate in the manner. So what, because we are not looking at our own inherent sources. Secondly, the woman involvement. Again and again, we keep increase the participation of women, again the participation of. Do we need to say that? We have, see, the front row is full of women. Woman in India today has graduated from the level of partnership or participation to leadership. So let's humbly accept woman as the leader. We have 36 unicorns in India, which have a woman as a founder or a co-founder out of 100. But our feudal mindset is not accepting. So we are still harping. We are being very patronizing. Increase their partnership. Let us humbly accept their leadership and be ready to walk behind them. Many of our important missions today, including Gaganyaan, are being handled by women. And they are all first generation women. In the 80 years history of the CSIR, we have first ever woman Director General, Dr. Kalai Selvi. Now she's there by her own merit. And it's a huge empire, 37 institutes, big institutes, mega institutes spread over thousands of acres across the country and many sub-institutes. So when she came to thank me for her appointment, I said, I am a minister, but you are an empress. You are such a huge empire. The point, therefore, is that gender difference as far as the innovation aptitude or innovation capacity is concerned is actually waning away in India. We are not accepting, and so we are trying to keep it, at a lower level of participation. And nevertheless, for the B town and as far as the department, because I'm looking after 6, 7 science technology departments, innovation departments, we are providing all kind of technology. Only thing, the awareness is not available. Even from the point of view of women, we recently started a platform called Her Start. So Her Start is exclusively devoted to women entrepreneurs, women startups in order to promote them. And then we are also providing a monthly allowance of rupees 20,000 to the women-led startups. That's maybe an initial kind of support. But overall, I think ultimately, it is something which is going to do away with the demarcation of private and public participation. There's nothing going to be private and nothing going to be public. Because if you have to grow in the global competition, it has to be integrated. And there's nothing going to be men and women. So it's all going to be a pooling of... the other day, I think Nivruti was telling me, she said, I've got so much involved with all this, because she's also part of a governing body of this Infotel. She said, I sometimes forget that I'm a woman till somebody says you're wearing a beautiful sari. So, because if you are successful as a startup, you have to get focused. You have to get, jununi. Then you forget everything. So it's all, what matters is you innovate. And then you have to also give them the opportunity and the milieu to keep on innovating. It's every day. Like this Sky Route, these two boys, one from IIT Madras and one from the Kharagpur. When they were launching that, I was standing there, I saw something on the top of that rocket. So I asked Somnath, the chairman, I said, what is this? He said, even I don't know. I said, these boys. So they said, no, we have put a camera there. So earlier on, the television channels catch the pictures from it. These boys were so smart, they had put a camera on the top of their own rocket so that it would catch on its own and send visuals. So if you are able to, and finally, they are smarter than many of you, many of us here, if they are put in the right direction. And they also start looking for new ideas and new innovations to generate more profits out of it. Like the other group, Boat Lab we had, is a drone. No. I'm talking about drones. The 1,000 drones. We just funded them first 50 lakh and then maybe at the most, I think 1.5 or 2 crore. Yeah, the Sarita and the other two boys. Now they have started putting up shows. They are putting a show for IPL. And the other day, just over last week, I was pleasantly surprised, also a little angry. I received a phone call from Uttarakhand. They said, we have a festival here, some grand festival, Himalayan festival, whatever. And please ask this girl to quote her rates little more reasonably. I said, what is she saying? They said, she's saying for 200 drones, 20 lakhs. For 400 drones, 40 lakhs. And for 1,000 drones, 2 crores. I said, you get her. Then I spoke to her. I said, no, slow down, don't do all this. But what I'm trying to say is that once they get involved in this, then they become their own teachers. They become their own learners. And India has such a huge human potential, human resource. And we have the non-human resource which has remained unexplored. So if we are able to blend the two, I think we don't even have to wait for next 25 years. And I'm glad that under Mr. Dalmia, you have taken this initiative. And I'm sure you will be able to cultivate a kind of institutionalized mechanism where you reach out to these startups, the right kind of stuff. What is happening is that so far, most of those who are seeking support, either financial or the technical, are the ones who reach out to us. They may not necessarily be the best. They may not necessarily be the most sustainable. They may not be necessarily the best of the aptitude. But if you in the industry take the initiative, you are more likely to ensure that because you have your own stake. So you may have 10 persons approaching you, but you would think, "Ye baad mein pata nahi mera fayda rahega ki nahi." You might reach out to the 11th, which may not happen at the government sector. And government, I'm sure, under Prime Minister Modi is moving in the direction, should be an enabler. Less of regulations, less of these NOCs. And I'm glad that in this government, we are open to that. Like, for example, in the COVID times, I have one of my students who had to open up a small COVID clinic, and he told me that he had to obtain 62 NOCs. As many, one of them was, and he put up a solar plant to make it cost effective. And in spite of that, he was asked by the power department to get an environment clearance. So he was pleading, sir, this is a solar plant, doesn't pollute the environment. He said, no, nothing doing. Meri सूची में list में लिखा है, tick mark तभी होगा जब लाओगे. So that kind of, this government under Modi has the capacity to break the taboos of the past, to do away. We have already done away with 1700 obsolete rules. That part is government's enabling part. But to pick up the best and to sustain them financially, ultimately, finance doesn't seem to a very civilized world. Startup is an intellectual world. But that startup intellectualism is sustained by a less intellectual word called funding. So when the person, the team which is funding gets actively involved and he takes the initiative, they would certainly not compromise with anything less than the best. So I'm glad this is an initiative which is going to make this startup movement a sustainable exercise in the years to come. So I once again compliment you.
Thank you very much, sir. Indeed, your deliberation has been very, very motivating and enthusiastic. And also some of the case studies you cited, they are definitely worth for application by many of the startup founders and co-founders who are here in this audience. Now with this, I'd like to invite Mr. Prashant Peti, our chair for Startup Committee, to propose vote of thanks. And before that, I'll request our president to kindly felicitate our honorable chief guest for this session with the memento and a shawl from PhD Chamber.
What a day, what a day. So first we had Ashwini sir to come and tell us why should we start up. And then we have Jitendra sir to give us the specifics कि क्या करना चाहिए. Sir ने ज्ञान बांट दिया, fisheries की तरफ ध्यान दो, ocean की तरफ ध्यान दो, agriculture. And the theme which I understood, sir, was basically you want startups to come out of Bharat. That is the theme I understood while you were saying things. Sir, basically, and truly, हमारा इंडिया का स्टार्टअप तो बन गया है, अब भारत की बाकी है. भारत के स्टार्टअप की बाकी है. See, as a country of 1.4 billion people and with so many nuances which we have, हमारे यहाँ पे जो 29 different states हैं, union territories हैं, each one of them is not just different by language, but by culture as well. There's so many nuances which they share just for themselves. कि हमारे पास में जो आज 150 यूनिकॉर्न्स है, I expect कि अगले 10 साल के अंदर हर स्टेट अपना 100 स्टार्टअप 100 यूनिकॉर्न निकालेगा. Every state. This is the opportunity which we, और ये हमारे लिए और कोई नहीं बनाएगा, हमें खुद बनाना पड़ेगा. कोई अमेरिकन, कोई चाइनीज नहीं समझ सकता कि हरियाणवी को क्या चाहिए. हम समझ सकते हैं, किसी और को नहीं पता है कि क्या चीज चाहिए. It is our responsibility, it is the responsibility of you all collectively to ensure कि we do not miss out on this opportunity, क्योंकि there's a direct correlation between a growth of a startup and the growth of the nation. सर ने वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट के बारे में बात करी. बेसिकली a country of 1.4 billion people, हमें आज 3 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी से 15 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी बनना है. आज पर पर्सन जीडीपी कैपिटा हमारा जाता है $2,500. अगर हमने इक्वल पार्टिसिपेशन नहीं रखा वुमेन का, somehow we do not give them the space to come and participate, तो 15 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी जाने के लिए पर पर्सन हमें $25,000 की अर्निंग करनी पड़ेगी. If we have equal participation from women, it will be 12,500. This is how much of a difference it will make by having women participation. Finally, how many, by the show of hands, how many of you are already entrepreneur over here? And how many of you wish to become an entrepreneur? Great, sir. This is the India we are talking about. So basically, अच्छा, मुझे ये क्वेश्चन बहुत मिलता है कि what is the difference between a startup and a non-startup? कौन startup होता है, कौन नहीं होता है, right? So according to me, there are two classifications. One is a startup and one is a lifestyle business. Lifestyle business is where जहाँ पे आपका raw material का खर्चा, आपके खर्चे उतने ही तेजी से बढ़ रहे हैं जितनी तेजी से आपकी कमाई बढ़ी है. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, अगर आप फैक्ट्री लगाते हो, अगर आपको बिजनेस का आउटपुट डबल करना है तो दूसरी फैक्ट्री लगानी पड़ेगी. आप रेस्टोरेंट रन करते हो, आपको डबल करना है क्योंकि उतने टाइम में तो उतना ही रेस्टोरेंट का काम होगा, तो आपको एक और रेस्टोरेंट खोलना पड़ेगा. वाइल स्टार्टअप्स, the reason why startups are loss making in the beginning and people are still okay, आप एग्जांपल देख रहे हो, बहुत सारे स्टार्टअप्स लिस्ट हुए हैं and many of them are not profitable. Ours was also listed. Well, ours is a profitable, that's a separate story altogether. But बहुत टाइम लगता है स्टार्टअप्स को प्रॉफिटेबल होने में, and people are okay, investors are okay for that, क्योंकि once they start making money, then cost need not go up as much as the revenues can. यही हुआ था फेसबुक के साथ, यही हुआ था गूगल के साथ में. आपके खर्चे धीरे धीरे बढ़ेंगे. Your expenses are not related to your output. That is the difference between a startup and non-startup. I would also like to share in my entrepreneurial journey, I'd like to share a few things which has helped us a lot. And during the process, we have learned. And I would want to give back to the next generation. First and foremost, don't fear failure. If you fear failure, you will not be able to start. Wear the badge of failure with honor. यहाँ पे लगाना चाहिए कि मैंने फेल किया है. And with that badge, आज के टाइम में, अभी हमारा एक VC सेशन था इससे पहले, I should have actually asked that question. Any VC, any person who funds will always prefer somebody who has failed rather than somebody who has not started. Any company you join now, we have about 1,200 people in our organization. मेरी कंपनी में कोई रिज्यूमे आता है, जो एक्स फाउंडर रह चुका है, वेदर सक्सेसफुल और नॉट सक्सेसफुल, मेरे लिए उसकी इज्जत इमीडिएटली बहुत ऊपर चली जाती। सो प्लीज डू नॉट फियर फेलियर। वही सबसे बड़ा हिंड्रेंस है। इन अवर माइंड वी क्रिएट सिनेरियोज व्हिच आर नॉट ट्रू। द सेकंड इज, once you become successful, don't become complacent. I'll give you an example. 2008 में, sir, I met Anil Kumble while he was playing a gully cricket in year 2008 in his peakest of the peakest time. After the match, I asked him, sir, आप क्या कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे? You know his response. He said, Prashant, international match में मैं कितने चौके छक्के खा लूं, nobody will blink an eye. यहाँ पे I cannot afford to not take a wicket. This is how legends are made. You have to put pressure on yourself. You have to find out new situations by which you can put pressure on yourself. Well, with this, I'd like to say thank you to everyone, all the panelists, our Saket sir, thank you for inspiring. Thank you for having all of us over here. Sachin sir for giving us insights. Jitendra sir for organizing all of this. Ashish ji, our co-chair. And thank you everyone. Thank you for your time.
I'll request our co-chairs also to kindly come us on this dais for the group photograph. And Dr. Mehta, if you can also join us. So, ladies and gentlemen, the much awaited session is right now with us, session with the unicorns. And here, like everybody is waiting from morning to actually listen to the story, the journey of the startups who started from scratch and become unicorns over a period of time. And we have Mr. Prashant Pitti with us. We have Mr. Yashraj, who will be moderating this session. And our most important, very, very important, I'll say the unicorns, Mr. Harsh Singh, co-founder Pristine Care, and Mr. Anmol Jaggi, co-founder Blue Start Mobility. They are with us, and I'm sure this will be the most dynamic session of the day. Let's wait for another, I think, 2 to 3 minutes before we just change the names and set up the stage. We'll just have the presence of all these domain experts and the luminaries of startups. Okay. So here we have the unicorns with us right now. Let's welcome them with a huge round of applause. Mr. Harsh Singh and Mr. Anmol Jagdi. So good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are right at 4 and a very, very important session that everybody is, waiting for. So we have the pleasure to have Mr. Yashraj Akashi, our co-chair for Startup Committee, and he's also the senior ambassador for TEDx. And as we know that TED is one of the most, important events that everybody looks for. We have like 3 unicorns who will be sharing the story, which is the founder's journey from seed to unicorn journey. And we have Mr. Prashant Pitti, who is the co-founder of easemytrip.com. We have Mr. Harsh Singh, co-founder Pristine Care, and Mr. Anmol Jaggi, co-founder Blue Smart. I'll request everyone to kindly come on the dais, please. Let's welcome them with a huge round of applause. So over to Yashraj for a very, very sort of a tadka wala session. That's what we are expecting from this, particular set of speakers. Over to you.
Thanks a lot for joining in. Actually, the whole day has been a set program, and I really wanted to see if we can do something different with these disruptors, right? And the beauty of the last session always is the fact that, look, you have all the time to do something that probably no one will listen to, or probably no one will notice, but it will definitely be fun. So this is going to be fun. I don't think I could have done this with the minister. So first thing, I really wanted the tables to go away. They said, "Nahi, aisa mat karna." So I'm just going to ask you guys, just be yourself, sit the way you want to. Okay. Yeah, wine, I don't mind. But listen, most of the people out here are young, right? If anyone's 45 plus here, please raise your hand. You will want to be young after this, but I'm going to keep it that way. So think of it like an unconference. I come from the land of TED. Everything is very structured, perfect, 6 minutes, 12 minutes, 18 minutes and all. But let's break all of that, honestly. Because, when I was going through the profiles of the speakers, I realized by luck or by chance or by planning of Mr. Pithiya, we've really got disruptors. He's not chosen a guy who's gotten the standard way on top. He's got everyone who's sitting there becoming a troublemaker or a disruptor in a good way in the industry. One is troubling the hospital sector. One's gone and troubled the new sector of Ola and Ubers. And the other guy has always been a troublemaker in a good way for the travel sector. So I think troublemaker is the good word in this case. And these are disruptors. So I'm going to disrupt the format a bit. I'm not going to let it be like a nice talk and then call one by one. None of that. It's just going to go into a proper fireside chat. And let's see where the fire is then, right? So guys, be prepped for it. Okay. Prashant told me, kuch bhi pucho. However scandalous it is, however difficult it is, it's going to come up to you. But to just make sure there is a small format even to this kind of an experiment, I'm going to revolve questions around very, very basic things. Who are you? What is it that you do? Where do you come from? Okay, how did you get here? Why did you get here? And what next? Very basic things. Abhi ye answer kar dena aap. 111, who are you? What is it? And then we will have a must session after that. Because when these people realize, oh, now I have to answer all this, and it's a young audience, forget the formats, forget the rules, just be yourself. Simple questions. In fact, I want to disappear. I just want to let to you guys, because I know the jugalbandi that you guys will have will be amazing. But thoda I'll direct it. Thank you. So guys, very basic. Who are you? Where are you from? What is it that you're doing? How did you get here? Where are you going? All that.
The audience.
Why also?
The audience have heard me enough throughout the day. I'll let these two guys speak first.
Okay. Thank you for having us, guys. Troublemaker in government is, I think, and there is, we are at a place where there is an establishment of government inside. So troublemaker in government
it's
is
gone.
not great.
It's all gone.
Yeah, but I still see the.
Saket ji, I hope you don't mind. Huh?
Please don't call us troublemakers. Please call us innovators. That's a little better word.
Disruptors. It's slowly getting accepted.
No, disruptors is also not great. Call us innovators. Disruption, I think, goes in a lot of directions.
Okay, we all agree.
Thank you for that. I think Prashant asked me and said, we are often called unicorns. India with 104 unicorn hai. You are one of them, and talk about it. First of all, I want to tell you very, very straightforward, honest, unicorn by design doesn't exist. It's a very notional concept, right? And I think as entrepreneurs, our job is to run a business which solves a problem and makes money. And I think that's what we're trying to do. So anybody who tells you there's a unicorn and that's fancy, that's bullshit, okay? So we have to run basic business. About myself, I'm a struggling entrepreneur. I started about 4.5 companies, out of which 3 have failed. So I think I'm still getting my hands sorted. And we can talk more about
That's what we should do. Failure matters even more. Trust me, failing is okay. And
this is exactly what I was saying.
I think,
Wearing your failure as a badge of honor. He would talk more about his failure, and this is a commonality between any entrepreneur. Please go.
No, absolutely. I think failure is the only, we often say failure is the only common thread amongst people who have succeeded in life. And like I said, I'm still getting there. I'm still struggling and so figuring it out. I'm lucky enough to be seated with 2 people who run multiple companies, and majority of them are profitable and successful. So I think you should hear more from them. I think the only other message which I would love to share all the time is competition is, or how do I word it? Competition is it doesn't exist ever. I think it's just it's an excuse which we use to not follow our path. And there's always a story I talk about. When I was young, my family, I told my dad I wanted to be a cricketer, and I've talked about this ek do baar. And I said I want to be a cricketer, and they said, he said, I come from Ludhiana, we speak chaste Punjabi, and he said, Kaka, हिंदुस्तान में 100 करोड़ लोग हैं, मतलब तब 100 करोड़ होते थे, अब ज्यादा हो गए। जैसे 100 करोड़ लोग हैं और सिर्फ 11 लोग टीम में सिलेक्ट होते हैं, so the chances are 11 over 100 crores. So the ratio is negligible. Now, on the first side, that makes sense. But if you think deeply, अगर हम थोड़ा सा मैथ कर लें, हम थोड़े मैथ बैकग्राउंड से आते हैं, तो हमें मैथ करना अच्छा लगता है हमेशा। सो अगर मेरे को क्रिकेट खेलना है, सो आई विल बी वाउचिंग फॉर लेट्स से मेंस क्रिकेट टीम। तो 100 करोड़ में से roughly 50% are women, even though that ratio is not the same, especially in Haryana is definitely not the same. But if it is 50% women, so now it is 11 over 50 crores. Out of those 50 crores, if I'm trying to play cricket and trying to play competitive, I'll be competing with folks who are in the age group of, let's say, 15 to 35. That is roughly 30% of our population, right? So 50 crore में से 30% रह गया, right? बाकी सब तो या तो बुजुर्ग हैं, या truly young हैं, या फिर out of sight हैं. Now that is 15 crores. That's 11 over 15 crores. Out of those 15 crores, not everybody is going to love cricket, right? Let's say 50% genuinely love cricket, right? That's about 7.5 crores. Out of 11 out of 7.5 crores. Out of 7.5 crores, there will be some unfortunate people, who live in areas, 70% of India is still struggling to get major resources. That's an unfortunate reality. उन 70% के लिए नेशनल क्रिकेट टीम में क्वालिफाई करना इज नियरली इम्पॉसिबल. सो 15 करोड़ में से 70% और हटा दो. नाउ दैट्स लाइक अबाउट 4.5 crores. नाउ 11 out of 4.5 crores. उसमें से जेन्युइनली कितने मर के दिन रात खेलेंगे? शायद 10% गंदी मेहनत मारेंगे, सुबह 5 बजे उठेंगे, 2 किलोमीटर भागेंगे, 3 घंटा खेलेंगे, स्कूल जाएंगे, वापस आएंगे, शाम को फिर प्रैक्टिस करेंगे. मे बी 10%. दैट इज अबाउट 50 lakhs or 45 lakhs. Now 11 over 45 lakhs is shit hard, but it is way better than 11 over 100 crores. So I think the real competition.
Civil service is easier, that means.
Yeah, it's very easy.
So if you want to be a cricketer, try a chance of being a civil servant. It's a better luck.
And I'm sure after hearing that explanation, आपके ने पापा ने कहा होगा बेटा entrepreneur बन जाओ.
I think
out of 10, 9 fail.
नहीं, I think सबसे बड़ा failure, just to add, I think, even if you succeed, I always hold a regret that as a son I failed. My father is a bureaucrat. We have a family of bureaucrats, and they just wanted me to be a bureaucrat. और कहाँ जाके TED में जाके बैठ गया and all. But I think we always carry that failure along, and I'm sure each one of us has that failure story, right? Anyone who has an amazing
more
failure.
than one, so
First step of failure is parents. कि चलो parents के expectation से fail. Second step of failure is education system. मैं ज़्यादा नहीं बोलूँगा, यहाँ पे IIT वाले हैं. So
even right now, I'm absolutely failing. My mom tells me 10 minutes ago, when I left office, I called her. I was like, I'm going out for somewhere. He says, your dad is worried you don't have children, so you're failing.
See, but that's in a good way. Eventually you realize it's okay. They're happy, you're happy.
Arey, talk about that. I got a mouthful from my mom today. So today morning, I was at the hospital. I actually took the candle out and came back. And mom's like कि बेटा इतनी मेहनत करने का point ही क्या, तू hospital में भी भर्ती नहीं रह सकता. This is how it is for all of us.
Cool. So I think where am I?
ये तो बहुत succeed कर रहे हैं अलग अलग जगह पे. He doesn't know what his parents like. Eventually he's got 10 startups to run. So one of them your parents will like, I think. My team gave me 4 names. बाकी भी बता दो.
So nothing.
For myself, being a serial entrepreneur, started 2007, bootstrapped, son of an army officer. Interesting thing because a lot of young people are here, and I was just आपके साथ नहीं share करी मैंने शायद, लेकिन थोड़ा सा हर्ष के साथ अभी गाड़ी में share कर रहा था. I have, and this is a real true story. आप picture भी produce करते हो मैंने सुना है. उसके बारे में हम बात करेंगे.
आज हमने बहुत learn किया, agriculture में भी है.
जी, so when I was very young, I fell in love with a lady, with a girl. I was in class 10, and she's now my wife and also a bureaucrat. So both in 2000. This is 2000. I'm 1985 born. This is 2000, and we were in class 10. And then her father got posted to Pune. My father got posted to Chandigarh. Separation हो गया. तो 3-4 साल long distance चला, और फिर मुझे बड़ा बुरा लगने लगा कि यार ये why can't I go and meet? Why can't I go and meet? And that's how, while I was still at college, I founded my first business. The first business sole aim was to make a flight. I was studying at Dehradun. She was at Pune. So to take a flight every weekend to Pune and meet that time my girlfriend. So that's how the first business started. So the whole motivation was, they always say, you always have behind every successful guy there's a woman. So in my case it was Mugdha, who's my wife, and that time my girlfriend. So the first business started because of her. And while I was at college, University of Petroleum Dehradun is where I graduated as a petroleum engineer. So before graduating, the business was decently established, etc. And from a young people's choice perspective, I think if some of you are facing a choice of whether to become an entrepreneur or to become or to pick up a nice job or to study forward, etc. My dad made it very simple. He said, तीनों के एक option बनाओ और तीनों के एक option बना के मुझे दिखा दो, फिर हम choose करेंगे. So that's what. So entrepreneurship का option बना दिया. Thankfully college placements में भी अच्छा लग गया, and I was able to do decently well in CAT. So we got some admission there. तो पापा को तीनों ऑप्शन बताया और फिर पापा ने चूज किया कि नहीं ठीक है, entrepreneurship वाला ऑप्शन अच्छा लग रहा है, so go and start entrepreneurship. So I got it when I started renewable energy. I started with a thing called carbon credits at that time in 2007. In 2012, some of the leaders of the world, politicians as they are called as, decided that we no longer will support the Kyoto Protocol, which was the framework under which carbon credits used to work. And so on 31st December 2012, we went out of business because Kyoto Protocol expired at that time. And so revenue went to zero, and we had to pivot. And that time we pivoted to solar, which was a very interesting thing. Kept doing various things in solar, kept growing it. Then one of my clients, who's now my co-founder at Blue Smart, he reached out and said कि यार electric mobility अच्छा लग रहा है, वो करते हैं, तो ओला के साथ competition होगा, Uber के साथ होगा, ये सब. So we discussed all of that, deliberated all of that, and then we said yes, there is a chance that we can disrupt or innovate or trouble Ola and Uber. So that's what we can do. So we did that, and it's been good. वो हमने दिसंबर 19 में स्टार्ट करी, मार्च 20 में कोविड लग गया. तो कुछ हमारी स्टार्टअप्स के साथ ऐसा ही होता है, स्टार्ट करते हैं, रेवेन्यू जीरो होता है, उसके बाद ही बड़ी होती हैं. So but happy with that. So it's growing good. Like
No, I'm very sure you all are using Blue Smart, right? All of
इधर तो पता नहीं.
show of hands. How many of you know Blue Smart? Show of hands. Sir, bas kadam khaani, sir.
Oh, thanks a lot. Yeah, please do let me know if you don't find our service in order. I will try to fix it right. But generally,
Get more cabs. I'll share his mobile number.
Get more cabs.
Prashant, I wish I could ask how many of you have got piles treatment done from us.
I can't ask that.
That's what we do. By the way, Pristine is leaders in Bawasir treatment in the world.
वो जो बवासीर के ऐड होते हैं उसमें तेरा नंबर है हर्ष. जो दीवारों पे लगा होता है. बवासीर
जब भी आप कुछ सर्च करोगे ना कि ये पेन हो रहा है, सबसे पहले प्रिस्टीन का सर्जरी करवा दो.
True story around that, by the way. My wife met you, right, the other day. So I have an ulnar nerve syndrome, which is where I have a pain in my hand throughout. 3 to 7 के 10 के scale पे हमेशा होता है. And I introduced my wife to him, like he runs Pristine Care.
And all throughout the car, she's like, I know about prestige care. I know about prestige care. And then like, were you searching about my unlearned love syndrome? She's like, yes, that's how I know about it.
We are not wasting our marketing money.
20% off if you need any surgery. Right now. हाथ ऊपर कर लो, मिल जाएगा कूपन कोड. Already किसने किया है कि हाथ ऊपर? कैप पे मिल जाएगा आज.
कैप पे मुश्किल है सर.
सर्च प्राइस लगेगा, सर्च प्राइस.
सर्च प्राइस भी नहीं होगा. But anyways, yeah. Yes, yeah. So that's been my personal story.
Yeah, acha. So
I
little
think,
that I know him. Sorry, little that I know him. Just today itself, I think I probably know 90% of whatever I know him. But it's amazing how many things this guy does. Yeah, it's crazy. And one thing that's really inspiring is, they don't think idea acha hai. They look into practicality. I think all three of them, at least what you also said is ki ek option dekh ke, then they debate on it. So there is some practicality to that also. And somewhere down the conversation, I want to hear that part also. Ki what is the way you start up? Because everyone here today says ki idea hai, so it doesn't mean it's a startup. Funding hai, so doesn't mean it's a startup. It still needs to have some practicality to it, right? So we'll get to that point also.
Yeah, for us, grew up in a middle class family in Delhi only. 3 brothers, still in a joint family, which is very rare. Well, graduate from IIT, got a job in the US. I was very sure that I had to come back to India, and for which I did not apply for my green card. मेरे साथ में 6 लोग गए थे IIT IIM से, and everybody applied for the green card within the first 1 month, while I had a very clear objective that I want to be an entrepreneur in my life. And US में कैसे entrepreneur बनना है, उसकी knowledge नहीं थी. इसलिए India was the home ground, India was the obvious choice. Leaving aside jingoism, leaving aside nationalism, वो सब भी होगा. But practically, India is the best place to be. 10 years ago, today, and 100 years from now. Practically, that's the, if I were born an American, and if I was an American, मैं अपने बच्चों को बोलता जा इंडिया जाके काम ढूंढ ले. This is how I would think. If I was thinking practically. See, basically, all the countries in the world are slowly disowning China. Let's put it this way. We are in a beautiful geopolitical situation. कि भैया किसी को धंधा बनाना है तो पॉपुलेशन हमारे पास. सीधी सी बात है. चाइना को तो डिसोन करते जा रहे हैं लोग. So for that reason, I had a very crystal clear idea that I want to be an entrepreneur. Came back to India, had a couple of failed startups. For example, me and 3 of my friends from IIT. हमने सोचा यार देश के अंदर है ना कुछ स्पोर्ट्स का कल्चर लेके आते हैं. We all have some sports background. तो स्टार्ट हमने सबसे पहले जो कंपनी की थी, that was called as indiakhelo.com. सिंपल ऑब्जेक्टिव था, स्कूल्स में जाएंगे, बैटरी ऑफ फिटनेस एंड फिटनेस टेस्ट रन करेंगे, एजिलिटी, एंड्योरेंस, ब्ला ब्ला ब्ला, तो याद भी नहीं आ रहा, बहुत पुरानी बात हो गई. एंड स्कूल में जाते थे, प्रिंसिपल बोलती थी यार तुम सारे के सारे IITians यहाँ पे क्या स्पोर्ट्स सिखाने आए हो, मैथ्स पढ़ा दो. तो बिजनेस चलाने के चक्कर में 30-40 लोगों को हमने किया, 30-40 स्कूल में हमने किया, बट स्केल नहीं हो रहा था बिजनेस. थैंकफुली वी गॉट द किंग ऑफ जॉर्डन who heard about us from somewhere कि इन्होंने बहुत यूनिक सॉफ्टवेयर बनाया हुआ है. They approached us, and you know how they approached us? We got to meet the Queen of Jordan. अब उनको कैसे ना बोला जाए? Research about her, you'll see. So India Khelo software was sold to the King of Jordan क्योंकि उनके पास में 300 schools हैं in Jordan, right? Which are running under his leadership. And till today, India Khelo is alive over there. By the name of Fitness Air. आज भी वहां पे स्कूल्स में यही सॉफ्टवेयर चल रहा है. And then a decade later, our country has announced Khelo India, which is doing pretty much the same thing. But nevertheless, we learned a lot. A lot of lessons were learned. Some money was made. Then couple of other things, and then me and my brothers, we were on to this journey of running EaseMart.
You were running a social dating app.
बहुत सारे भाई, बताता रहूंगा सब बोर हो जाएंगे. This I ran a social dating app. That was while running EaseMart. This story is yet to be told, or what happened over there. We got to a place where we were getting 3 million downloads a day. Wow. We were the fastest growing app in the world. 3 million downloads a day happened for a week, And then somebody shut us down. I haven't told that story yet to the world. Aage bolo.
You can say it. Who shut you down?
We will talk later.
You
some
said
other day.
scandalous questions. Yeah, so
Iska-
scandalous.
नहीं,
right?
यार, यहाँ पे अभी नहीं.
Acha,
Over the
which
call.
country?
It was running in the US.
In the US?
It was running in the US. It was running in the US.
If TikTok can run, then
We will talk about that later.
that's over dinner.
That's over dinner or drinks.
A big dinner we're going to have today then. Please join in. So guys, great. This is where you are. This is how you've come to it. What now from here? What is all this that you're seeing right now? From seed, where you've gotten to a current status of being unicorns, unicorns, and looking at the world around, the global crisis is here, probably not in India as yet, but all of you, except for him, are funded. He told me he's bootstrapped. I mean, that's an envious position to be in. But now that you're in the market, where do you see, taking what you've built right now, that one company, Blue Smart for you, Pristine for you, Is My Trip for you, where do you see that company from this point? Where do you see yourself from this point onwards? The past is gone. Now this is the new era, right? So tell us a bit about where you are right now and where do you see yourself going from here?
Before that, one message which we think is super valuable. कभी-कभी ऐसा लगता है कि it's great to be an entrepreneur. It's great to be sometimes coming on stage and there is an audience which is so amazing and they are willing to listen to your story. So it's good fun, and there is a lot of fancifulness on it. I think what most people don't realize is. And counter to what you said earlier, sir, being an entrepreneur is actually not practical. It is an impractical decision, right? Like Prashant said, at probably, I was 22, I was in Silicon Valley, I had a $100,000 job, and I thought, Sardar, you have arrived. What else can you do in life, right? And that's when I gave it all up to come back and start my first company. And from 22 to 29, 7 years, 3 startups, almost 7 years. 3.5, 4 startups, and pretty much zero revenue, no money, and probably not the easiest life, right? And a lot of people say Pristine is an overnight success, fastest healthcare unicorn. 3.5 saal mein aapko, in fact 3 years you became a unicorn. We'll do 1,000+ crores this year. So you're doing a good business. But what most people don't realize is that it took us 10 years probably, or 12 years for myself to even get to a place where somebody could say, okay, you've done something which is worthwhile. So don't forget the lesson of perseverance. It's not even, even Anmol, right? 23 years dating the same girl. Perseverance wasn't born in him. Not many people.
That's a case study.
That's a case study in itself. Right, but just don't forget the lesson of perseverance. I think that's one. So don't think it's all fancy. And Prashant is very honestly, as an audience, is sounding very cool. But look at this guy work 15 hours a day. This guy works 15 hours a day, and it's not cool. On Sunday when you meet him on 6 p.m. and if he has a client call or a customer complaint on Ease My Trip where just convenience fee वापस नहीं आया, he will get on the call. Right. So, or if there's a poor experience on Blue Smart, I can vouch for you. We've just known each other. Or if there's a pristine patient and, we make mistakes, sometimes the patient gets stuck in the hospital for discharge. On a Sunday, it's very, very hard. We will leave everything to get done. So the importance of hard work and perseverance. Problem kya na, sir, and I think our generation and maybe the generation next, maybe ours is still better. We grew up in instant gratification. He was talking about the dating app, and I can tell you, Anmol ko jab Mugdha ko, when he had to take Mugdha out, and in our case, ladki patane mein badi mehnat lagti hai. Abhi to swipe left, swipe right, and that's easy, right? And even you need an information, you go on YouTube and you can learn data, AI, like you can learn, data analytics, Hadoop, AI, and whatever shit you want. You want to run rocket technology, YouTube will teach you. But 10 years ago, I went to US in 2008, sorry. And first time YouTube worked without us buffering. India में हम पहले on करते थे YouTube, फिर pause करते थे, फिर buffer होता था, फिर on करते, फिर pause करते थे, फिर buffer होता था. और हम वहाँ US पहली बार गए और YouTube 1 second में चले गया.
How many of you have seen a modem out here?
Of course we've seen it.
Like, modem, not a Wi-Fi router. I don't think you've seen a modem, my friend. Modem. And have you heard that sound? Teen, teen.
Yeah.
Huh? Chalo, you're not that old. हाँ BSNL का 128 kb, sorry 56 kb ऐसे कुछ तो था ना?
I mean, it was 64. Yeah, exactly. So I think it's a dial-up.
How many of you used a fax machine? काफी old
How do you
crowd है.
actually know that fax was not? It was name of a company which got started using as a promo. Yeah, I know. We probably have. Yeah, I know. Very few people, sir. No, I think
Basics,
no,
basic.
absolutely, sir. I think
C++ and basic.
Exactly. I think the larger lesson is, it's great to sometimes get a chance to be on the stage and share your story, but it takes a lot of effort. And I think I personally, for myself, I consider myself very, very lucky. So many failures, still the parents didn't push me out and said, I was lucky that I didn't have to feed my family. And I know my friends, my best friend, who was my co-founder, had to go back and take up a role, and I could go on to my second startup because I didn't need to send money home. I could manage myself whatever little I had. So that's luck, right? I mean, if I had my parents to take care of and they couldn't take care of themselves, I couldn't have done my second company, and I couldn't have failed the third time, right? And similarly, I was 6 months. I just got married, and 6 months later we started Pristine, and we were working like 8 days out of 7 days in a week. Literally had divorced 3 times in the last 3 years, right? So if I didn't have a great life partner, I wouldn't have been able to got it. So I think there is that quotient of luck which you need. So, but a lot of hard work, a lot of perseverance, and some stroke of luck. All this is honestly, मैं बता रहा हूँ आपको, ये सब फैफ है जो हम स्टेज पे बैठे हैं, ये सब फैफ है. रियलिटी है, वो आज हमारे ऑफिस आ जाओ, आप सैटरडे रात को 9 बजे मुझसे पूछ लो, आप you will find me at my office. Something is going wrong. So the argument is, please take entrepreneurship very, very seriously. I think what has happened in the last 2 years, 3 years, I remember this incident. ये Delhi SDA market के बाहर, IIT Delhi के बाहर SDA market है, वहाँ पे there is this Chayos, and I was sitting with this amazing blue chip investor. I'm not going to tell you his name. I said, how do you decide who to invest in? And he said, जो सामने गेट से बाहर आता है, 22 साल का लड़का या ये यंग लड़का होता है और सुपर एरोगेंट होता है, और उसके पास उसको ये होता है कि आप मेरे से दुनिया का सबसे absurd idea उसके पास होता है और कोई revenue path नहीं होता, and I give him $1 million. And I'm telling you, this is the most blue chip investor in the country.
I've heard this.
Yeah, so
Arrogance wins. Sometimes it also covers the fact that you don't know anything, but I've seen a lot of people who say,
there's a but. I'm sure there's a but.
The argument is, don't think of taking on or starting a company just for the fun of it. I know a lot of my friends who come from great pedigree backgrounds. They want to start a company just because उनको लगता है capital मिल जाएगा, your story में नाम आ जाएगा, LinkedIn पे 4 लोग like कर देंगे. वो सब ठीक है. That's a byproduct of it. But what
you
goes
can buy
behind
it too.
Sorry?
Just telling you can buy it too.
Yeah, I
it's
know.
easily
I used to run a company. So Swiggy started in 2014 in Bangalore. We started in Delhi NCR. So we started in Lajpat Nagar too. और मूलचंद मेट्रो स्टेशन के बाहर हम पैम्फलेट बांटते थे और बोलते थे आपको कुछ भी चाहिए हम घर पे डिलीवर कर देंगे. वी डिडंट मेक अ मोबाइल ऐप बिकॉज लाइक यार फटाफट से टेस्ट करते हैं. तो हमारे पास राउटिंग ऐप नहीं थी कि हम पहले मोबाइल डाउनलोड कराएंगे, मार्केटिंग करेंगे. और हमने आई थिंक वी स्टार्टेड डूइंग 50 orders a day, I think 10th day, and we were also able to raise some capital. And then my co-founder went to Canada and the business got shut down. That's a separate story. You wear a turban, the only destination for you is India or Canada. So I had a PR too. but entrepreneurship is, don't just do for the fun of it. The other thing, I think I always keep talking about it. It's not necessary to start a company. It's not necessary. Some of the top leadership in Pristine and in some of the, I know about Ease My Trip, I know about Blue Smart a bit. They will make upwards of 100 crores in their life, upwards of 100 crores. And these are guys who, just started out, regular jobs, took up a role in a startup, believed in the mission, and then worked their ass off, right? So it's not necessarily to start a company only. Whatever you do, just do with your heart out. That's, I think, more important. I think about the question you asked, where we're going as a company. So I run a company called Pristine Care. Like I said, some of you might not know about it. We do a lot of surgeries. We run 200 clinics. We are in 42 cities. We work with 400 plus surgeons who are on our payrolls. We are one of the largest employers of full-time super specialist surgeons in the country. In fact, second largest in the country. We will do 150,000 surgeries this year, which is the second largest in India. And the largest organization is like 40 years. So we're doing very well and failing a lot. Luckily, not failing in patient treatment, but failing in our operation, sometimes patient experience. Thank you, sir. But where we are going, Hindustan में 43 million surgeries होती हैं. Non-emergency surgeries is what we do. So we don't do cancer care. 43 million और हम तो 1.5 लाख करेंगे. So we are not even 0.1% of the market. So I think there's a massive, massive opportunity. And I think the goal is to execute phenomenally well on every area. We believe we'll be in 60 cities. We are in 42 cities right now. That's very geographical. I think for us, the mission statement is we want to make sure, right? And I come from a small town in Ludhiana. I know Ludhiana से किसी को surgery करानी होती है, they all try to come to Delhi. और लुधियाना के आगे अमृतसर है, अमृतसर से किसी को करानी है तो उनको लुधियाना आना होता है, right? I think our mission is that we want to go to Ranchi and we want to go to Guwahati and we want to go to Vijayawada and make sure कि वहाँ पे वही high quality surgery, वही high quality doctor, the most advanced medical technology and same patient logistics. So seamless surgery care is really our goal, and I think we are not even touching 0.1% of the market. So massive opportunity. We also started to test abroad. We are testing 2 countries right now. We believe there's a similar opportunity outside. Failing a lot, haven't figured it out, but I think we'll find a way. I think एक और interesting thing हुआ हमारे साथ. We got very lucky. Anmol was talking about COVID. So we were 1-year-old company. We had 250 job offers, and COVID came in, and PM Modi came on national television and said कि यार surgeries बंद कर दो. Of course, hospitals were unoperational, and we are a very physical business. एक patient को doctor को operation theater में जाना पड़ता है, and that's when you operate. So our business went down by 70-80%, and we had to survive as a company. So we started doing whatever we could. तो किसी ने बोला कि सबको सैनिटाइजर और मास्क चाहिए, और ये Amazon Flipkart शटडाउन हो गया, दुकानें बंद हो गई, तो हमने कहा हम लेके आएंगे. तो हम गाजियाबाद जाके, पानीपत जाके, लुधियाना जाके, जहां से मिला, पूरी कोविड में there is not one day when we were working from home. Every day we worked from office. पहले फेस शील्ड लगाते थे, मास्क लगाते थे. Thank you for that. And तो हमने सैनिटाइजर मास्क बेचने शुरू कर दिए. We made 50 lakh rupees in 7 days, and we said यार this can work. उसके बाद सैनिटाइजर एंड मास्क अवेलेबल हो गए, और मास्क 10 रुपए का बिकता था, फिर वो 1 रुपए का हो गया, तो मार्जिन खत्म हो गया. और फिर Amazon फ्लिपकार्ट ने भी बेचने शुरू कर दिए. तो फिर हमने सैनिटाइजर स्टैंड बेचने शुरू कर दिए. फिर सबको ऑक्सीमीटर चाहिए थे, फिर हमने ऑक्सीमीटर बेचने शुरू कर दिए. एंड वी कॉल दिस समथिंग कॉल्ड एज प्रिस्टीन फार्मा करके छोटा सा हमारा एक नाम था. I think 6-7 months down the line we realized, in fact 1 year down the line, we realized nothing we've sold was now required in the market because everything was opened up. But we ended up figuring out कि हमने 3 capabilities बना लिया. We said we can do e-commerce, we can do procurement, we can put it on a website or an app, we can take orders, we can deliver in 20,000 pin codes in India, and we can handle first mile, mid mile, last mile. We've developed these capabilities, but there is no business. So हमारी I think 30 लोगों की टीम थी जो ये काम कर रही थी. So we started a brand called Beat XP. So it was a fitness products. हमने weighing scales or we started doing fitness products and a bunch of other things, oximeters, smartwatches. We are launching apparels and stuff. It's been a year and 6 months. This year we will do 400 crores in that little company. Wow. And the good part is I could have never written in my business plan. And this is not ARR, this is revenue. Right? This is real revenue, EBITDA positive business. Pristine nahi hai abhi, but that company is becoming tomorrow. And the argument is as an entrepreneur, I could have never ever written that business plan myself that we will do anything like this. I think it's just figuring out an opportunity, not giving it up, persevering, and just executing like Godspeed.
So my
that's what
very good friend Vishal Gondal, we just spoke to him. Yeah, he tells me, Yashraj, whatever business plan you have, just forget it. Jump with the intent, you will survive.
So during COVID, sir, we didn't manufacture, but you'll be surprised how many entrepreneurs out there wanted to survive and feed their workforce.
Yeah.
And they were willing to do anything, right? Sometimes even manufacturing and running their factories for 24 hours, giving them, sanitizers, giving them masks, giving them fail sheets, so that na unki families kharab ho, na hi unke workers ki families kharab ho. So itne manufacturing houses hain Ghaziabad mein, Panipat mein, Ludhiana mein, Tirupur mein, and I can go on and on, who wanted to survive because they felt nobody was buying. And in fact, the argument, the question, sir, you asked, हम लोग इतना छोटा बिजनेस थे कि कोई हमारे को सामान भी नहीं देता था, बट दे डिडंट हैव अ चॉइस. दे सेड कोई तो लेने के लिए आ रहा है. They gave us credit, trusting that we will not fail, and we didn't fail them. But they trusted us because they didn't have a choice. So I think there's always that positive side too when there's a problem. So that's what
I think surviving itself is a different skill, and I think entrepreneurs today think more about funding, who's your investor, what's my CAC, what's my all those fancy words. No, but being honest with you, this chamber itself has legends who have probably survived without these definitions, and they thrive. And they thrive. That's the beauty. When I come here, I realize for 118 years, people have survived without this dictionary. They have understood how to survive, they've understood how to thrive, and they've understood the art of business. Ki, boss, isme business kaise hai? And a lot of us in the startup world today, and I'm actually a bystander, I just watch these guys, but the more I get to know them, I realize some of them are true survivors. One of these ticketing company CEOs, founders told me, I'm a cockroach. He said, Yashraj, main cockroach hu. I will survive. And COVID had just started that. He said, whatever by the end of it, 2 months, 3 months, tabhi lagta tha 6 mahine mein ho jayega. I will survive. And trust me, there have been such tough times for them. Their building used to be empty. They thought of renting it, but they used to always think how to move ahead. Whereas I saw so many people who just left it all. I mean, hats off to these guys. All of them run immensely important business. If Ease My Trip stops today, you will see people coming to say, Bhai, tum chalu karo, because of you, we survive. Same thing with both of you guys, right? Doctors are dependent on you. Patients are dependent on you. Cab drivers are dependent on you. I mean, I feel so good ki forget Ola, Uber, I'll get a Blue Smart, pakka aa jayega. That's the thing. And with you, every time I search Agoda and other places, these guys always have the best rate. I think they are industry creators because they know how to survive. And I think a big lesson out here for entrepreneurs who are getting into the journey, please jump in to know that you will survive. Otherwise, don't. Any fear will stop you. So that's my lesson from what you said and what you touched upon.
I'll share some hacks which we have used at Ease My Trip of how we have grown the company without raising any capital.
Only 3 companies in the country are 3 unicorns. Some bootstrapped and unicorns, I think 3 or 4 maybe.
Doesn't matter. But point is that 2-3 hacks batata hu in the journey of last 12 odd years. How I get this question a lot that we have 7 competitors who have raised millions and billions of dollars. How did you grow? First, Ease My Trip is known for no convenience fees, right? We don't charge convenience fees, and this is how we grew. Open up easemytrip.com right now. And throughout our website or a mobile app, you will not find this fact written that we don't charge convenience fees. Very oxymoronic. जो चीज सबसे ज्यादा फेमस होती है उसके तो बिलबोर्ड्स लगते हैं, right? हम उल्टा करते हैं. We search on easemytrip right now, easemytrip.com right now. कहीं पे भी आपको नहीं दिखेगा कि we don't charge convenience fees because we have learned this. लोग तभी एक दूसरे को बताते हैं जब उनको लगता है वो इन्फॉर्मेशन सिर्फ उनको पता है, किसी और को नहीं पता. अगर हम ड्रम पीट के लोगों को बताने लगेंगे कि हम कन्वीनियंस फीस चार्ज नहीं करते, अगर हम ऐसा करने लगेंगे तो लोग क्या सोचेंगे, अरे कन्वीनियंस फी नहीं करता होगा, कुछ और करता होगा. दिस इज हाउ कंज्यूमर थिंक्स, राइट? मैं अगर टीवी में ऐड कर दूंगा इज माय ट्रिप विद 0 कन्वीनियंस फीस, पीपल थिंक कुछ और लगा देता होगा. बट इफ योर फ्रेंड कम्स एंड टेल्स यू कि भैया इज माय ट्रिप कन्वीनियंस फीस चार्ज नहीं करता, ही डजंट हैव एनी बायस. उसके पास में कोई रीजन नहीं है टू टेल यू. सेकेंड इंसिडेंट व्हिच वी लर्नड वाज एक्चुअली ड्यूरिंग द कोविड टाइम्स. आपने कोविड को छोड़ा तो मुझे एकदम याद आ गया. So prior to COVID, we were a clear number 3 OTA in India. Out of 8, we were the 3rd largest OTA in India prior to COVID. COVID hua, the entire world stopped. And if you just listen to what your customer needs, this is how you'll succeed. For us, it was, call center ke calls bhar gaye and everybody is stranded and everybody is looking for their refund. हर किसी को पैसा चाहिए कि भाई किसी भी तरीके से fly नहीं कर सकते तो I'll take a private cab. I'll do something, but I want to reach back to my home, right? And we realized that the only thing we were getting called was, where is my refund? अब refund तो हमारे पास में है नहीं, वो तो airline के पास चला गया या hotel के पास चला गया. You gave us the money, we give it to them, and then we give you the ticket. It's like that, right? Now the money is not with us, but over the period of 12 years, 12 साल हुए थे, तो 14 साल हो गए. We had created up, we had a cash reserve of about 200 crores, which was a profit which we have accumulated over the period of 12 years. 200 crore का हमारा profit पड़ा हुआ था हमारे बैंक के अंदर. So together we three brothers, we decided that we will give 130 crores to the consumer as refund even before we get from the airlines, and 50 crores we will give to the airlines क्योंकि airlines भी मर रही थी. Airlines were also, airlines के सारे operations बंद हो गए हैं, but खर्चे तो चल रहे हैं. So हमने सिर्फ 20 करोड़ रुपए अकाउंट में रखा, 130 जनता को दे दिया और 50 करोड़ हमने एयरलाइंस को दे दिया. This is factually this is what we did. We thought process था कि अगर सब मर जाएंगे तो पैसा के क्या करेंगे, अगर कुछ नहीं होगा तो वापस आ जाएंगे. And believe you me, the moment India opened up, we immediately became the second largest from third largest. Immediately. What happened was on social media, people were tagging our competitors saying कि मेरे दोस्त को तो इस ट्रिप से पैसा मिल गया, where is my money? There was nothing wrong with what our competitors were doing, but we just went a step ahead and created a whole new ballpark. And because of that social media approach, we immediately became second largest. And the third thing, which I mean, we were just talking about all this, and that's how it is coming to me. The best and the easiest way to win customers is not by spending money on marketing. उससे बढ़िया तरीका है being accessible. हमारे पास में, so there are, accessibility has a huge benefit. I'll explain you in two ways. One of my younger brothers, he still talks to all the airlines himself. मेरी उससे बात नहीं हो पाती है because he's always busy talking to the airlines. We have not delegated that job to anybody. He's directly accessible to the airlines and their product managers. And imagine the kind of high that product manager is getting कि वो co-founder से बात कर रहा है. बाकी सारे competitors में तो ये हो नहीं रहा है. वो तो PM से बात कर रहा है. Now because of which, अगर कोई एयरलाइन की डील आ रही है तो 3-4 घंटे पहले इस मैटर पे आ जाती है. अगर इमेजिन करो प्राइस डिफरेंस, हमारा रात के 12 बजे शुरू हो गया है, XYZ एयरलाइन, आई एम नॉट गोना से द नेम, XYZ एयरलाइन का ऑफर 8,000 की जगह 2,000 पे इस मैटर पे मिल रहा है और बाकी सारे कॉम्पिटिटर्स की वेबसाइट पे 8,000 में ही मिल रहा है. Why do you need to spend money on marketing? Just be extremely accessible to the right set of people. I do go on television interviews a lot, right? So only about 1 month ago, one of the top news channels MD called me and said, Prashant, हमारे ऊपर एक complaint आई है that why are you the only one who are representing travel industry on TV? Why do we see only Prashant? And they received that complaint. And मैंने बोला कि आपने क्या जवाब दिया? And she says, भाई मैंने बोला तुम भी अपना नंबर दे दो. You also give your number to everybody and become accessible. We'll also get you on the board. So accessibility has a huge win. These were some of the learnings which I wanted to share with you.
Yeah, no, thank you. Clearly,
I know a few things that you guys did in COVID, but a lot of amazing things that you guys did in COVID during the lockdown.
So I think it's a mix here. आपने बोला there's been talk about practicality and madness. So I would say that we are a blend of it. What we saw, madness was to say कि यार एक और third ride hailing company बनेगी. Madness was that कि कोई दो बड़े giants के साथ competition करेगा. और madness was to say कि हम electric vehicles के साथ उनके साथ compete करेंगे, जब electric vehicles को ही नहीं पता कि कहाँ से आएंगी गाड़ियाँ, कहाँ चार्ज होंगी गाड़ियाँ, 110 किलोमीटर रेंज की गाड़ी है, वो कितनी बार दिन में चार्ज करनी पड़ेगी. But what we saw, there was a lot of logic to what we were trying to do. हमको ये समझ में आया, simple चीजें समझ में आई कि कंपटीशन के साथ ड्राइवर ना खुश है, कस्टमर ना खुश है, तो भाई अगर कुछ करेंगे तो मतलब ज्यादा कुछ नहीं भी करेंगे, 0-0 पे भी करेंगे तो नेगेटिव तो नहीं है. नो कैंसिलेशन, नो सर्ज इज गुड इनफ. उसके अलावा कुछ हमको करने की जरूरत नहीं है. सो वी जस्ट डिड वेरी सिंपल थिंग्स. Electric, we just did because एक passion था. I've always been clean tech, clean and green entrepreneur. So my passion was to do electric. And कुछ तो एक storyline भी होनी चाहिए. But I was discussing with Harsh in the car and sir के साथ भी पहले discuss कर चुका हूँ मैं कि 99% of our customers don't actually use us for electric. People only use us because of no cancellation, no surge. Simple. Electric क्या वो nuclear से भी गाड़ी चल रही होगी, लोगों को फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा. जब तक वो गाड़ी सही समय पे पहुंच रही है, ड्राइवर आपके लिए ड्राइवर नीट क्लीन है और गाड़ी कैंसिल नहीं हो रही, people are absolutely no. Electric was just a story.
Drivers are a
around-
little happier, I think.
Sorry?
Your drivers are a little happier than the others. Others are very edgy, I feel.
So what we saw, sir, was that, and I'll talk about that too. So it was a very, I would say, madness थी. हाँ, एक third ride hail company करेंगे, दो बड़े large competitors के साथ करेंगे. COVID of course आ गया, हम लोग zero revenue पे थे, funding तो हमने बहुत बाद में उठाई. But practically यही था कि customer ना खुश है और driver partner ना खुश है, तो कुछ तो कर सकते हैं इसके अंदर. So that's what we did. And on around the marketing वाला तो हमारा बहुत simple है. मतलब I can 100% guarantee you that you will not see a single advertisement from us. We have not done a single piece of advertisement ever. Whatever app downloads, usage, etc. And आप में से काफी सारे users हैं यहाँ पे Blue Smart के. We've not done single rupee of marketing ever. Most of you, 99% of you would have not even seen a discount on our platform. So we have not given any discount ever. We just believe कि आप अच्छी सर्विस देते हो तो आप हक से पैसा ले रहे हो. तो हम सर के जैसे जीरो कन्वीनियंस फीस पे नहीं है, बट अगर अच्छी सर्विस हमारी है तो उसका पैसा हमको हक से लेना है और दुनिया उसका हक का पैसा देने के लिए रेडी है. अगर हम ये कहते हैं कि आपने अगर कोई 3 बार ड्राइवर बुक करने में आपने 15-20 मिनट वेस्ट कर दिया और उसकी बजाय आपने 50 रुपए में एक्स्ट्रा दे दिया, तो we are happy taking that 50 rupees and you're also happy spending that 50 rupees rather than wasting your 15-20 minutes of time की गाड़ी कब आएगी, फिर ये डेस्टिनेशन है, फिर मैं कैश नहीं दूंगा वगैरह वगैरह वगैरह. So we believe that we have a great service and for that great service we are like every person in the world. If you have great skill set, you will want to get compensated for your great skill sets. We believe we have a great service and we would like to charge for that.
Also predictability.
Yeah. So that's how we wish to do. And so that's been our story, which is a mix of practicality and madness. Madness सिर्फ एक बार थी कि करना है ये काम. उसके बाद तो I think it was more practical. Going electric was definitely madness, especially in 2019 when car range was 110 kilometers, 14 lakh rupee की गाड़ी 110 kilometer range was very tough to operate, extremely tough to operate. But I think the whole idea was that it's only going to get better and better. And we just believed in that.
But I must tell you that madness is paying off tremendously. I was part of a G20 committee, and trust you me, everybody, since this is a G20 year, right? And we are going to have 70,000 plus delegates coming from foreign, right? The only talk was that how do we get these delegates to sit in electric vehicle? और मैं बार blue smart चला रहा था.
Thank you.
No, I'll tell you, I heard from a very large auto manufacturer that you guys saved a big plan of theirs, which was going down. And not only that, he said, you know, how much they've benefited the banking sector and us together. This is crazy how when you guys placed a very large order, you know who the guy I'm talking to, right? He said, boss, ये तो हमारे strategy और plan में था भी नहीं पहले. You know, we were never thinking that someone will, out of these guys, in fact, we were worried they will set up their own manufacturing or go the China model where the banner is now getting to own these companies and doing all that. But not only that, look at the way when you are, working with passion and you're getting to a point, you actually not just create an industry for yourself, but you're also supporting other industries, right? So again, surviving and thriving and then reaching to that point, extremely difficult, but extremely important.
No, thank you. I think it's been a good one and sir सबसे important ये सब करते हुए ना बड़ी मस्ती करी है, super fun किया है, मतलब काम बहुत किया है, जैसे हर्ष जी कह रहे हैं काम बहुत किया, वो 12, 14, 15 घंटे वो नॉर्मली है, मतलब वो तो अगर कोई एंटरप्रेन्योर यहाँ पे बोले कि मैं 12, 14, 15 घंटे काम नहीं करता तो सोच लो झूठ बोल रहा है, बिल्कुल सच्चाई नहीं है उस बात में. तो काम बहुत ज्यादा करना पड़ता है, मेहनत बहुत ज्यादा करनी पड़ती है, बट रिजल्ट्स भी डिस्प्रोपोर्शनेट है. Results far outdo the effort that we do, and when it rains it pours. So it's like that.
So before I continue, and I really want to continue, but with respect of time, this should be the end of the session. If Jatinji and all are okay, should we continue? Secondly, does the audience want us to continue? Are you sure? I can see someone sleeping there. So I was like, push lete aur kisi ko. She just woke up. I saw that. Nahi, hota hai. I used to be that person. It's okay.
We'll take audience question.
But before we continue, we should give something to the speakers here, right? So my request is download the Is My Trip app, download the Blue Smart app if you haven't, and just pray that you don't have to download the Prestige app. It was tough. I had to say that. Continue करें? Download करोगे? हाँ, पक्का? कर दिया? चलो, next. अरे डाउनलोड तो करो, अभी बोल दिया ना वो they give good service, उस पे भी डिस्काउंट मांगते हो. So guys, that was actually the question I put across, you know. अरे आप OnePlus हो, आप आगे हो.
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
No, each customer means a lot, right? Each customer.
After the pandemic, I really hadn't activated Ola, Uber, because those apps, if you don't use it for a while, just go off. The only and the first app that I downloaded was Blue Smart, and I started using it.
I'll just share a story, sir, accessibility wale story say, and some of the early users of Blue Smart will know it. Till the time we had like about 40,000 customers, up to some few million, but till the time we had like 40,000 customers, and we were expecting our second baby at that time. So Mukta was on maternity leave. The entire call center of Blue Smart was me and Mukta. Entire call center of she was on maternity leave, so free thi, so और मतलब calls तो घर पे भी route हो जाते हैं, मतलब you can easily do that. So for about first 40,000, I had all phone numbers of all customers on my mobile phone, and वो straight away अगर call center phone करते थे, it used to ring my phone.
And by the way, this is on top that he already had a very successful company before. Just to let you know, this is all on top of that he already had a very successful company even before. So this is the kind of perseverance you need.
Quick question, किसको entrepreneur बनना है अभी? बहुत tough है. एक ही हाथ ऊपर आ गया. अब नहीं उठेगा. 2-3 चलो. But
it was
you know, good.
nice.
It's actually leading to the next question I wanted to have, and you know, it's actually something I just thought I'll ask you guys. Customer stories. तीनों के तीनों customer को face करते हो. I'm sure B2B also has some amazing stories. Tell us some inspiring, good, bad, ugly, whatever it is, stories that you come from, because I think everyone out here doesn't really know how difficult the Indian customer is. I've faced it when we were first selling tickets for TEDx Gateway in 2009-10 on doattend.com, one of the first few platforms. The kind of abuses we would get because the card would fail, something, and the richest people would abuse you. बहुत गाली मिलती थी. Yes sir, yes sir, no sorry sir, I've put the wrong pin, because of you it got cancelled. Yes sir, but I'm sure, I'm fortunate that I haven't gone to the businesses they have got through. But I can imagine, just imagine the kind of, we'll start with you.
Yeah, you have the toughest one.
Toughest
man.
one.
You are life and.
I think. See, the honest story is we can all on this side of the table. You know, when you're trying to run a company and you talk about यार customer कितना गाली देता है, customer कितना complaint करता है. लेकिन अगर हमारे 10 रुपए भी कहीं कट जाए ना, तो हम लोग वही customer खुद बन जाते हैं. Right, so I think it's okay to estimate or okay to hear all those abuses. Customer has the right. If somebody is using your service, and if Blue Smart is 10 minutes late, or if convenience fee is okay, but if server fails, or if a patient in Pristine gets discharged, I've got life threats. You know, I've got a life threat, and they said, my brother-in-law is stuck on a Sunday evening and not getting discharged. I know the counselor of your area. I'm going to pick you up from home. Right. So, but the argument is I'm not that light.
Even for a day.
It's very much in your field, such things happen. I hear it from doctors every time.
Yeah, I know, but the argument is, the question is not that anger of that person. The question is, we were making a mistake, right? Even if it is a Sunday, it doesn't matter. So I think very honestly, I want to do the most innovative things in my life, but actually the field we are in healthcare, we are not really innovating a lot. हम लोग एक हॉस्पिटल में जाते हैं, एक ऑपरेशन थिएटर में जाते हैं, एक डॉक्टर आते हैं, एक पेशेंट आता है, एक एडवांस्ड इक्विपमेंट आती है और हम सर्जरी करते हैं. There is technically nothing innovative about it. So I think for a company, we clearly learned the only thing we have is solving the surgical journey. And I had my own mom's experience My mom underwent hysterectomy and we struggled for getting doctor's appointment. We struggled for, आप सोचो कि मेरे को एक डॉक्टर बोल रहे हैं कि आपकी मॉम को बॉडी देयर इज अ प्रोलैप्स और उनका यूट्रस रिमूव कर देते हैं एंड ये कह के वो चले गए एंड यू आर टॉकिंग अबाउट माय मॉम एंड यू टॉकिंग अबाउट उनकी बॉडी से एक बॉडी पार्ट को रिमूव करना है. I mean, हवाइयाँ निकल गई थी मेरी, right? And just to hear that and not hear the explanation was very hard. So I think customer journey or surgical journey in our case, a patient care, is the only survival for us. And I think we've been again very lucky. But one ethos we have in the company is anybody who joins, it doesn't matter what level of seniority, has to go out on the field and experience this. और वो इसलिए होता है क्योंकि शुरू में हम 3 co-founder थे, मेरे दोनों co-founder surgeons हैं, और उन्होंने 10-20 हज़ार सर्जरी करी है even before we started our company. So I used to handle patients, they used to do surgeries. तो हम लोग हर patient की हर चीज करते थे. So on one of those days, I think we were 3rd or 4th month, and there was this patient out of Noida, and we were only in Gurgaon that time. और उनकी अंकल की सर्जरी थी. सुबह सुबह 8 बजे उनके बेटे का कॉल आता है. I think that the son was somewhere abroad, and he called us 8 o'clock in the morning कि सर्जरी कैंसिल करनी पड़ेगी. And for us, I know surgery is a very tough thing, but for a business which is in the business of doing surgeries, it's also a source of revenue and survival. और हमारे लिए जब 4 दिन में एक सर्जरी हो रही है वो कैंसिल हो जाए, मतलब आप सोचिए अगले महीने की सैलरी नहीं है देने के लिए, राइट? और 2 लोग थे हमारी टीम में, 3 फाउंडर्स, 2 लोग, और 2 लोगों की सैलरी रहनी थी. फाउंडर्स को तो सैलरी मिलती नहीं है, तो 2 लोगों की सैलरी देनी थी. उसके लिए इट वाज टफ. एंड वी आस्क्ड सर व्हाट्स द प्रॉब्लम. ही सेड कि वो नोएडा में रहते हैं एंड ही इज डायबिटिक. And he's on blood thinning medicine and stuff like that, and he's just had cold feet. वो नोएडा से सुबह सुबह 8 बजे गाड़ी चला के आने में उनको दिक्कत हो रही है और कैब वेब बुक नहीं करनी आती और वो ब्लू स्मार्ट वाज नॉट देयर, so otherwise you would have called and goal. But he was struggling. He said he's having cold feet and so he can't come. So and I don't have a relative in Noida, so it's very hard. हम लोगों ने बोला कि अच्छा सर हम उनको घर से ले आते हैं. It was just so intuitive. मेरे पास कुछ काम ही नहीं है, एक पेशेंट ने आना है पूरे दिन, वो भी नहीं आ रहे हैं, तो हमने कहा सर उनको घर से ले आते हैं. वो कहते हैं आप यू कैन डू दिस. आई थिंक दैट गाय वाज सिटिंग समवेयर इन बॉस्टन और समवेयर. ही सेड यू कैन डू दिस. एंड आई वाज थिंकिंग व्हाई कांट आई डू दिस? आई एम फ्री, आई हैव नथिंग एल्स टू डू. So I drove to Noida and picked that patient and his wife, and we came back. Came to the hospital in Gurgaon, and I asked during the way, sir क्या टेंशन है? इसलिए कि नहीं मुझको रात को नींद भी नहीं आई, सुबह मेरी मेडिसिन भी रुकवा दी because surgery के लिए I can't be on certain medication. So I was trembling with fear. I've been driving for 50 years. I think that was a 70-year-old person. I've been driving for 30 years, whatever, and I couldn't just have the just the guts to drive to the hospital. Since that day, every patient in Pristine is offered a pickup and a drop ride. And we have tied with Blue Smart.
Right. Thanks for that.
And
And is my trip to fly them?
Sorry?
And is my trip to fly them from different places?
I think abhi wahan hum pahunche nahi hai. We are getting there. But that's the sort of stories. So every patient gets a cab ride, and you would have never heard of a hospital or doctor picking a patient from home and dropping them back up. And it's super hard. हमारे को सुबह सुबह आप सोचिए कि हमारी सर्जरीज 10 बजे 11 बजे होती है, 4 घंटे पहले एडमिशन होना है, 5 बजे पेशेंट को घर से पिकअप करना है. 5 o'clock a patient needs to be picked up from home on depends on the cab driver or cab ride and all the challenges, right? It's hard. Sometimes a patient will say driver आया नहीं है, और ड्राइवर कह रहा है पेशेंट फोन ही नहीं उठाता है. Just getting that last neck of the wood is super hard. But I think we've been doing this. We don't charge the patient at all, and we believe that this little thing, surprisingly, आप एक किसी एक entrepreneur मैगजीन ने प्रिस्टीन के बारे में लिखा, उन्होंने कहा प्रिस्टीन केयर अ राइड हेलिंग कंपनी. उनको ये लग रहा है कि हम लोगों को बस कैब ही देते हैं, right? I mean, but that's the argument.
Would he cancel the operation after getting to destination?
Sorry, no. Surgery happened, and it went very well. There's another story. During COVID, there was a patient he was having his blood, he had anal problem somewhere around the anus. He had a swelling, and there was blood just continuously dropping out, and he was the risk of just running out of blood, right? It was a problem, and we had to do almost semi-emergency surgery. And 6 o'clock in the morning, we booked Uber, we booked Ola, we integrated with a local driver, and they said police is not allowing us. and this is 6 o'clock in the morning. The patient, troubled at home, can't get out. There's this senior leadership, and I didn't learn about this, by the way. There's a senior leadership in Gurgaon. He takes out his car at 6 o'clock in the morning, goes all the way to South Delhi, picks the patient from home, drops him at the hospital, gets his admission, waits there till the surgery is done, and then confirms to his family that he's doing okay. Now, I have not written this in our job, job description. There's a story in Bangalore. HB level, hemoglobin level is very important, for a surgery, and there is a mark which you need to, the patient has to have. There was this patient जिसका वो and बहुत सारी disease में थोड़ा blood loss होता है before the surgery. उनका blood level down है. Surgery can't happen, of course. The hospital, the surprising thing is hospitals actually don't have some, a lot of blood banks are struggling. I mean, there's a business opportunity out there anyways. They said there is no blood and there was no relative to give blood. There's a young 25-year-old operations executive on the ground. He goes to the hospital, donates blood. Just because a patient could be okayed for another couple of days. That patient did not have a surgery done, by the way. But had we not given him hemoglobin, he would have really, really struggled. Now, these stories are not there in our job description. There was a patient, a gynecology patient in COVID again. Our gynecology doctor, herself pregnant, 6 months pregnant. Patient gets pains in the night. और हमें डिलीवरी करना है. कोई भी ट्रैवल का रिसोर्स नहीं है. The husband wife don't have a car. Scooter पे आना was very, very hard. That doctor, herself 6 months pregnant, without telling us, goes to the patient's house. Takes care of her in the house first, stabilizes her, organizes an ambulance herself, gets the patient to the hospital and does delivery at 2 a.m. And we learned about this next day morning. And I think these kind of ethos coming from doctors, coming from patients, I mean, I can go on and on and on.
That's also the difference, right? You have a purpose-led business. I mean, people are led by purpose in your business and not just what they're getting paid. That means.
You'll be surprised. We are a very young team, or 90% log, 90 probably doctors ko chhod ke, and my co-founders ko chhod ke, there's nobody from healthcare. There's nobody from healthcare, right? And everybody said, यार healthcare company build कर रहे हो, healthcare से लोग क्यों नहीं ले रहे हो? हमने कहा हमें जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ती. लोग खुद ही आते हैं और बोलते हैं that we believe it's a massive problem. My family has gone through this. My friend has gone through this. I think I'm super smart. I have gone to the best colleges. I've worked in the best companies, and I can probably solve a problem, right? And I think that just mission-driven culture, and we are not easy, by the way. There was this news that we have laid off people recently. In the last 4 months, we've hired 600.
You're the LinkedIn guy. Did you write that post?
I wrote that too, but they said.
Tell us a bit about that. Just scandalous mein ho jayega wo bhi.
No, it's stupid. I'll tell you why. I can tell you. हम लोग आप सोचिए हम 3 लोग 3 4 5 लोग हैं. हम लोग हेल्थ केयर का सर्जरी बिजनेस कर रहे हैं. कोई सेक्सी ऐप नहीं बना रहे. Right? We are not building the next gen AI and metaverse and stuff. और हम कह रहे हैं कि हमें बहुत स्मार्ट लोगों को हायर करना है. तो लोग ही नहीं आते थे और हमें समझ नहीं आता था कि हम हेल्थ केयर में कर रहे हैं. We want to be super careful who we hire. We said, how do we identify people who are really, really mission driven? Really. तो हम लोग संडे मॉर्निंग इंटरव्यू करते थे. हम संडे मॉर्निंग 8 बजे कॉल करते थे. तो संडे मॉर्निंग जो 8 बजे कॉल उठा लेता था, हमें लगता था ये बंदा ठीक है. ये संडे मॉर्निंग 8 बजे कॉल.
आपको ये लिखना चाहिए था थोड़ा पहले. Because I kind of remember reading that post and I really thought it was brash, but now that you're telling me this, it makes sense, right? I mean, your mistakes can go in someone's health or life going down.
आज Sunday evening में अगर एक patient hospital से discharge नहीं हुए तो वो मुझे घर से उठा सकते हैं.
Exactly, you should have written that.
Right. So
because then some Tom, Dick and Harry sitting there who runs like a SaaS product app who's it's okay if that server doesn't run for a few seconds.
No, it's not okay. That too. I disagree. I don't think it's okay. By the way, we sound like
he's not going to have mistakes or body bag going back.
Right? I think what I'm saying is, हम लोग यहाँ पे ऐसे लग रहे हैं बहुत mission driven है, and we are. But please make no mistake. Somebody runs a fancy SaaS company, works as hard, has same level of problems, has same level of passion, and are doing same phenomenal work. Please don't underestimate the effort which a Dhruva or and I mean, I don't want to call out now companies, but it's very hard. So
the point was the post actually said a few things about what kind of people they'll hire, and they want to hire such people. And a lot of people
Do you
on the
know our
internet,
job applications went 3x right after that?
free any PR is good PR. I think that's the rule, right? Learn it from
What if
Donald
somebody
Trump.
is risking to
Learn
pick
it
you
from
from
Donald
it?
Trump. It just works. So, but that post went viral with a lot of people slandering it, saying this is not the culture you want. But somewhere in the conversation, this was brought up in my office too. I said, "Yeah, boss, this guy's job must be really difficult because families will go and press his neck if something goes wrong. I can still be okay with canceling a ticket or losing a cab, but if my aunt or my father or someone is in a hospital and something's gone wrong, I will not have a normal tone, right? So the kind of people you would probably want is very different." And they argued back, saying, "This is the problem; it's very toxic." So no, man, look at the side effect. Like someone in the army told me this, saying, "Listen, corporate mistakes are balance sheet or other things, but army mistakes are body bags. Keep that in mind." So it's very different and contextual. And I really feel what you wrote was right. Maybe a little bit of addition of your work environment and expectation, and then writing those pointers would make.
Learnings.
Next time.
What about you, Anmo? But
No, so I think from my side, all through, whether it's the renewables business or Blue Smart or any other business that we wish to do, I think from a customer perspective, we are always gunning for do it right the first time. Matlab, the whole idea at Blue Smart is कि customer service की team क्यों है? Customer service की team ही नहीं होनी चाहिए. आप गलती करते हो इसीलिए तो customer आपके पास आता है. आप गलती मत करो, customer आएगा क्यों आपके पास? So we are absolutely mission driven to have a zero customer service team. There should be no error. गाड़ी टाइम से पहुंच गई, ड्राइवर ट्रेन था, आप बैठ गए, गाड़ी ने आपको पहुंचा दिया, क्यों फोन करना है आपको कस्टमर केयर को? So the whole idea is we are in the process, we have not accomplished it, but we are trying to take the whole ops to Black Belt Sigma, Black Belt Six Sigma.
not
So,
bot Sigma, right? You don't have a bot answering. Don't
वो
do
सब है,
that.
मतलब but वो सब मतलब the whole idea is around customer care and customer service. Why can't you just do it right the first time? Why is there a need for a customer to come back to you? If there is no need for a customer to come back to you, you don't need a customer service team. And imagine if you can run a ride hail or a consumer tech business which does not do marketing and does not do customer support, you make tons of money. The two largest items on your costs are marketing budgets and customer support budgets. Remove them. So we are working. We do get customer complaints, and I'm apologetic about customer because we have lapsed somewhere. But the whole idea is how do we pick that up, do a root cause, and ensure that that never happens again. And we are a very live business. कल NH8 बंद हो गया था, 500 गाड़ी लेट पहुंची. तो अब NH8 बंद था, ये तो पूरे दिल्ली NCR की प्रॉब्लम है, बट गाली तो 500 बार हमें खानी है क्योंकि 500 गाड़ियां कल लेट पहुंची हैं. So there are problems for which we need the customer support. These are eventualities, but the whole idea, the DNA that we are trying to build, and this is not a DNA just at Blue. It started from DNA at Gensol and it started a DNA at Matrix, etc., etc. All the other businesses that we have, do it right the first time. So customer support, customer service should not be a function. Or even if there is a function, it is only for SOS needs, accident, या कुछ इसके लिए required होना चाहिए. Normal, मेरी गाड़ी कब आएगी और मेरा गाड़ी नहीं आया और मेरा रिफंड प्रोसेस नहीं हुआ, ये सब के लिए तो you don't need customer support होनी नहीं चाहिए. ये सब तो automatically सारी चीजें हो जानी चाहिए. So that's the belief with which we are trying to build Blue, that do it right
That
first
itself
time.
is also customer service in a way, right? You're telling the customer you don't need me, and I promise you
क्या
no.
मतलब है सर, मैं अभी कह रहा था कि 15 मिनट मेरे को आपके बचाने हैं और वो आपने कस्टमर सर्विस को फोन करके 10 मिनट आपने वेस्ट कर दिए, तो फिर तो मैंने आपके कोई टाइम बचाया ही नहीं. मैंने आपका प्रेडिक्टेबिलिटी और जो रिलायबिलिटी चाहिए थी वो आई नहीं. अगर आपको 200 रुपए का रिफंड लेने के लिए मुझे फोन करने पड़ गए और 4 मिनट आप कस्टमर केयर को रीच करने के लिए लगा रहे हो, तो you lost it. So that's what we are trying to do. Do it right the first time, and there is no need of the customer service team inside. But we have, I think there are a lot of positive stories around what we have tried to do, etc. But the whole DNA is that we don't want the customer service team to exist.
In the interest of time, I'll save the audience of our experience with customer service. Maybe we can just take questions from the audience now.
Yeah, anyone who has questions, that gentleman. Can you stand and ask the question?
Yeah, I believe you are audible. So you was talking about some great experience while serving the clients, like some add-ons which is not required by you, but still you are offering. So how you believe these types of add-ons, or you can say some services which is not your core services and not initially started by you, can give some boost to some startups where they can add add-ons or do some type with like the guys who are doing the tie with the Blue Smart for providing services. This is not your sort of task, but still you're monitoring. It can be monitored by Blue Task, but still you're Blue Smart, you're monitoring. These types of engagement, how what you think that can be increase the market profitability as well as the engagement level of the customers toward a startup?
Did you get that?
I think the question is
more about the customer engagement.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
Some of the services which we are offering or trying to solve, which we don't offer ourselves, can there be other startups to tie up? Is that the question?
Yeah, right.
So no, I think completely. I think what we believe is we want to do the things which are extremely core to us, which is surgery of the patient. Genuinely, हमारा बस वही काम है. So doctors, equipments, patient support, everything. We want to do it end to end. But anything which comes and improves that journey, or हमारे लिए ना 21 touch point है, right from the first time a patient meets the doctor to the discharge follow. Anything which we can do it better. अगर हम खुद कर सकते हैं तो हम करेंगे. लेकिन अगर कोई और हमसे अच्छा कर सकता है, so we go out and partner with. For example, in this scenario, we are not great at picking people from home, so we partner with the cab drivers and cab ride hailing companies. But patient का admission process कोई और नहीं कर सकता. Patient की insurance processing, there is no provider in the country which is doing it well. And insurance processing, payment, discharge, admission, these are like आप समझते भी नहीं हो कि सर्जरी में ये भी दिक्कत होती है. अस्पताल में एडमिट भी होना, अस्पताल से घर भी जाना है और इंश्योरेंस से पैसे भी आने हैं, आपको बिल भी देखना है. अगर ये कोई नहीं कर रहा तो हम phenomenally करना चाहेंगे and we'll do it ourselves. The ethos for us is, if nobody is doing it, our argument is then we will do it ourselves, but we will not leave it. And I think anything which is required to make the patient journey kick, we will do it. चाहे उसके लिए मैं patient को घर से लाना पड़े, doctor को घर से लाना पड़े, अस्पताल खुद बनाना पड़े, आज बनाने की जरूरत नहीं है, शायद कल बनाना पड़ेगा, and we'll do it ourselves.
Any question for Anmol or yeah? Who are you asking the question to?
It's a general question I'm asking to all three of them. So what are the qualities you seek or you see when you hire someone? Like what are the qualities you want from your employees?
So इसके लिए हमने एक framework बना रखा है, and starting from a call center employee even till the CXO of the company, there are 4 unique things in an employee which you can find: integrity, curiosity, hard work, and skills. ये चारों independent है. Integrity, curiosity, hard work, and skills. मैं बिल्कुल इसी को इसी तरह से rank order करता. Highest the integrity, then the curiosity, then the hard work, and then the skills. This is how we rank order people. And if somebody is falling into this order for our organization, that person is suitable. This is how we see. Integrity cannot be replaced. You're literally born with it. Then the second part comes the curiosity. If the curiosity is high, you will learn whatever it needs to be learned. Hard work needs to be there. Otherwise, no matter curiosity you have, you're not going to learn it. And then comes the skill. जो hard skill है, वो सीखी जा सकती है. See, knowledge is available on a click of a button now. This is the world we are living in. Knowledge is available on a click of a button. You just need to be curious to click that button. And integrity, because अगर वो नहीं रखा तो यार वो काम ही नहीं करेगा. You don't want to micromanage people. So they need to have very high level of integrity, that they know that what they are getting paid for and they're doing their job honestly. This is how we rank order.
This is really an important question. Any of you want to add to it?
Not for us, of course, integrity is one of the important things. I think we basically, I try to have a very simple one. I don't have will and can. So can is ability. Can you do it? And will is your willingness to do it. So ideally, there is high will, high can. There is high will, low can. low will, high can, and low can, low will. So of course, low can, low will तो आप कभी hire नहीं करोगे, और hire किया तो उसको eliminate कर दोगे. High will, high can बहुत सारे नहीं चाहिए होते हैं, ठीक number में चाहिए होते हैं. What I really love to hire is high will, even if you have low can. So ability, that's what I think Prashant also just mentioned, that ability तो आ जाएगी, ability तो सीख भी सकते हो, आ भी जाएगी, not a very tough one, but the curiosity or the hard work and the integrity, I think I would clearly rank them higher. Ability to there are enough. Ability can happen.
Integrity is really crucial. I mean, we've seen the pandemic, for example, right? How many of you have moonlighted out here? It's moonlighting, right? You worked in 2 different companies, and yeah, you are different level. You get a no, but it's been a big topic online, right? Is it the right thing to do? Because see, if a company reduces your pay to 25%, what else will you do, right? So there was an argument to this, but integrity. I had an employee who came up to me, and he's an accountant. He said, "I have been consulting with others. If you don't mind." I said, "No, good for you, good for you. But if my sales guy would come and tell me that, I would probably think twice, right? I'm already paying him high enough." The accountant said, "Boss, itna kaam nahi hai. Ye itna ho raha hai. I'll do this on the side." So integrity is actually the guy coming up and telling you this for me, not me finding out and then he tells me, right? Integrity is actually owning up to the reality and then having a discussion. ये high will, high can के बीच में जो आता है ना, integrity बहुत crucial है. High will भी हो, high can भी हो, but integrity नहीं है, boss, you're in trouble. It's a disaster. You have the best candidate.
Then we're talking about doing some heist, right?
Not a heist. Just simple moonlighting, for example, right? Amazing people. Salaries not changed. Everyone else is, at the same salary. Fine. There's no growth during the pandemic, but they are still working because opportunity koi dekh nahi raha hai. High will, high can, right? So integrity today, I feel, and I've seen a lot of 35-year-old, 38, 40-year-old below also. They take up their opportunity, saying online I'll consult, who'll come to know? I really appreciate people who come and tell me that. Next time, negotiate with them that way, saying, "Okay, I'll give you a raise, but you can also do this on the side."
Harsh, you were adding something?
Have that conversation, people respect you for it.
Harshbhai has to share his criteria. He has a Harshbhai has a very unique way of judging people.
No, I think
LinkedIn post. Yeah.
Is that post still there?
Yeah, it's still there. I think
hats off to that.
Honesty. If I tell you like extreme honesty, and I say it without asking both of them, I think we all have these frameworks, and we make the biggest mistake, at least I personally made, and I can say that without asking Prashant and Anmol, is the biggest mistakes all of us have made is in people. हमने business decision गलत लिए इतना फर्क नहीं पड़ता है genuinely, because there's always a way out. But if you make wrong mistakes in people, it's almost like disaster. You can lose a year if you have a wrong leader or a wrong person. So we all make tremendous mistakes, and it's the hardest thing I think ever. We underestimate HR. We underestimate the job of or the mindset of an HR, human resource folks, and I think they should be paid better than we do. But to the criteria, I think Prashant, we made a decision for ourselves, wrong or right. We've decided to work with extremely smart people. Call it a wrong notion, but we just felt it's easy. So we look for things in the background which helps us identify smartness. It could be undergraduate degree, it could be your comparative exams, it could be colleges, it could be the companies you do or the work. So basic smartness to chahiye. Uske alawa to it's a qualifying criteria. But I think you find India mein aur kuch nahi hai, to basic smart look to bahut sare. I think the qualities which we look for is extreme ownership. For me, there has never been a criteria which has made more sense than extreme ownership. जिसके में extreme ownership है, वो integrity भी मैंने देखा है correlated होता है, वो hard work भी correlated होता है, वो moonlighting भी नहीं करता है. Every just other things come in. And for us, extreme ownership, the hard fact is how do you identify extreme ownership? So I'll give you an example of two individuals. So there's this young guy. He reaches out to me on an email. I respond to him. The email came at 5:30 a.m. I responded to him at 5:32. That guy ended up interviewing with us and then later joining us. And I asked him, and he comes from the most amazing background, failed entrepreneur, by the way. So 2 times, 4 years, 2 startups failed. So he joined us. And I said, why did you join us? He said, I wrote you an email at 5:30. You responded at 5:32. I know that you are running a young company which is 5 months old. If you are an entrepreneur or sleepless about it, I'm a former entrepreneur. I know I'm in the right place. Now, the fact that he could think like that, he had 3 job offers from the best places, and he chose to join us just because there's a unique thought process which we saw. This is another guy. He's an IS aspirant, couldn't clear it. I called him on, I think, on a Friday or Saturday, and I said, can we interview you tomorrow? And he said, no, I think I asked him, can we interview tonight or in the evening? He said, no, I can't come in today. Can I come in tomorrow? I was like, okay, we'll interview you 5 o'clock tomorrow evening. Next day, 5 o'clock, this guy walks in wearing chappals, unshaven, rusty hair, 100% not, he hadn't had a shower. He was smelling 100%. And I could tell there. And he was looking all roughed up. And I said, dude, where are you coming from? He said, I've been driving for 500 kilometers because yesterday you said, can I interview you? He drove 500 kilometers on a bike. He was somewhere in the Himalayas. He failed IS exam. He wanted to take some time off. He drove 500 kilometers just to land up a job interview. And he comes from the most amazing colleges, by the way. So it's not that he can get a job very easily. For me, that tells something about that attitude. And that story, this guy, some of the stories of patient experience I was sharing with you, some of them come from him. Yeah. Right? So I think we always look for some of these unique experiences. Sports people, somebody who's competed in sports. There was this young girl, I think 21, she worked in call center in Prashant's company. Hey, Prashant doesn't know this story. And I was like, and we were interviewing her, and she didn't pass graduation. She didn't pass like BCom. And I met her, and we were interviewing. I was like, why are you doing this? Or 5-10 minutes. मैं बोला, हाँ यार ठीक है, मिलती है, smart word है. I was like, where do you come from? She said, I come from Himachal. At 17, my father wanted to marry me off. I ran away from home, joined Ease My Trip, worked for a couple of years, earned some money, did a part-time course, got a little degree, and now I'm looking for a job. Like, sorted. That attitude for us just stands out. So I think we're always looking for extreme ownership. And I can go on and on. There are a million examples I can talk about people having extreme ownership. This guy, the guy which I was telling you, this guy is IT Roorkee, ISB, consultant, top notch, senior most leadership in Pristine. His mother-in-law suffering with gallbladder cancer in COVID. He got stuck in the hospital, but he leads our ops. He didn't tell me, he took an extra room in that hospital. They were okay to give him because nobody was coming to the hospital anyways, to set up his workstation while his mother-in-law was lying in bed next to him. He was making sure our patients, were able to, survive and not lose their sleep. His mother-in-law suffering from cancer, she passed away. Next room. Like, how do you define that? You can't put that in job resume. For us, I think extreme ownership is the biggest problem.
I'd like to add one thing to that, where I slightly disagree with you. At Ease My Trip, we have not hired anyone from IIT or IIM. I'm the only one from IIT who's there at the organization. Correct. So for us,
he's just upset that lady went to you.
Yeah. So what I was trying to say is that, at least from my understanding, what I've understood is that the people who go to no, I wasn't talking about that person. But in general, I was saying that, at least what I have understood is that people who go to tier 1 colleges are actually risk averse people. भाई मैंने 2 साल इतनी मेहनत क्यों करी, इतनी पढ़ाई क्यों करी? Because at that frame of mind, I wanted to be a risk averse person. भैया जॉब अच्छी लग जाएगी, career अच्छा चला जाएगा, right? And those are not necessarily the best of the people you want to hire. In fact, after working, I had to reframe my thought process. मुझे अपने आप को change करना पड़ गया था. Where I wanted to start, because otherwise मैं तो analysis में फंसा रहता था. All the time I would just do analysis. Decision नहीं ले पाता था. In the first 2-3 years, I had to reframe my thought process. Yeah, 50-60% information is good enough to start taking decisions. So this is one thing which I've learned, at least, that the people who come from tier 1 colleges, you have to cautious them that bhai, risk अपनी तरफ है, analysis अपनी तरफ है, but the business runs on decisions. Just wanted to add on that part.
I actually want to add, I want to add to this. A lot of times,
we just hired this young person in my wife's startup. amazing guy, failed 3 times IS exam, right? He's been preparing for it, and finally failed, right? That guy is willing to take any shit risk in his life. Doesn't matter where he comes from. Right? He comes from IT Bombay, so expected from him. Right? So I think that's crucial.
Also, two different sectors, right? Think about it. His sector is very different, more structured. Yours still has, like I said, very different kind of customer expectations to service. So maybe both of you can make peace by knowing you need to hire different kind of people. It's okay. So but I think, and we need to wrap it up. I'm so sorry, but I'm sure these guys will be around for a few more minutes, except one more. I think he looked at his watch a couple of times. But, to just tell you, sometimes not about hiring, actually the entrepreneur, waiting charge lag jata hai, chalega, kya farak padega. So I think a lot of people who do these businesses also understand hiring as a problem, because not because the people who they're not able to find or who they're not able to sustain, because sometimes they have to look within, does their business have a pulse for sustaining people? And I'll tell you this, we have a large events background when we do these TED events. The event industry was hit very badly. Like I can write a case study of how badly the industry was hit. And I actually feel the event industry shouldn't exist only. It's a very difficult industry. It is every day it's reinventing itself, because sometimes very difficult to find a pulse. These guys have a pulse. They have customers coming to them every day. They have no other option but to show up, and their teams show up. But if your idea does not have that kind of a pulse, that daily there is something happening, or if you say my business does something once in 6 months, once in a month, boss, you're doomed. Sooner or later, your employee is going to wonder, okay, I can go somewhere else. They also like challenges. So sometimes just not the hiring that the question is supposed to ask, but you have to also go and ask the entrepreneur, what's your pulse and why should I come and join you? What is it that I'm excitedly doing every day, every week, every month? And some of the simplest answers and the best answers are from entrepreneurs who figured it out. I'm not saying they've all figured it out, but they know कि रोज कल उठ के ये करना ही है. So there are entrepreneurs I've met, every day is a new task altogether. I'm sure you guys would relate somewhere or the other, right? पता नहीं चलता कल क्या कर रहे हैं. And that is where a lot of them lose people, very good people. पता नहीं चलता कल क्या कर रहे हैं. So in interest of time, honestly, each of them, I would really, really want to bring each of them for at least a 2-hour discussion. Each of them individually, kaise to karke 1 hour kiya hai, 1 hour 15 minutes. Each of them were so amazing. He's come from the hospital. I won't tell you why, but he's come from the hospital out here against all odds. And I feel privileged. Normally, I'll take these notes. I started taking it before the session and I'll summarize it, but I'll be honest, I've done a bad job because I was learning from them. Sometimes you just want to say, forget the notes, it's okay. But I'm sorry, I would have summarized it for you. But I hope as students, you feel lucky today. And I'll tell you why. All this is not on yourstory.com. All this is not on some YouTube page you will learn immediately by watching it in 2x speed. This comes out of coming to such places. It comes out of interacting with such audiences. So you guys are young. I wouldn't have ever imagined being in a chamber of commerce today at this age. Think about it. Come next time. Learn from people who are doing it and actually push them for answers. Being young, they actually were young and they know how important such sessions are. I'm sure IIT and all of your places would have been somewhere that one professor or some lesson that must have taught you something, right? So obviously, please download the apps.
Great. In fact, this has been a master class, I'm sure. And as Yashraj rightly said, we need to have a 2-hour session, a standalone session with all.
With all of them.
And that's how, we'll be doing justice. But in the interest of time, and our high tea is also ready. So before our snacks get cold, we should wind up this session. Thank you very much indeed for sparing your time. Let's, give them a standing ovation. I request Mr. Prashant to kindly felicitate our guest with a memento from PhD Chamber. Prashant.
Less formal. No, but you know what? So many people are Right, can you come together for a photo? Last session, talk for the last. Just come, all of us, and we can take a picture. Right here, we like big formal line here. No, not stage. विनायक ले लो ना यार देखे तुम साथ होगा अरे यार अरे यार ये सैमसंग वाले ना यही तो इसका इधर से अरे भाई वो थोड़ा कम दिखेगा इधर से आजा Okay. 3, 2, 1. Cheers. Thank you. One more. Come here. Share करेगा आपसे. कहाँ पे ऑडियंस को? वहाँ पे. आजा. चला 1, 2. Guys, you can wave a hand. Thank you, Bharat. तीनों हम लोग we are all three. Yeah, that's what I thought. यार ये formal वाला छोड़ दो. प्रशांत भाई all of